Okay, because look, I'm so glad that you really wanted to start things off exactly like that.
We needed to start right. I feel like if that would not have hit the corner, this show was a disaster from the start. So now we can start. I officially allow us to begin.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad that you're going to let us do that. Thank you so much, Onset, for bestowing that power on us. I figured you were going to have to call Wig and see if he approved that we could start our show like this, since we are the official B stream to the real A stream once again.
I've got it. I Discorded him. It's fine.
Sick. All right, then we'll kick things off. Guys, if you're new here, you have no idea what BLGS is. First, you guys have lived under a rock for the past few weeks, and I'm sorry that that's what you've been experiencing, because Apex Legends has been crazy. We've had the support meta, but maybe you don't know what BLGS is, and that's okay, because we have our friendly neighborhood Greek here to explain some things for you. Cue the video. Honestly, at this rate, I think Greek would be a beautiful voice actor, because that was an epic rendition of a voiceover material for the explainer. So I know, Gaskin, you got him right there next to you. Slotted in. Bud.
Good job, mate. Appreciate you.
Hype him up. Vicky, do you got something to get on Tell us while you're over there?
Sorry, I was gonna say, like, I'm vibing in the hot tub. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that's a green screen. Hashtag not a green screen, I guess, behind you guys. Oh, I just realized you guys have, like, matching backgrounds. The synergy's already there. Okay. I mean, aside from that, hearing Greek's wonderful voice explain the breakdown for the BLGS, we already saw the action go down in EMEA, and seeing what could possibly be ahead of us for NA, I'm just hoping Dan doesn't save 15 games.
I mean, spoiler alert, I'm going to. Because, you know, if EMEA is anything to go by, anything could happen here.
It really
and Mark told, before we started all this, Mark told me that the games were going to go on long, so I blame Mark, actually.
How am I in the how am I in the firing line already? This is crazy.
Listen. Before we dive into the nitty-gritty of everything, though, there's a reason why these teams are out here, because they're competing for the $100,000 prize pool. First place gets to walk away with $40,000. By the way, you look at that first place prize, look at that second place prize. That is a $20,000 money match on the line out here, and it is match point format today. So I cannot wait to see who our top 10 teams will be taking home this $100,000 prize pool.
Beautiful stuff. We'll take a look at a recap of EMEA, because obviously we had, like we mentioned, 9 games a little bit earlier. Huge congratulations to Danish, who managed to take home the lion's share of that $100,000. 40K they took home. It was a crazy final game. We went all the way to 9 games, like we mentioned, and you have to say, even though Alliance had the most points overall, it came down to a straight team fight, essentially, even though you have to say Danish had the advantage in it to make themselves the champs. Alliance were the team on the other side of that fight, so they had the opportunity but just couldn't make it work.
Ooh, there we go. Some Danish shots. We said it was a slow start for them. And I think back to the beginning, Gaskin, they got a 16th place in map number 1, a couple 0-pointers. And that was a tough beginning to kind of come through. And we got to talk to Sherb at the end of the EMEA broadcast. And he said it himself. He's like, look, once we started to catch into the flow of some things, we were like, we are insanely confident.
Yeah, I think that once they got going, they really started to feel themselves. And the fact that they were only outscored by Alliance just proves that, you know, it wasn't just because of the match point format. They didn't just about scrape a win. They dominated in that final game with a ton of points, a ton of kills, and they are very deserved winners of the EMEA regional finals here in the BLGS. I mean, Alliance will be sadly second place, but they put on a show for us as well. I mean, especially Hackers with that Kraber, it was insane. I loved every moment of EMEA, but I know North America always puts on a show, so I'm sure it's going to be equally, if not better, than what we saw earlier.
Or bias? Am I sensing some bias there with North America?
Maybe. It used to be EMEA bias, but now I live here.
Swings depending on who's doing better. It's a classic thing. He's North American if North America's doing well. He's EMEA if EMEA's doing well. The dual passport thing really milks it. And to be honest with you, I'd do exactly the same thing. I would do the same thing.
It is definitely a benefit. Well, that was EMEA, but of course we have North America now. And yes, I can swing my bias either way, but let's look at the teams that are going to be competing today. If you guys haven't been watching and don't know who has yet qualified, these are the 20 squads that will be dropping onto the maps today to try and become champions.
Wow. Would you just look at them? You got Moist Esports, your winners of the qualifier number 1, Complexity, winners of qual number 2, Team Liquid, winners of qual 3, Tripods, winners of qual 4. This is stacked. And honestly, I read a massive article written by our friendly neighborhood Tom about where's my squad? Where's my squad? Gods Among Men. He spoke to Dig. It was really cool. Good interview with Dig.
I'm excited to see the Lone Sharks in action. I know recent scrims, they've been performing very well and, you know, well, actually a crazy amount of points they've been able to put on the board during scrims, but of course scrims are scrims, right? You know, we'll see what happens when they get into the incredible stuff of the BLGS. But I mean, you look at Yanya dropped Skittlecakes, I mean, it is a disgusting team, and I think the Lone Sharks are definitely gonna be my team to watch today. Mark, what about you?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I'll say, let's go a little bit spicy here, and for reasons that will become apparent when I finish my sentence.
Okay.
I was gonna go actually with 100 Thieves. Because
why?
because there's been like some craziness going on there. Some
Which part?
performances. I mean, the lore is too long. We only have a certain amount of time, but I've got the feeling that when pressure is on, when things need to happen, that 100T, even, you know, without a full lineup, will still be able to perform here. So I've got my eyes on them, all right? It's a brave call, but I'm just saying.
You know what? It's a brave call, but because it's the BLGS, we got to keep things a little bit interesting. And I want to go ahead and talk about Tripods, because as you can see, they're at the top of this list. And I already said they were the winners of qualifier number 4. They did 2 wins during that time, and they have just been looking pretty freaking exceptional. So I want some of y'all to agree with me on this right now.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with you.
Or else, but they showed off in qualifier 4, or final qualifier, and this is a team that I was watching Greek yesterday actually break down the specifics of this squad and how each individual member, if they need to take on the reins of like having to take control of the pacing and trusting one another, this is the team to definitely keep your eyes on. I like it too, the way that they just follow up from one another without having to second guess or be confused, especially in a meta like this. That is so important to prioritize your comms and to actually make sure your comms are clear when it comes to making some desperate pushes and when to utilize certain bubbles, because that could literally be your end game life right there if you don't use it properly with the cooldown.
I want to give a shout out to Gent, by the way, as well. I know that Wig said that he's been one of the most impressive control players in North America, and I have to agree with him. Like, his numbers have been up there with the best throughout the BLGS process, through the qualifiers up until this finals lobby. And obviously, Omu on Newcastle as well comes from a team who historically played Newcastle a little bit ahead of the curve, so he has a good understanding of how that legend is going to work. And obviously, everyone now pretty much has to rely on Newcastle and Gibby as the 2 support legends. So I think that there's a lot to like about this squad, and I can see them doing extremely well.
Ooh, okay. Well, I think that's a really solid move. Well, let's go ahead and look at Team Liquid, another squad that's been doing pretty freaking impressive here throughout our BLGS. And yeah, like I said earlier, they won qualifier number 3. They're pretty scary, right? You got Jaguares, Niazul, you bring in Kirev to play alongside them. And we know that this team has that pop-off potential. We've seen some of the biggest high kill games out of this roster throughout history.
Yeah, I was curious what life would be like without Yanya, but they've really been performing, and I think that they are
surviving.
certainly a threat in this lobby, and I think a lot of teams will fear having to go up against them as well. And I think that's what's the beauty of North America. There are so many teams that could win here today. It's impossible to try and predict. I know we cast ourselves back to when Falcons were being predicted by every single member of Talent and pretty much every single community member in the world, but now you'd be silly to everyone hedge their bets and put all eggs in one basket, right? It's just, you split the difference. Everyone has a chance to win this. There's some incredible teams here today. Well, as well as these guys, we also have TSM, another team that everyone likes to see win because they have an incredible fan base, and we will see how they are going to do today as well. Thoughts on TSM? Do you think they've got a real chance here, Vicky?
Oh, I definitely think so, but I wanted to be a little bit chaotic before Onset took what I was looking at, which was 100 Thieves. But when you talk about TSM and you talk about the way that Zap has helped keep this squad organized, I mean, aside from already the grandstand and history that we've had between Verhols and Reps, this is a team that has a lot of fans for a reason, a lot of people rallying behind them. But in a lobby like this, it's going to absolutely be difficult for a reason. This is the BLGS. We have seen some chaotic end zones, and with a meta like this too, I can't wait to see how TSM is going to be able to work around that too. And plus, you have Reps on the Gibby all over again.
One of the greatest clips of all time, by the way. The snipe down heirloom followed by everyone forgets, like Reps went nuclear in that end game as well on the Gibby. So great to see him back on Gibby. And the thing about TSM as well is they're always there. They're always there or thereabout. And in match point format, that's what it's all about, right? It's about getting to match point. And the majority of the time that we've ever seen a TSM lineup, whatever, you know, iteration of it has been, they always get there. They always get across that match point threshold. I think there's only one tournament I can remember where they didn't, and that gives them a chance. And they've been performing very well in scrims. They look really, really good. They seem to be improving day by day. So excited to see the boys play today.
Hey, me too. Honestly, I'm glad you got to see some scrims because I saw my timeline a couple times. It got canceled, and I was like, where are my scrims? I'm trying to watch this happen. NA, I'm watching you. You know what I'm also doing? I'm watching. We got Face It Watch, guys. If you want to watch BLGS your way, you want to host a watch party, you want to channel your inner Nice Wig and Greek, well, then make sure you go lock it in, create an account over on Face It. You can even get the map stream, which is so sick to be able to watch and kind of track everyone's rotations throughout the way, which I think is one of the biggest, most important things with Face It Watch is that map stream. I know a lot of people, when they come to create content for Apex Legends on the competitive side of things, they will really harness the power of Face It Watch to be able to do so. So make sure you control it, you watch it your way, or you hang out with us on the official B stream to the A stream of Nice Wig and Greek today.
Well, let's take a look at the map schedule. Let's see what we're going to start with today, because we have changed it up a little bit from what you used to, maybe when you've watched some of the ALGS programming previously. BLGS, we do it differently over here, and we can see exactly how. World's Edge, Storm Point, E-District, and then it flips back the other way. It mirrors. So you got E-District, then Storm Point, then World's Edge, and we'll keep running on after that. If we need to go that far, of course. Match 6 is... yeah, I would say what we normally play, but however, of course, we're match point today, so we've got to hit 50 first. One of these teams has to hit 50, get themselves onto match point format before we can crown a winner. So lots of games to come today.
Show me show me some drop spots. I want to see.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, show me the money.
Show me the money.
There's some drop spots for you.
So we're not going to have the POI draft. Obviously, it is just going to be traditional, old school, drop into the map and fight with your fists if you have to. And this is where we're going to be seeing everyone reside here, Tiff.
Maybe we're gonna get some, looks like a little contest, which it's been so long. And finally, we kick things off on Amiya to get a couple of those. And you can see Gods Among Men locking in for Monument and Fragment, which also NRG are doing the same thing. So I am excited about that one. Look, I've been an NRG fangirl for the dawn of time, mostly because there's no reason needed. Plus, they love Monument. So
I just and if you have a problem with it, then
yeah, you can take it up with me. We can fight about it. No, Fun was not in my top 4 of Twitch watches for any particular reason.
Well, I want to keep an eye on Thuggets versus C9, because I know that contest is going on. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Cloud9 are 2-1 up. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a bit of misinformation that I heard, but I'm pretty sure I heard Naughty saying that. So they do have the advantage here. I mean, of all the POIs to be contested, Landslide is...
Landslide. Horrid.
Not,
yeah. We've seen it before.
List, it wouldn't be there.
It's not
We've seen it before. Are you sure? Because we saw it on LAN, and know why. It's just a great place, right? They usually get a replicator. You get your things and you can make really quick rotations on World's Edge.
Sure.
I
hate it.
I'm trying to justify it, okay? Like, I absolutely hate that POI. Let's be
Half
real.
a flatline each.
Might
You have
get
to
a vault key.
You have to combine it like a transformer.
Put it together, unite them. No, enough chaos though. But guys, we are locking it in. We're about to kick off this journey. Amiya went 9. I'm gonna go really quick because Vicky decided to interject her predictions in Amiya. So you know she wants to do it for NA. Just give me the number of games that we're going. And no, Gaskin, don't say 15.
Okay. I say Furia. In did you not ask for my prep?
No, it's fine. She's got
this
Furia.
on Amir as
It's
well.
totally fine. We knew she'd give the prediction. We knew it. Go ahead. Keep going.
Anyways, all right. I think it's gonna be 7 games.
Oh, okay.
So Furia in 7.
I take back my pride because I'm not gonna say a team.
We're playing bingo at this point.
No, that's good. I'll give you a prediction as well. I'm gonna go Falcons in 6.
Okay.
Loan Sharks in 14.
Oh, he coming to club.
Okay.
Tell me I wasn't allowed to say 15.
I just want to let you know that Zero tweeted out 100K BLGS finals, extremely washed God Squad versus CC players. That was his tweet for his going live tweet.
the
So
confidence you need.
are you feeling
the
good about
energy.
the Falcons?
That's the energy. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Everyone's writing them off. Write them off at your peril. They come 20th now, by the way. I'm getting so many aggressive DMs from so many people.
You
and that's
really
fine.
will. You
I
know
bring it
how
up
that
on myself.
works. Their fans are crazy, so that's fine because I'm not the one casting the first game. It's actually going to be on Zet and Gaskin, so you can handle all the Falcons fans. Take it away.
I got it. I used to do it with the TSM fans. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I've got thick skin, Dan. We have to have thick skin in this profession. How you doing, mate? How was your break to start with? Just do a quick check-in as well. I like to make sure you're okay before we get
Sadly,
on the way
my skin isn't as thick as yours, so I was struggling a little bit, but I got through it. I had a little bit to eat. We actually plucked the first lemons off our lemon tree, and I ate a lemon. So that was nice.
What a life you live. Really is.
I know.
Just
Did
a
you know
life.
there's 2 different types? Well, actually, there's maybe more types of lemons, but the lemons in our trees are like quite sweet. It's
Yeah.
almost like an orange. It was very tasty.
I am sure I don't care. Anyway, let's talk about the games you've got coming up. A notable name's actually missing from the lobby, which I think is something to talk about as well, because it gives another indication. Like we mentioned how the BLGS is an open format, right? There's qualifiers. There's been 4 of them. You've got to fight your way through numerous rounds to get here, and it does leave us with some surprises. There was a couple of teams who were right on the edge. Some of our big names in the ALGS who almost didn't make it, who made it through to the finals, and a couple who fell just short. So it just shows there's a couple of upsets to be had here. Some of those top CC teams that we've seen kind of fighting their way through the CC and into Pro League and putting that effort in are being rewarded here with a shot at the best part of $100,000.
Yeah, there were 4 teams who are competing in the ALGS championships that didn't make it into any of the regional finals. Gaming Gladiators, Dragon Esports, Reignite, and Noctum Esports. They were 4 teams who we will see in Japan, but we are not seeing in BLGS. So that just shows that, there was some stiff competition from a lot of the Challenger Circuit teams or teams who didn't make the ALGS championships. So very exciting, actually. I think we were talking about it in EMEA. Like, it's amazing that it's an open format. Anyone can play in it. And we are getting some maybe names that you wouldn't have necessarily seen in ALGS as often, but they could turn out as regional winners today.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I want to talk a little bit about what we've seen in the build up to this as well, because there's a few teams who have looked very good. Lone Sharks being one of them, by the way. If you are watching this, by the way, and you are part of an esports organization, you need to have a conversation with these 3 gentlemen, because 4 gentlemen, I should say. Sorry, Raven. Don't want to exclude you from that conversation, because they have looked so good in this meta on the build up to championships. Now, don't get me wrong. We could see a change in the meta and things could change, but I just feel like this team has been very consistent, which is the first thing you need to check off if you're going to perform well in a lobby like this. But also they just seem to be getting better and better, which is, of course, what you want to be doing. There seems to be no fall off at the moment.
Yeah, no fall off right now. And I thought you were going to say, if you're an org, you need to have a conversation with yourself. Like, just go to a mirror and just have a word with yourself about why you're not picking them up.
It's true.
Another squad that we need to talk about, it was Vicky's prediction, is Furia. At the moment, they are 6th in the qualifier standings. They've been performing very well. Do you think they've got a real chance here, Mark? Because Vicky seems to think they can do it in like 6 games.
Did you know what the crazy thing is? I want to say yes, but I can't. And it's because Furia seem to have these really good scrim blocks. They look really good in qualifiers, but when it gets to a finals lobby, I just never feel like they're going to win. And I don't know what that kind of intangible thing is. I don't know if it's a clutch factor. I don't know if it's other teams playing differently. Maybe the lobby quality just kind of makes some of those last fights that they get involved with a little bit too much for them. But it just, I find it always difficult. And I mean this with all due respect to these three gents, because they're obviously crazy talented players, but there's just something missing when it comes to me believing they have what it takes to get over the line. I want to see that change. They need to see that change. And maybe just a little win here in BLGS in these regional finals ahead of the champs would be a perfect way to maybe end that conversation.
Well, Madness said that they have world-class teamwork, and maybe that can be the difference maker here in the BLGS. Sure, like, they are a team that are definitely going to be in the conversation today, but I think you make a fantastic point. It's just the what if. Can they actually get the job done if it presents itself? And I think we're going to learn a lot today from a lot of these teams about how they kind of deal with pressure, because now we're into the regional finals. Now that the money is on the line, it's going to be very different to the qualifiers that we were seeing previously.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think Vaxlon has been arguably one of the standout players on Fury as well. I love the way that he plays Newcastle as well. I mentioned how Onmu had experience on a team where, of course, they were playing Newcastle. Well, Vaxlon was that guy for them a lot of the time, and he is looking stronger and stronger at Newcastle. He has this wonderful ability when someone gets knocked on his team in a team fight to know whether he should be fighting or looking for that res. The judge of essentially what HP between the two teams, kind of the comparison is, and if he needs to engage or if he's got time to try and stick that res and his teammate can survive. I think he's just very intelligent when it comes to Newcastle, and I think he's a standout when it comes to that legend.
It's an important legend to be able to play. I mean, with this meta, we saw the pick rates in EMEA. 95% of Gibraltar, 92% of Newcastle. You need someone who is confident on these legends because they are so apparent in this meta. Like, without a good Newcastle, you are going to struggle because someone is going to play Newcastle better, and he is one of the key ingredients to success.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that Furious still have a little bit of work to do to prove that maybe going into the LGS Championships, they're a team to watch as a potential winner. But we're going to keep the conversation moving a little bit here, Dan. We've got plenty to talk about. Let's talk about some of the teams who underperformed a little bit, but did make it through to the finals, and taking a look at the standings and the qualification points and all that good stuff. This is more of a you thing, to be honest with you. Numbers and all that good stuff.
All that kind of stuff. Stuff
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about.
Don't need
That's
to.
why I'm
Never
here for
needed
you.
numbers in life. I was told I would. Got this far.
Forget those math classes. They didn't matter. They do matter, kids. Stay in school. These are the top 4 teams. They won the qualifiers: Tripods, Moist, Complexity, and Liquid Alienware. But then, of course, we had the teams who qualified just through the points they had accumulated throughout those 4 qualifiers as well. TSM had the highest points outside of not winning, of course. Even though they have more points than anyone, they still technically come in 5th seed because, you know, they didn't actually win. And now we have a team like Oblivion, for example, who come in 20th. They just scraped through. But think back to EMEA. Danish were in that exact position, and they went on to win the regional finals here in BLGS. So anyone can do it. Don't count anyone out.
And of course, you have Moist Esports, which is 2/3 of the Space Station team that won the Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, Germany, which feels like a lifetime ago now. Of course, MT is now their IGL. Complexity we barely mentioned as well. Mon loves this meta because he gets to jump in and around bubbles and shoot his sniper rifle. And they have been putting in the performances to match that as well. But I don't know, man. I think that today's going to be interesting. I think the first few games are going to give us a good indication of how these games are going to play out, because there's a few teams in here that I look at and I'm like, they're teams who like to be a little bit aggressive. They like to get out to a hot start. But the pressure, the money makes people play differently. And all of a sudden, those, shall we say, scrim teams where they like to fight, they're not afraid to try and take a position off you, are going to play a little bit differently, knowing that if they do fall in that fight, it could cost them thousands of dollars when it comes to the end of play.
Could do. Well, I'm hearing that the lobby is going to be starting soon. Just before we get into it, I'm going to be bringing this up as the day goes on. You might have seen in EMEA, we asked a load of the players different kind of questions, like random stuff, like what's their favorite vegetable? What's their favorite smell? You spoke about Monsoon. Fun fact, his toss-up between favorite vegetables, either spinach, broccoli, or watercress, because there's something about the way it kind of is so soft, the texture of it when it's submerged in a boiling hot soup.
I knew he'd have something extremely foodie to say. You know, Mon loves his food.
Good from Monsoon. We'll get back to that a little bit later, but yeah, lobby's ready, and the BLGS North America Regional Finals is about to kick off.
Well, let's get into it then. Let's talk about some of those teams who struggled a little bit in the build-up. LG, of course, one of those teams had some really, really rough qualifiers as well, and with just over a month, if I'm not mistaken, until the LGS Championships. A lot of time and a lot of work to be done for them to re-establish themselves as one of the top teams in North America. And like I mentioned, it can all be forgotten about very, very quickly with one tournament where $100,000 is on the line. Everything is different. No more scrim lobbies, no international scrims, no ping difference, all of that kind of stuff. It's all about playing for the money, playing for the win, and playing to hit match point.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there's going to be a patch before the championships. So if you are good in this current meta, take advantage of it now. I mean, 100K on the line. You better make sure if you are good, because anything could change going into championship. You never know. Suddenly the meta that you are finding success in could completely be different once you get to Japan. So time is now. Take advantage, get 40K for first place. We'll have to see who can win match number 1. It's going to be World's Edge to kick us off. Remember, we have 3 different maps in rotation here in BLGS, but we start on the tried and tested World's Edge, and we will start with the contest here at Landslide as well.
Thuggets. C9 aren't going there. C9 decided, no, we are going out towards Fragment. Also, look at the kill feed. TSM in an early engagement, and they have lost Verholz by the looks of things. Interested to see what the heck is going on there.
Yeah, did TSM just get a little bit too overzealous over towards Skyhook? I know that Virtue
dropped on them.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, they did. Godsumon Meng dropping over towards Trials and taking out Verholz, who, of course, TSM spread themselves out. This is what can happen when we don't have POI draft. When you are not restricted to where you can drop, you can just pull off a little sneaky one like that, and TSM are going to be pretty pissed off.
They are going to be actually pretty chill because they're not the type of people to get angry.
I don't know. I've seen Verholz without his shirt on.
A frick. You never know.
For frick's sake.
Yeah, it could have been one of those.
I don't know, I think Verholz changed once he got in shape and, you know, he started posting half-naked photos. He just became a different kind of man.
Hey, man. That these people live. TSM are going to be even more angry now because the zone is going Skyhook. Oh, gods among men, what have you done? The good thing is for them, having done that and having essentially put TSM on the back foot, they're not going to have to contest it again for a while. Like, TSM are not likely to be contesting where they are on Storm Point or, you know, on E-District. So this is actually quite smart. Like, why not?
I'm just trying to see where Gods Among Men were scheduled to be dropping in the regular expected positions. Were they even anywhere? I'm looking at the map drops and I can't even see. Oh, they were scheduled to be in Fragment and potentially contesting NRG. So they decided to take a different route and maybe recognizing that you're going to get an easy kill up towards Trials, but TSM will be back up to a full 3. It's not the end of the world, but they do lose out on all of that loot up towards Trials.
I get the feeling that Verholz has got one objective now.
He just starts beelining back towards Trials.
Just straight line, just eating bullets.
And then eats Gods Among Men. 1v3s them.
1v3s them while walking in a straight line. Just
doesn't miss a shot.
Yeah, just absolutely decimates them. Probably not. Anyway, they got up to blue at least. Even though Verholz has just been respawned, of course, he's going to be playing one of the controller legends, which means that he has what we'll call the fake blue. Being inside of that zone, he's going to have that extra little bit of shield to work with. So all of TSM up to blue, which is essentially what they would have wanted. Not going to have the loot, like you mentioned, all the attachments, or to be honest with you, the priority position they would have loved to have, as they had to go out of their way a little bit here to play. But they're still going to have a priority position in comparison to some of the teams who have to move from the south side. One of those teams is going to be Lone Sharks. They are over at Stacks, and they have quite the journey to make.
Quite the journey indeed, but I'm excited to see what happens on their journey because they have been performing excellently. Excuse me, earlier I did say Skittle Cakes was on that roster. I think the graphic kind of deceived me there.
Not.
Alas, here we are.
Dropped. Stallions, by the way. I'll just come off the back of a monster stream I was hearing, by the way.
A monster stream?
Yep. A long one.
A long one. Okay.
Oh. Now he's locking in for the BLGS Regional Finals North America Edition Part 1.
Wait, when does Part 2 come?
Absolutely destroys his teammate in the back there.
Imagine friendly fires on, just dead.
Yeah.
A lot of people trying to get to this northern tip up towards the train station as expected. If it does pull that way, but of course the cake building that has been so aptly named by only me and probably no one else is going to be a big focus point as well.
So Gods Among Men We managed to get that knock on Verholst, if I wasn't mistaken. Although it looks like everyone's back in the lobby. Not sure they've been credited with that point. Maybe we'll find out if that's just an overlay thing. Whatever it is. Let's look at Moist. Moist moving, of course, from the climatizer side of things at the moment. Liquid Alienware are going to be taking some shots from them. Of course, Quiffle, part of that roster, the Space Station roster that took home the Split 2 playoffs. The controversial change of IGL. I want to give a shout out to Phony, by the way. Traveling all the way across the globe to compete. Find himself a squad. And he said, I saw it yesterday, he was a little bit disappointed with the performance. It was yesterday for me. Of his team, not being able to win the BLGS regional finals, but, you know, getting yourself a squad for champs after you've just won the last one, you get dropped, traveling halfway across the world to do it. Big shout out to you, Phony. A lot of respect for that grind.
Yeah, you have to respect it. It was kind of crazy when it happened, right? Because you win a LAN and then the team disbands, player gets dropped. Not something you see in other esports every day, as Timothy gets the Jimothy. Monsoon will take him down.
Well,
sadly, 100 Thieves are going to be down to 2.
Yeah, I've cursed them. Anyway, Rambo filling in, of course, and has been for the BLGS, though Jim Burton has had his visa approved, so he'll be in North America as soon as possible, I imagine. But now the 100 Thieves, they've got to reset. They've got to find a way to get Timmy back into the game. Ooh, Designful, though, he's going to find that there's some damage, and there's a team in zone, and Pluto Reality. He's going to make Designful rage, you would imagine.
Now Rambo on the Gibby has to try and survive. And I was saying this to Tiff earlier. There's something that doesn't feel right about a Gibby trying to rap. You can't really deceive anyone. You can't slip and slide around. You just kind of have to brute force your way in.
Honest guy. It's like, yeah, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to run, but I know it's not going to go well for me. Happens.
Are you even able to hide? Rambo's going to try his best to go unseen here. Just don't breathe too much.
Is he going to be all right?
Might be all right.
I think he's good.
Looks like he's been able to evade them. For all my talk about Gibby ratting, if anyone can do it, apparently Rambo can.
Well, map overhead here. Everyone heading in towards Skyhook, like we mentioned. Tripods are moving from the countdown side of things at the moment. Everyone looks like he'd think it's going to the north side of Skyhook by the looks of things. Nobody playing the Vault side, and will be somewhat of a surprise to see it pull back that way. Purple Slushy, by the way, who were the team that we did see take down Designful from 100 Thieves. They're the team who are furthest away from things at the moment. Shout out to Bullet, by the way. Had him on the desk. It feels like forever ago now. The Split 1
really
playoffs, wasn't it? That's Split 1. It was, wasn't it? No, that was LA. No, it was last year. It was Birmingham.
Last year, yeah. Wow, yeah, time really has flown by.
Great hair, Bullet. Fantastic hair.
Great player as well.
Great guy. Can't say enough good things about him. Honestly, Bullet. Great guy.
Great guy. Top guy. Actually, a lot of the players are. Most of the players. All of the players is what I should say. What I would say. Most.
They could
yeah, maybe
force their way through the tunnel here towards Skyhook. They do have third beacon information, as you can see. 40 seconds until this zone does close, and it looks like this isn't going to be the area they want to try and force their way through for now. So they're going to reposition, move towards Grandma's house here. Some shots coming in from distance. Nizzle's going to pop a battery instead. It's always weird to see people popping batteries in this meta. Oblivion are out. First team eliminated from the North America BLGS regional finals is going to be Oblivion.
It's also weird not to see Yanya on Liquid Alienware.
Yeah.
It feels like an end of a dynasty. Even though, like, you know, they weren't necessarily... Oh, that's scary.
I love this. This is the bullying tactic. This is really smart. Triple send it onto the door, bubble in. One player holds the door, has to retreat. There's like no way you're going to win that against shotguns.
It's a very scary meta to be a part of, especially when you've got the big boys running at you as well. We've got the big boys. I like the big boys. I'm doing that TikTok thing again.
Yeah, dude, you got to cut down your screen time.
Honestly, it's not even that bad. To be honest, I just like singing songs. It's just how my brain works. Anyway, Lone Sharks. Just able to get back into the bubble. Maybe they can have another go at this, but they're going to be going up against a full 3 of Leave No Witness.
Was Leave No Witness, South America. Looking to do it for the region once more. It's always a great story to see the South American teams coming through and putting in performances. In the kill feed, you can see that Waltzy's getting his first knock of the game. It's going to be Monsoon who fell from Complexity. So Falcon's getting a little bit active in this lobby. And then, not sure if the full reset did come in there or they managed to see. It looks like they did manage to secure that KP by the looks of things. So inside of the building now, you can see a couple of floors already occupied. Team Liquid Alienware with the castle wall down on that 3rd floor. This is a smart floor to control as well because you do have the exit of that balcony.
The Lone Sharks are going to be down below Team Liquid Alienware. It's going to be Yanya against former teammates potentially. Is a great name. I agree.
You know, you sometimes
like
get the
good
team names that like a no org name, and it's like that's a bit whatever. Like Lone Sharks is like it's cool. I like it.
Production have informed me that the amount of screen time that's considered healthy depends on your age and activity level.
No comment.
Adults limit screen time outside of work to less than 2 hours per day.
Outside of work, we're good.
We're good. Everything counts as work.
Purple Slushy in trouble. En route. Gonna get that knock from a distance. Timmy's gonna go down to the ring once again. And it looks like 100 Thieves are part 2 of this battle. But Tripods are just looking at it right now. Somehow they've managed to get up to reds and a purple. So maybe a little bit of help from a care package or 2 for the pods.
I think this is smart from the pods, as you put it, to try and pick up some KP, because I think they know their journey is going to be a difficult one once they arrive into zone, because right now it's going to be a relatively easy walk into the southwest side of Skyhook, but they've already seen that this is going to be very troublesome. Once you get a little bit further, they're well aware. Arriving this late to a Skyhook zone.
Troublesome. I haven't had troublesome in a while. Oh, they got the mythic bin, so that's exactly why they'll be up to reds. They got a chance to fight their way in. Evac tower as well for Gen. So they got options here. They got options. Purple Slushy down to 1. Purple Slushy actually back up to 3. I stand corrected. Oh!
Back down to 2.
Stallions will finding themselves down to 2 for now. They're trying to get this finish and will secure it. Albrelli is out of here.
Wow, interestingly, Stallions, they hear everything that's happening from the Tripods, but Tripods turn at the perfect time. Now Tripods will be able to hold this southwest side with a little bit of dominance, but both 100 Thieves and Purple Slushy are going to be arriving after them.
I really want to go to that fight. I feel like it's been going on for the entirety of this game. Tripods trying to hold. Big shot coming in from Onmu. He's going to be able to use the zip line to get behind him now because Gent is going to get that knock. And now on the flank, doesn't even need to do anything because Deeds does the work. Stallions eliminated. Second team out of the lobby.
Tripods are able to reset quick enough. 100 Thieves are not going to be fast enough to try and get involved in that one, and they'd be pretty silly to even try, especially in a support meta where everyone's going to be back on their feet very quickly. Now Purple Slushy are going to try and go over rather than through, but they have arrived and sadly lost one on their way.
Do you find a building to play though? But unfortunately, the difficulty is when the Newcastle goes down, you can't drag that player back to their feet. So Bullet instead going to have to use the Gibby ult, but look at the building where the zone is going to be going. They are going to be safe by the looks of things. Although they will have to move north a little bit later on. TSM in prime position though. TSM's building will be in for this next zone as well as the one we currently see.
And the next zone, the final zone, well, close to the final zone, is going to be moving a little bit further northwest up towards TSM. BP also not in a bad position, but that cake building is getting very, very busy.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have to leave as well, although the edge of it, the overhanging crate that we see sometimes might still be in.
Oh god, I remember that crate.
TSM will remember that crate.
Yes, they will.
E36 will remember that crate.
The crate that was never used. Instead,
the Hardy Boys music started. They were in there. Speaking of in there, Tripods. They're getting right in there, son. Kraber in the hands of Onmu here.
Go on, son.
BP trying to hold market at the moment.
So it's just going to be a wait for the bubbles to disappear.
Ooh, that could be.
Once the bubbles are gone, the gloves are off. Here we go.
Onmu's gone down. Gen takes some damage as well, and now you can see Tripods are going to have to reevaluate. It's a really good hold, actually, coming in from VP. Lou, by the way, bubble fighting. I've said this for a while. Lou, one of my favorite players to watch in bubble fights. He's so smart about how he plays the angles, how he plays the walls, when he peeks. Most importantly, when he hits those shots. It used to be so fun to watch on mouse and key, and he's doing it on roller here as well.
It's always so tough when you go down and you see your teammates not in the fight, and you're like, maybe I went down a little bit too soon there. Or, on the flip side, you might think, where were my teammates? It really is a perspective thing.
0. His gun's sticking out, though. Zipper down. Falcon's looking to third party this. Slayer checking the corners here. They're going to know they are safe. 100 Thieves still alive, by the way, and they get their revenge. They actually get their revenge on the purple slushy. They end up taking them out.
It's like one of those things where, like, you should have gone for the head. You should have taken us out completely. Instead, you allowed us to get back on our feet and we come back for that revenge, but maybe there'll be a round 3. The zone's going to force them together slightly. You can see C9 are just hugging that wall as well. At the moment, they're being kind of annoyed and poked and prodded by 100 Thieves and Purple Slushy, who are going to be above them.
Lone Shark's eliminated in 18th. Worrying times for you. Zach Mazer left on his own now, trying to play the back of this bubble. Gonna have to hit some big shots, play around the knocks out. Oh, he hits 108, but it's not enough. Pods are gone, Virtus Pro are eliminated as well. A C9 try and move in to clean up some damage themselves.
It could be a big nade. Oh, it is a big nade. Big old chunker. Managing to get through, and actually Sorcerer is doing some real damage now. Able to lead the charge, and Cloud9 really want to pick up this KP.
35 seconds left on this zone. They know that they want to clean these up as quickly as possible. Shuby's going to find another one as well. Last player alive should be dealt with behind the knockdown and will be. Purple Slushy eliminated. Complexity have gone as well as we find ourselves with 13 squads. C9 now trying to hold off the third party. Sorcerer is chunking.
C9, LG, and 100 Thieves all here, and Cloud9 somehow back against the wall, back against the bubble, are able to hold off LG right now and pick up KP, and they scared away 100 Thieves, I think. So Cloud9 should be able to reset slightly here, but it is going to be a difficult rotation as they're still fighting.
100 Thieves eliminated in the meantime. It's Shuby who gets yet another kill, and all of a sudden, Shuby finds himself on 4 kills and his kill leader in the lobby. So this has been quite the push and quite the hold from C9, but now they have to keep moving. As we move over to watch everybody leave this triple tower building, the cake as we affectionately call it. What has C9 got in this rotate?
Team on the top of the cake building might be able to take that crate that you were speaking of, but you are also going to be quite vulnerable from the likes of TSM, who should have a good angle on you as well. Wraith Portal might come into the equation here as well for Stay Naughty. Cloud9 could reposition, but the wall is also... Sorry, yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. That looked like a Wraith. My bad. It is just going to be a Catalyst wall instead. No Wraith. Ignore me.
Happy too. C9 looking for more KB. By the way, this is looking like a really good game for C9. More kills available in front of them. They're going to have to bubble fight this one. Shuby will find one. Noi tries to get back into this fight. They want to try and clean up everybody who's going to be fighting on the outside of that cake building. And they're doing a pretty damn good job of it. NRG eliminated. It's more KP here. 5 now for Shuby.
I mean, this is just insane. Damage everywhere, shotguns everywhere. Every single place you move, there seems to be bullets flying in from every direction. Thugget's going to be able to take that fight and will survive. Bubbles go down on all those teams that are on the edge at the moment. Thugget's now get eliminated, even though they had some success. Falcons are still alive here on this western side, just above them. TSM, there is a Kraber in the hands of Zero.
2 bullets, leave no witness. They are gone. 6 squads now remain. Shots come in with a triple take. TG5's got to be careful here as he's going to get flanked. Big shots coming in from the PK, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be left on his Todd here, and it might be the end of things indeed. Gods Among Men are eliminated as Virtual will win that fight.
We're down to just 5 squads now. There's going to be a little bit of a lull. Liquid Alienware are kind of stuck in the middle of everything, but that might not be the worst thing. They're going to be the closest team to actually move on in. Fury are trying to just move on up as well with that shield, avoid the damage from Virtue. TSM and Falcons are both going to have to move in from this western side at the same time. Oh, and there are Krabers that can make a big difference here.
One thing that's always interesting in this particular map about the Kraber is you don't want to shoot the Gibby. Gibby gun shield can eat up quite a lot of the damage. However, this nade just through the crack could do a huge amount of damage, but Verholt's not going to be able to. The difficulty here for TSM, they had to reset at the start of this game. Remember, contested. They lost Verholst, and that means they're only on blue shields, although Verholst has managed to get himself up to purple. It's Falcons who have to move late here, and even with 2 reds and a purple, the zone closing behind them is going to hurt.
Team Liquid currently being bombarded. Everyone throwing everything when they see the Gibby bubble had gone down, but they are going to survive. They are going to be okay. Fury are starting to push up and get closer as well.
Team Liquid are going to get one. Nia's always going to find it. Fury, though, trying to survive here, but here come Falcons. 4 squads remaining. Furia will go down. Falcons looking to clean up the last pieces of this bubble fight. How's going to fly in front at 0? Walsey going to follow him up and get the knock himself. Furia will go as Falcons now take almost center zone here and are looking on 2 other squads who are fighting. This might be a Falcons game.
This could be a Falcons versus TSM ending, by the way, unless anyone else has something to say about it. But Falcons looking very strong. TSM eliminated. It's Liquid Alienware, the last remaining team.
3v3v3. Kraber shot doesn't hit, but it doesn't matter because Falcons will win it and take game number 1 here in the BLGS North American Regional Finals. And as Zero said, washed team turns up on plays in tournament. Well, they're looking pretty good in game number 1.
I mean, I think that Falcons fans are going to be delighted to see them start with a little bit of momentum. I feel like one of the things that lets down Falcons sometimes is that expectation. And when they're not doing well, that probably gets in their head a little bit of, we should be winning. You know, we are the God Squad, yada, yada, yada. But to start off with a victory is going to do wonders for their confidence. And they are a team that it could just absolutely steamroll after a victory.
Yeah, it's not wouldn't be the first time we've seen that, right? We've seen them put up monster performances in Pro League, and you know, tournaments haven't been perfect for them so far. They haven't got that win that they're so desperate for, but maybe something like this, like you mentioned, a game number 1, a momentum game number 1 where they have kills, they have good team fighting, and of course they get the victory. It's looking like Falcons. That's what they would expect to do, and maybe some of the bad scrim performances, the bad performances in qualifiers, missing out on finals, all that good stuff doesn't matter when you get to the final and you put in a performance like that.
I think TSM will be pretty happy with the top 3, especially after losing Verhos so early, but being able to get back up, find a good position, and then work their way through from there. Yes, they didn't get many kills alongside it, but, you know, it's still a consistent amount of points. It was Falcons who take all of the headlines, take all of the plaudits, 10 kills, 22 points, and they are already on their way towards that 50-point threshold. But we saw that in EMEA. We saw a team put up 25 to start, and then they drop off and didn't really turn up again until match 6. So Falcons need to use this momentum for sure.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Falcons. Just need to lock in now and make sure that don't get carried away with things. That is step by step, game by game. Liquid Alienware, like you mentioned, one of the teams to watch. Well, they had a pretty good game number 1. At the other end of things, Oblivion went out early. Stallions went out pretty early as well, which I think they'll be disappointed about. Alb just got caught off guard a little bit. I think not quite sure what happened with that, but they did seem to have a really good spot for that zone early. Lone Sharks, maybe the surprise, so to speak, of the lobby with how they've been performing, but of course certainly game number 1. A lot more to go here in the BLGS North American Regional Final, so don't get too carried away with what you're seeing right now.
And you were talking about Leave No Witness earlier as well. They had 8 kill points in the end. AKP to really just stay within those teams that were placing well. Sometimes the kills can really start to rack up those points. Now, first, second, and third, Falcons, Liquid Alienware, TSM. 3 big hitters, 3 potential winners here in regional finals already. We're seeing some of the big teams up there.
Certainly are indeed, and you can see just from some of the damage stats, like the type of game that the teams had to play. Like TSM were very position heavy. They had a really good spot in zone. They didn't have to do too much, and you can see from the damage output they were essentially not really able to put out because of the position they had and where everyone else was the other side of the zone. Only blue shields when they were arriving into those final moments until Verhos got up to purple, of course. Makes that end zone a little bit more difficult, but like you say, after what happened at the start of the game, I think they'll be pretty happy with how it ended. So very interesting game number 1 here. When we get back from this quick break, though, game number 2 is around the corner, and it's time to head to Storm Point.
Number one out here for Falcons, taking the dub and already setting themselves up out here with closing it in, knowing that they need 50 points to get match point already. And that's a great way for them to start things off, especially in a Skyhook end zone. But we don't have World's Edge this time around, Tiff. I'm happy to be on the mic with you, and I'm happy to take you guys through our next game.
Hey, it's gonna be sick. I had a lot of people over the course of the past couple of months that are like, yo, when are you gonna cast with Vicky? Like, when is that happening? Well, it got to happen earlier today in EMEA, and it's happening again right now. And what is happening behind you? Like, what is happening? Those eyes are like piercing through my soul, bro.
That's him right now after winning that first game. Let me tell you, Hal put down some mad damage. Waltzy with the perfect follow-ups and closing up the KP that they needed. Honestly, don't ask me how we have these, okay? Like, we were just prepared for the chaos that the BLGS was going to bring.
No.
Because I feel like it has to match the same type of energy that I know we all feel when we play Apex and seeing end zones that we have right now in this current meta. Actually, let's go take a look at some match rewinds right now, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. You have bombardment on one corner, bombardment's on another corner, then you have 5 different gibby bubbles coming up, and then you have a great angle from Zero. They were cleared over from that backside, making sure nobody else was going to come behind them to pinch them, so they were able to place themselves in a great position to take these individual fights.
Oh, like, you get a Kraber, you get a Kraber, and now we got Zero just mastiffing everyone going forward. And Waltzy on demon mode right here. Like, 6 kills with a team, he's north of 1k damage, and more bubble fights. Vicky, I knew when we had, it was like 100% pick rate there for Gibby and Newcastle equivalently. So we know what the end game is going to look like. Multiple bubbles, multiple mobile shields, and like, you know, Onset said earlier, maybe a Falcons dub.
Maybe, and they were able to get it. That's exactly how you want to start things off here for a team that call themselves Washed. Now going on to game number 2, Storm Point. Can they keep that consistency?
Maybe. That'd be cool. I hope. For their sake, I guess. But for everyone else in the lobby that would like a chance to take a win at something, you know, maybe not. Maybe we see something a little bit differently here in North America. I mean, we went the distance in EMEA. We went to freaking 9. And so the fact of the matter is we got to see E-District, was it like 4 times at that point, or almost 4? And since we've got it in the rotation, of course we have to get there for that matches 3 and 4 back to back. But oh, our beloved familiar maps, to Storm Point we go.
Hey, I'm happy, but also we had a lot of fun talking about E-District and what this dark map brings to the table when it comes to certain teams having to prioritize their rotates. You've been seeing that pathy, so that way you could be able to go for these safer rotates. But moving on to Storm Point, you have that high to low ground disparity. We saw some early 50-50s coming out already for that first game. I'm expecting maybe getting a few crumbs of that going into Storm Point.
Yeah, I love that you're so festive for the holiday season, but I'm also equally confused at what the heck is going on behind you. Like, I feel like, yeah, you might as well just zoom in on that. Now I feel like my entire life is being judged. I told you Hal's eyes were like searing through my soul, but like there is an ear, and now there's just a disappointed Raven face. Just casually disappointed in everything that we're doing with our life right now.
I mean, I would be disappointed too. Lone Sharks fell in 18th for that first game, but that was just the first game. You know, the knowledge.
That's true.
Input and fairness that Raven brings to the table. True. You know, he's watching from a distance. I know he's giving them their support, but Storm Point is where we saw some teams in EMEA excel. We saw a lot of consistent wins for certain teams. I'm thinking about Forbidden in this case. Now I'm expecting something very similar looking at our NA teams here. Let's get started, especially after that first game alone. I love Storm Point end circles. Sorry, not Storm Point. Skyhook end circles, because there's a lot of buildings to coexist in. Yes, actually very similar to what we have seen for a lot of these end zones for E-District. Meanwhile, though, for Storm Point, we did see a few Jurassic end zones. So, questioning what that's going to influence going into this Storm Point game here for NA.
I don't know what we're gonna get, because we had some like hijinks happening on Storm Point in EMEA, right? Like we had the Nasky Aurora Trident, a whole backstory. It was a side quest. I don't know what was happening, but for here, Cenote Cave looks like we could potentially see a contest between Complexity and 100 Thieves. And then over at Checkpoint, Purple, Slushy, and C9. So will that actually happen? I don't know, because I want to chat with you a little bit after we got to look at those beautiful scenic views of Storm Point, because I didn't get enough of your, oh my God. Dude, how are you changing these so quick, bro? Like, I just think like I'm going to have a normal conversation with you, and then we get a lobby restart, and I come back and you're chilling in a hot tub, and I'm somewhere.
Mirage à toi, baby.
Hang on. I'm ready
to hang out with that boy.
I'm going back home.
Oh no, you
I went to Birmingham like a year ago, and I've been here ever since. Someone tagged me on the timeline, Vicky, and they're like, "Bruv, are you at the whatever that accent is? Are you at the Birmingham airport?" And I was like, "Little do you know that the ALGS is going to Birmingham 3 times next year." What do you think we got after potentially going to Japan for champs? We are going back to Birmingham, baby. It's all we've got. Yeah, we are.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm leaking. No. I'm leaking these things right now.
Me sweating a little bit. We were talking about like Japan earlier. I know Dan had said it, but I also like when he asked like, wait, like we could talk about Japan, right? And he's like, one of those like, you gotta like catch yourself just in case you don't leak anything. And here comes Tiff leaking the script for next year, talking about Birmingham. I know that you are very excited to go back, aren't you, Tiff?
It was my favorite place. Yeah, I loved it so much. Actually, it was cool. The venue was super nice. We had a fun time. It was cool. But instead, you guys get to go to Sapporo. There's like a winter festival. You get Nessie bucket hats, cool stuff. It's gonna be great.
And that's why I'm saying the kickoff from the BLGS while we wait to see what could be in store for us, the roster mania, as we always get to expect it, and how that's influenced how a lot of these teams have either been playing scrims or maybe not playing scrims, or how they've been able to try to adjust themselves around these chaotic end zones. I really liked how we saw moments where I know you could shoot through those little cracks of the fence by Skyhook that we saw in the first game. I didn't know the nades actually fit through there. I didn't try it because in the case that it just completely hit against the wall and it hits me back, I don't want to be displaced from my positioning.
I would do
like
it. You know I would. That's why you don't play with me, because I would be the one that'd be like, I could totally make this work. Misses completely. No, hear me out. I was lurking in the lobby chat to kind of see what was going on since we had that reset. I see knock, no console. Thanks, TSM. Zach Mazer, same. Worst dropship for us and no console. That was huge. Well, the good thing they're getting a reset, so maybe we can see some awesome games out of them.
All planned. No, it's going to work out for them. Let's take a look at the drop spots for Storm Point. While we get everything set up, thank you guys so much for your patience, getting quick little lobby restart, and then looking at what we have in store for us. I was anticipating some crumbs of a 50-50, and it looks like we do get 2 potential 50-50s happening over here in Storm Point.
Potentially, but we saw what happened on World's Edge. Like, Gods Among Men was just like, what's a contested monument or frag? We're going to Skyhook West. So where are those guys? They're going to the Forbidden Zone, okay? So over towards Jurassic, which means, where's TSM? Where are they? Because they could just go completely land over at Launchpad. If that happens, sick. Then maybe they really are trying to be the Gods Among Men. But if we get that Complexity Cloud9 contest, or not the contest with Complexity, it's Purple Slushy and Cloud9 contesting at Checkpoint, 100T and Complexity at Cenote. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's 2 different opportunities too for some potential third parties that we could expect in the early game too. Can't wait to see how that's gonna play out. Especially since, like we already mentioned, and like it's obvious with the different qualifiers having like 4 different winners, you can't really do those POI drafts, but that also means that you don't have to stick with where you're going to be landing. If you want to try to grief one of the players like we saw in the very early part with Verholst, unfortunately, when he was called out over by SkyWest, you could see something very similar here too.
That's okay. We got the it's not even just the Verholst prayer. TSM tweeted out the BLGS prayer. Did you get a chance to witness that, Vicky, while we look at these drop spots?
No, actually, I did.
Do you want me to hit it for you?
Yeah.
Well, just one moment. Just pretend you're holding my hand right now.
Okay, I'm holding your hand.
Our reps who aren't in lobby, hallowed be thy M&K. Falcons last place shall come. That's unfortunate because they're in first right now, but that's fine. Big E's revenge be done. On World's Edge, as it is in E-District, give us this day our daily zap clutch. And forgive us our int place. And we forgive those who suffer the Gibby Newcastle meta, which is all of us. Unless you're in ranked, then it's lifeline. Good luck. And lead us into not into late rotations, but deliver us a TSM win. TS, amen.
TS, amen. Yeah, this is literally reads as a copy pasta, like slammed all over my face.
Thank you. Thank you for that moment, chat. You're welcome. So let's go ahead. That lobby's starting. We're going to hit the character selection super soon, and then we'll figure out what legends our players are going to pick again. And it's probably going to be Gibby. It's probably going to be Newcastle. Let's be real.
I mean, what was it? 100% pick rate for both Gibby and Newcastle. Yeah. I'm not surprised. We've been seeing like the influence of some teams trying out the Valk for rotates, some teams trying out the Pathy. We saw some creativity coming out from EMEA with 2 different ramparts. Obviously, when G-Dolphin's in the lobby, you could probably expect that for some maps. And then the Mad Maggie to try to counter what we've been seeing between the Newcastle barrier as well as the Gibby Dome with the drill that you could put through the bubbles. So it's been interesting to see how different teams have been trying to take advantage of their strengths, even if it goes against what we've been seeing already with the meta solidified for a lot of these different regions, because you have to get a little creative, right? Like between even the Bangalore coming in between, you using smoke through Pathy zipline so that way you could be safe and not burn bubble. I mean, we've even seen teams not even running a Newcastle in EMEA. This time around, everyone feels very comfortable with that Newcastle, but it just depends on how you want to prioritize some of these rotates too, I feel like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm looking at it right now. I see a lot of Gibbies. A lot of Newcastles. And then we've got a rogue rampart there with Niazul over there on Liquid. But everyone else, it kind of went Catalyst, Pathfinder, Valk from most to least, thanks to production for that stat. Because we did have a ton of Catalysts, because why not? Why not split the lobby at the end, like Moses party in the sea or whatever, if we're on the prayer thing.
The Catalyst scary walls. I mean, like
the dark veil.
I was gonna say, you called Catwall something different, like when we were casting together for EMEA. I don't even remember, but it was kind of funny.
You know, me neither. It's fine. We got through it together. It happened.
Like, I cannot see.
I was talking about like geography symbols
there you go.
or something. But geography is like maps. But I don't know. Wait, did I say map stuff? Regardless, Stormpoint map number 2. This is why I like video games and I don't do like locations of things. We did that GeoGuessr thing for like guess the place of the map. I was not good at that, man. I was not good at that. And man,
you're not good at it. Didn't I lose? Like I couldn't even.
So.
Oh,
okay.
Matcha disagrees. Actually, sorry.
Matcha was like, "Bro, you won. What do you mean? Let's be real, Storm. Don't let Storm hear that. She'll come flying on in. Wait, are we getting a contest? Are we getting it? Is it happening? We're in checkpoint. Oh. Purple slushie on the ground. Oh my god. You know, anytime you can contest or like hot drop, the last thing I find is an R301. That thing is like coveted right now. It may not hit super hard like the flatline, but it's consistent. You know, it's like all reliable.
I was gonna say, I love being able to find that flatline off the rip too. But I also have my guilty pleasure with the L-Star when it comes to vanilla weapons off the ground. That L-Star makes your eyes water when nobody has attachments. But Saucer taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, actually, he knows the truth.
He knows. He's the one that stands by the L-Star for the time being. And you know who was hitting missiles earlier? Shuby.
Oh, yeah.
Shuby was.
Shuby.
Wait a second. He's on Horizon for Stormpoint? What is this?
Oh, and Lifeline, by the way.
Horizon? Oh my god. Well, you know what? Lifeline naughty. Go res sauce. Go get him. Your team's falling apart. Go be it. Wait, hit these. Oh my god. That happened.
That was Twinkle Toes. That cat was dancing. Pluto with the clutch. And he was one shot too?
God, we take a lifeline for a contest and we still die? We still die? Like that?
The Horizon Lifeline 50-50. I just can't believe it. Just completely just breaking apart off the rip. A for effort, I guess, as we take a look at complexity. This is the other 50-50 that we were interested in seeing. Oh, well.
Oh, enemy. That happened. But you know what? Monsoon has a charged up Sentinel. So I don't care that we've got enemy on the ground. He's getting rest. It's totally fine. But here comes Timmy, Design, and Rambo's on a lifeline. So this is another thing here. If we're going to throw a lifeline Horizon for the contest back again, things are going to get chaotic.
Oh, it's so chaotic that my VMix couldn't even keep up at this point, though. They are going to be able to get this res for now, but this is why you're seeing these lifelines when it comes to the 50-50. It helps with the quick reset. It helps putting some pressure here as Rambo gets the last member complexity out of here.
He's upgraded, man. All right, let's freaking go,
I love my lifeline.
You know what? When used properly, Lifeline is one of the best players. And now that you have that like glide, the passive, you just all fly around, a little hover. I'll do all the crazy. We are going to the Northwest. I just want to make that very clear. Now, if you think about Cloud9 losing that contestant checkpoint, how badly this hurts.
actual physical pain. And with you having obviously the Evil Harvester on the side, the survey that we have in every POY, but also having the potential high ground to gatekeep teams that may want to try to rotate here from your northern direction. You can reach the NRG Stallions also making their way out here too. Those two buildings that are usually north side of checkpoint, though, get contested very quickly, which you can already see Moist is already wrapping around that survey beacon building. It looks like they may have been either on a Trident or so. They are getting hit by NRG, but so many other teams are so quick right now with trying to rotate over to that north side.
You know, now I think about it, because Gods Among Men are like just lurking in the center of this next circle here. They didn't do any shenanigans. They didn't try to go for Verhulst. And I don't blame them this time, because I feel like Verhulst would enact some punishment, and it just seems to be a little sketchy. Like, you just don't mess with him. I mean, you heard what Gaskin had to say.
I was gonna say, onset Gaskin saying that he would just like run in a straight line. He's angry.
Just like full send, just eat the bullets and like slow-mo. I can picture it. Next thing you know, the Verhulst brothers are gonna be like putting a whole video together for this, making him the next like action movie star. Like, there's no longer The Rock in like the 27th Fast and the Furious movie. It is 100% Verhulst.
But if The Rock did play a character in Apex, he would absolutely have to play Gibby. Like, there's no doubt, especially with the current meta that we have
Are we fan casting the Apex Legends movie right now?
It's actually perfect, I think. I would have to think harder on the other ones, but I also wouldn't want to get on Verhulst's bad side here, too. Gods Amongst Men, understanding what to do here, as we see more teams now going through the trenches. NRG also have that information on the next ring.
This is what this meta does to everyone. You remember how Nock just solely played Bangalore for like a year and a half? Now he's Gibby.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's Gibby, bro, and he's in the trenches. But
Literally.
I like this squad. I said it. I didn't need a reason to be a fan of NRG. I always said back in the day when they were competing under XED, and I was just like, yeah, it's not a matter of when Nock and them are gonna win. And then Nock and I had like a 1-hour interview at one of the LANs that was condensed down to like 2 minutes. Dude trolled me the whole time and told me I had no friends. So like, and I'm still a fan. I'm still a supporter.
That sounds like Nocked, honestly. Especially when I finally get to catch him and when he tries to run away and I make him look at all the clips that I have for the season.
All right, well, brief look at Falcon. Not sure if it's actually moving or anything, but you know, I have like they're bunkered up, right? Like if you're gonna bunker up on the north side of things, this is the way to do it. But a lot of our teams are hedging the bets that it is going to pull out of checkpoint into north pad. So we've seen them be wrong on E District before, but since this is like a tried and true storm point map, I'm gonna go ahead and hedge my bets that they have made the right call, that we are going to the north.
To fight against not just the north, but beyond the wall, I guess, at this point, because I got some Apex ASMR with a black screen, so I can only imagine with the nice singing song of the triple take, holding perhaps maybe a high ground here, looking at the teams that wanted to rotate over by north. Again, don't really got much going on here for me to see, but I can only imagine just listening to the guns.
In slow-mo. No, hear me out, Vicky. When we opened the show and I was like a deadpan, all I could think about was this like Chihuahua meme that I saw, and it was like the horrors persist, but so do I. And that's how I'm approaching this right now with the BLGS.
I just think about the Chihuahua that has its eyes open really wide, and it's like everything is going wrong. He's like freaking out.
Nah, it's me right now, for real. Me and Macha on the same page, even though Macha's not a Chihuahua, but let's pretend for a second. So anyways, you get a map view here. It's super sick. You got 100 Thieves rotating in from the south. Virtus Pro, I think they're still in the mill, and congratulations to all the teams that called it going north bad, because you were right.
Hey, there we go. Which also means if this circle, which I'm expecting it to, will eventually pull away perhaps towards where Falcons is, or maybe Oblivion on top of that really big block that you see teams sometimes take a head glitch to snipe from, that's going to be chaos for the teams that have to exit out of checkpoint.
Oh, Zach, here we go again. We saw a fight from them at map number 1, and I want this one to go better. I saw that interview I was talking about with Tom when he interviewed Gods Among Men for Dig. I thought he looked like a young Lou. I really did, and I got confused for a second.
Oh,
but there's
wow.
a really, yeah.
His cousin, sorry, it's doing the slow-mo thing again here too. But hey, they are able to clean up 2.
You think? I see Rambo down and out. I got it in the kill feed. I didn't see it actually happen.
Or was that 1 right there too? I did see that Zach was able to maybe get that knock. Maybe they get the finisher right there too.
We back in this? Oh, it's just spiders. It's fine. I was worried for a second. I was like, oh, we in it? Okay.
The fact that I don't see anything, I just hear the spiders, like...
It's okay. Vicky, we got this. We're in this together. There's an energized zip. I want to let you know we're on tripods right now. And they're doing it. They're on it. And we're being shot at from afar. And I think it's because we were pushing towards the choke to LG. So it wasn't just spiders. There was action happening. And now the tripods have retreated. They are scared and they're valuing their life, which is respectable. This is a fine decision to make.
Wait, we got a workaround? All right, tripods. I could see. I could fight. Finally. And Liquid Alienware coming out of a Trident, coming out of using that dome. Can we talk about this current setup that we have, though, from Liquid? They got the Rampart that we were highlighting prior. How good Rampart is at the moment on destroying that Newcastle barrier. Now that you can destroy it, I believe it has 750 total health. Jaguares being on that Gibby. And they themselves having that Newcastle wall too. So just working around the terrain on the outskirts of that next zone that they were able to scan.
All right, cool. Nice rock there. All right, so cool. At least as everyone's moving towards the north and just kind of finding their spots. And we've shifted over towards the left just a little bit, which is going to make things difficult, especially with Virtus Pro trying to come out from the downed B side of things. They've already spotted out the team that was on the rock. And, well, we know we saw rotates like this early on, and we've navigated the Trident very closely throughout. But the Rampart wall's going down quickly because look at all the nades being thrown.
The nades, the Rogue Trident that's lodged in between both sides of the trenches. Everyone shooting at Liquid. You hear the Newcastle barrier getting shot at. A nade right behind them. Liquid are literally going through it right now. Dip and dodging in between two different teams. Only playing from behind the pillbox here too. Maybe he's trying to see if they can try to put this Trident right on top of them. Ooh, I like this. Some makeshift cover here. Look, you gotta work with what you got.
They're definitely doing the best they can. Maybe get the Newcastle wall, the Trident. They're making a home. Look, we'll give you a house, but you got to make it a home. And they're doing exactly that. Missile swarms incoming. They're being pressured from multiple sides. The fact that we're alive right now says a lot.
I'm in danger.
I don't feel comfortable with this, genuinely. We have NRG and Virtue just staring at us right now.
And you can't really move from here, but with the Sheila coming to play, puts in some pressure, buys them some time and space. Whoever's got that triple take on the high ground, you know that Liquid's like, all right, Virtue. Like, actually griefers out here who are just continuously farming the damage that they need to boost up those Evo shields. You can see where this next zone's pulling to, by the way, with Falcon still inside of that dome building over to the north side of the Evo Harvester. Furia, though, much less contested, playing on the edge of the zone from the north side. That's a little bit out of the open with the rocks that they could use for some natural cover.
I'm just looking to see what the tripods are going to do. They're having some difficulty here. We saw them kind of retreating and trying to take a different angle. Now we've made it all the way over towards the down B side of things where we're meeting resistance. But with only 30 or so seconds left before that circle starts to close, we have to commit to a decision. And a lot of that's going to rely on Onmu right here, connecting some Sentinel shots straight onto Virtus Pro.
Oh, putting down the Newcastle wall. Rebs was in a lot of trouble here. They lose out on two here. Now Moist move in. They find the opportunity with Rebs. Now down and out. The Newcastle gets taken out following right afterwards, and TSM get eliminated. They were in a very tough spot. There was another team also on the other side of them that was also shooting at them.
Did I curse them by chanting the TSM prayer? Did I curse them?
I feel like they're just gonna come up with like a new. Oh, by the way, we totally know that has to be Monsoon, right? Like, that has to be Monsoon. Maybe not actually. That's the Havoc single fire right there. I always assume anytime I see a beam from across the field that it's either Monsoon having too much fun with a charge rifle. In this case, the Havoc single shot. But it's definitely not them. That's going to be Gods Among Men who have the high ground. And I like the split positioning they're also holding because they're also looking at Thuggets who are on the other side of checkpoint. But tripods have to fully commit. They take this zipline and they go all the way up.
I mean, we've got to commit, right? This is the third try trying to get through this. And checkpoint, not the easiest choice to make, I'm telling you. But I love the call, and I love that we're just full sending it with the energized zipline. But hanging down here on the low ground entails that everyone, including Gods Among Men, are going to fight on that high ground. Even we see some 100 Thieves. We got the Thuggets, which I didn't really think I was going to say that name that much, but Thuggets.
I love that team name. I've seen some of the best team names in Apex, honestly. I will never forget. Gotta give a shout out. Well, I was gonna say not just that one, but Uwu Owo Cat Boys. I think that was what it was.
Wait, was it Uwu? Like,
No. No, not like that. I don't think so, actually.
Sorry, my bad. Here, cue the bubble fight. Go ahead, get this. Get this, play-by-play, get it.
Not only was it the bubble fight, they put down the cat wall to isolate themselves, and Virtus, after griefing the teams in front of them with the triple take, they now fully sent it onto Furia, who thought they could stay safe here.
Dang it, NRG fell as well. Look, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of anyone right now. You know what? Let's go Falcons. 0 with the bow check. Doesn't need to Kraber this time. LG has fallen as well, and Falcons still have a nice bunker that will be inside that next circle. However, when I say the next circle, you gotta move just a little bit. Just a wee bit, because it's gonna be a tough end game. So keep your eyes on Virtus Pro. They're already working on their makeshift cover, and those tridents have just been such a boon. Now I understand why Nasky over in EMEA decided he really wanted to chow Aurora for one.
Again, I think Aurora needs to get studied on the way that they use these tridents, because it is very interesting how much they can get away with there, but with the Gibby bubble, you absolutely love to feel that as Onmu with the charged up Sentinel. Get that shot here over to the other side. Tripod just trying to see what space they could buy in here. So many teams coexisting here, but this is the area that I was talking about that can be so tricky to get out of if you're forced to leave from checkpoint, which we are going to eventually have like 3 teams. If you want to count Tripods who are almost on the edge of the zone that are trying to find space, they can count it as that 4th. But now look at these other teams. Wait, they don't see him.
Secretly, this is the team that ratted on set in BLGS. No, I'm just kidding. But for real, gods among men, they have committed and they have made it to the trenches. There could be a fight with Tripods, but it doesn't seem like they're actually going to pay them any mind. Incoming is the Thuggets from the air, passing over the 100 Thieves if you check over quite frequently. But for Tripods, still on the move, still using the energized zip. I don't know how we are thriving because we have been on such an adventure, but the immediate Gibby bubble to res as soon as that drop happens with Deeds forcing the bubble fight here, and they take down Bullet.
Oh, and no. Bullet thought he could just come in like a wrecking ball here, but now with only Onmu left, he's one massive shot away, and he gets taken out. Tripods get eliminated, but look at this. It's raining Gibby ults from everywhere, and you can see the space. You can see the graveyard of death boxes at their feet. Now as Moist try to gatekeep.
Okay, let's see what MT's got this time. Because we've already just used our bubble. We'll back on around. We've got a little bit of cover. Koiful just grabs that man in his toes and throws him to the ground. 100 Thieves, gods among men. Well, they're maybe gods among men, but they're not gods in this lobby for the time being as they've fallen, and it's Moist that has 6 kills thus far, putting them into the top 5. The issue is the final bosses from match number 1 are still in the lobby, and they're across the way. So we got to figure out how we're going to get from the complete eastern side of things over to where Virtus Pro has been set up.
MT kind of lighting up that kill feed. From what I've seen thus far, Moist beating themselves here. Oblivion trying to harass that team from afar. The 1x2 on the G7. Almost criminal. He's also just trying to poke with the Massive, saying that there is a team that's right behind them here too. But can we also just talk about the natural cover that they've built up for themselves? I mean, the Trident on top. I mean, A for effort. The Trident on top. The pillbox right there too. You got like 3 Rampart walls on one side. You got the Newcastle wall on the other. They're set up and ready to camp.
They're like little beavers, bro. Build a little beaver dam over here. Chaotic rotation over there from that Trident. It's fine. We'll just ping it. Just ignore it for now. If you don't look at it, it won't see you.
So you're trying to survive out here. Lone Shards now dropped is gonna get rezzed. Love that support passive there too, where you passively are able to get that health slowly ramped up. Falcons though, who have been on full blues, who have taken their time poking from afar, haven't gotten KP, but they know they need to try to send it on this team.
Oh, it's fine. How? Not necessarily the heavens, but it's the high ground. It'll do. And a Mastiff, and we're connecting maybe 50% of the shots. That's all right though, because he's gonna drop down, get closer. Maybe that'll help. Stallion's still down and out, and they found that KP you were talking about.
And And they got some extra Evo Shield charge there too. Even if it's barrel stuffing, that triple take, but you have to be careful with the circle, the Gibby bombardment, hiding behind the Newcastle wall. How cannot get there in time? Waltzy's trying to pop the shield back. He's playing behind the knockdown, but Moist Esports with fire in their veins. They are finally able to find Falcons after getting on top of this high ground.
Look, I mean, we were curious how they were going to get from one side to the other, and well, through the entire lobby is the answer, and we're just going to keep on moving because Liquid Alienware has fallen. We are into the top 4. Give us 10 KP in the top 3, but Oblivion, what are you going to do about it? Maybe some more bubble fights, maybe fighting around these rampart walls, just more massive chaos.
Hold up here, Oblivion lose out on Nano. Bleacher is going to be able to get the revive here too. He just needs his teammate to survive the bombardment coming in. VP, after booting out Fury for that spot that they were in before, now get to walk up for free. Boys get eliminated, and VP are looking to try to take the second game with the massive just shouting through the air. Virtus Pro are your game 2 winners, and they did fight for that position that we saw them passively take in the back.
Look, thank God the Americas are getting exciting here because we did see Virtus Pro set up on that rock with the Newcastle wall, with the Trident, since maybe 5 years ago. No, just kidding. But at least through the midway of the Stormpoint map. And it paid off for them because you got to think back to where the tripods were originally trying to rotate up through Downed Beast onto Virtus Pro. And everything that they do to be able to force tripods to go somewhere else gave them a clean rotate in from the Down Beast side of things. And to convert that into a win here, solid.
And to also be able to harass so many teams with that triple take that I was talking about before from the high ground of Northpad too, like they knew exactly where they needed to prioritize their rotate, and seeing the opportunity there too, while holding back and knowing that no team was going to try to int on them with all the focus on the squads that had to rotate from the checkpoint side, the south side coming out of wall side of that final circle. That's the opportunity that they needed there.
They did. They really did. Yeah, you mentioned that checkpoint rotation, and I was just thinking about all 5 teams that were just like stuck over there. Thuggets, 100 Thieves, Tripods. It was scary. Gods Among Men, like 90% of them died on that next rotation. Like there is just no good way to rotate out of checkpoint when the entire lobby has already found themselves in Northpad. It's just not a good way to go about it. We saw what the evac tower rotates. We saw people walking it in. We saw 100T just kind of 3 stacked up, waiting for everyone to rotate above them. And they all met their demise. Unfortunate.
That's why in a meta like this, when you are going in for a landing off of an evac tower, essentially if you don't find some space where you know that you could use either the terrain for cover or so, then you're forced to essentially use that Gibby bubble, which is so detrimental in this meta. Taking a look at Virtus Pro, who take first place as well as 10 KP to their name. Great game here. I believe Lou also put down a bunch of damage, so that's nice to see. Oblivion with 4 KP, Moist with 10, and Lone Sharks with 11 KP.
That's nice. I mean, it's almost as nice as their logo over there. That's pretty killer. I don't know who did that, but I like it. Those are some pretty high-scoring games, too, which means everyone on the back half of these match results, B-zults, I don't know. Anytime we throw in the B, it gets me excited. But then when you look on the other side, it's got to be a lot of zeros. Actually, Purple Slushy did take out 2 full teams. Good for them. LG didn't really see too much for them, but they did wipe an entire squad and grab 4 points. So even despite going out on 15th place, at least we have some points on the board. And then we have all of the teams that had those contests, right? Even though they locked in the Lifeline Horizon, Cloud9 just didn't get their footing over in Checkpoint. Complexity just got absolutely steamrolled over in Cenote, which was crazy because you were like, oh yeah, I was wanting to see Monsoon with the snipes. All right, well, we're going to have to wait till E-District. We have to wait for it.
Yeah, that did not happen, especially like that middle part of the game. They were actually deleted like within the first minute or so. But yeah, we will have to see that going on to the next game. But with the team comparison and the head-to-head between Oblivion and Virtus Pro, you can see that 10 kills going in favor for Virtus Pro. Honestly, there was a lot of double-digit kills that we saw in that first half of that second match, which is great. But the damage dealt by Oblivion, their kills were getting stolen in a distance. I'm not gonna say it was Lone Sharks, but with some lackluster damage, Yanya was absolutely taking 5 KP. I mean, he had like 1K damage, but 5 KP, I mean, you got to scoop up what you can, but also being able to see what you could do coming out of that damage as we see the series scoreboard.
Yeah, and this is where things, we're gonna start telling a story, right? But you think back to the EMEA region that we saw earlier today. It was Danish that actually won the overall, and they were the team that came in the final like slot, right? 20th in the standings. Oblivion in 6th place right now with 13 points is the team that was on the lowest of the Americas BLGS region standings. So to see them potentially have a story similar to Danish would be pretty sick. But for now, Falcons kind of reeling off that match 1 performance, still at the top. So we'll see how it goes. For Virtus Pro, pretty solid, breaking 20 as well.
Gotta see how it goes, and I want to throw it over to the Winter's Haunt trailer because it is time for one of my favorite events of the year in Apex Legends.
All aboard the Winter Express. Time to spread some holiday tension.
In the cold winter, your challenge has ended.
Train here. Those fools won't know what hit them.
Our path is made today.
What can I say?
Perfection.
Rock and low.
Should have punched out when you had the chance. I am ready.
Another falls by your hand through me.
Wow, this got dark fast. Forget it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the BLGS finals here in the Americas. Greek here, joined by Onset and Vicky. Guys, pretty good game that we had last one. I enjoyed it thoroughly. How are you guys feeling?
The fact is, like, I didn't know what to expect.
You look like you're about to like come further out of it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, push your face forward a little bit. Like, and slowly keep for some reason. Okay, go back in. That's one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. But you weirdly fit. What was the question?
Just asked how everything's
I
going.
am
Did you,
so close to swearing on broadcast.
what did you think the last game was like?
What the?
I'm sorry, I can't. Oh my gosh. Okay, I didn't know what to expect. Like, but it's obviously Dan. Like, I'm about surprised. Greek, it's so nice. I'm sorry, not Dan. I just.
Thank you.
Not mean. I did not mean Dan. I meant Greek. Greek, it's so nice to have you on the broadcast.
It's great to be here. I
Where's
think
your
you guys
neck?
are doing a stellar job. Where's my what?
Where's your neck?
Lost it.
Oh,
Disappeared. Throughout so many of the B streams, you know, I lost my neck, but I'm here. I'm happy. Enjoying myself.
I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know if this is a new high or a new low. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure where we are.
what do you mean? We're in the BLGS, baby.
That's thrown me. That genuinely has thrown me. This is what happened in the last game. Does it matter anymore? Honestly, after what I've just experienced, maybe not. Moisto with the win. Vicky, help.
Okay, I'm coming to save you. So VP just completely fully sent it on Furia to get the best spot they could get. Great on them here, and watched all the chaos unfolded before their eyes. Oblivion got fully sent on at one point here too, but it was a fight for holding that middle building that you see right there, where we saw Falcons up on the high ground. Then Moist fell down eventually, but Virtus Pro just had to walk in and go for that timing on the third party. Lou was able to get one of those final shots in, and Virtus Pro take game number 2 before we'd all go on to E-District, which I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We've seen it already a few times, but now here officially for the finals of the BLGS, $100,000 on the line. Let's see what we got.
Dan, Greek, whatever abomination you are you with us?
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was Oh, I just tuned in. What happened?
Go back and watch the VOD. I ain't got words. First look at E-District, though, in our America's regional final, and a contest immediately as 3 gentlemen arrive very late to the party and do not get anywhere near some guns. It's looking like Fugget should, inverted commas, take this one just from the fact that they had the much better drop.
Thugonomics. It's just basic thugonomics.
Wait a minute.
Hold up.
Yo! They're actually punching each other out. They're trying to thug it out.
Here? Yo, Oblivion have dropped here as well?
Nah, what? That was the Thug Finals right there. That's what it was.
I thought that this match started weirdly. Well, before we even got into it. I stand corrected.
You know, you said you almost swore. Just watching that made me almost swear.
Yeah.
What on earth just happened on my screen? Well, Oblivion come out on top, but we lost 2 teams.
Yep, that's my ranked experience right there. Just for everyone.
Oh, there's nothing worse than being punched out.
That's my ranked experience. Anyway, we're going to Humbert Labs. That's where we look like we're going. Oblivion, good for them.
It looks like it was worth it.
Performance. Yeah, they win. Wow, who would have thought it? Oblivion land, third party, the contest, get God spot. I mean, well done them.
That is the 4th
Calculated.
southern zone of the day on E-District, by the way. I know this one's a little bit further southeast than the ones we saw in EMEA, but
The ones
bad for all the
were
northern
right
teams.
next to each other. Just
they
outside
pretty much,
the
yeah.
point,
We had 2 pretty much at draft point.
I'm sorry. I'm still reeling from Greek being British.
Is that picture like seared into your brain as well?
Yeah,
The same
I
way that it
actually
is mine.
can't help like just think about it right now. Like I just saw like 3 teams just punch each other out within the first 5 seconds of the game, and it kind of makes me think like, do I want POI drafting to come back, or can I just see like just the thug throwdown happen all over again? But then when I think about that, I just can't help but think about British Greek talking to me again.
This I will say the last 3 to 4 minutes of my life have felt like a very lucid dream.
I mean, it is starting to get late for you. You have said that you haven't slept much, so maybe it is.
Never do.
This is all a dream.
Anyway, Falcons. Finally, some professionalism on our screens right now. Winners of game number 1, 28 points on the board. Some decent ones in the last game as well. I think they got top 6, if I wasn't mistaken, after being taken down. Well, they got a little bit of a way to go here, traversing all the way from the west side of the map here on E-District towards where they got to go. So a little bit of pathing for Evo. Good Team Liquid, by the way, already up to 1 red and 2 perps. Must be a little bit of care package action for them. Oh, sweet dreams. Good night.
Beating out the nades here, see if they could hit, get some spacing. We're backing up just a little bit. I like what I'm seeing with the weapon loadout here from Sykes, that flatline, my favorite weapons. Now also seeing where this zone is going to be pulling over to that south that we were talking about earlier on. So many squads have already gone for a rotate because as we were talking about earlier, E-District is one of those maps where you can see a lot of teams coexisting, which I absolutely love, especially in a meta like this.
Mark, what's your thoughts on the flatline iron sight? Because Tiff earlier was saying that it gives her nightmares.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Depends on the
All
skin
it
for
means
me.
is
Do you remember when that
sliding towards you?
Do you remember when that skin came out where it didn't have the iron sight and everyone?
twins?
Oh, the busted one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have it? Yes. Why
Yes.
wouldn't you?
Didn't they patch it?
They did, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't get a refund, unfortunately.
That was scary. He almost bit his toes. Trying to get out of there. Watt is actually on the hunt to try to chase down after that Gibby he saw.
Now, does he abide by the sign that says keep
I've
clear?
never seen a bubble go so
Where's that
high.
bubble going? I was going to wait. I was like, where's that bubble popping? They get the Evo anyway.
There's just
They're
no
chilling.
gravity on the E-District and it just keeps going to the moon. Have you ever bubbled the moon?
I'm going to remember this game for quite some time.
Looks like we got an enemy.
That's no moon.
I just picture Greek saying it too, like, with his voice.
Oh dear. I did spend a little bit of time during the break just to make sure I could do that. I'm glad it entertained you both.
Graphic design is your passion.
It really is. Oh, I know. G
They're in
down to
trouble.
one.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
they're in trouble here. You see a couple of knocks came in. It's TSM who are getting those KP as well. And Guild's job now is just to survive. get out of there, but difficulty. If you're playing zone and you lose a little bit of a fight early on, like you're seeing here for NRG, it's about getting out, but you're gonna have to go back through traffic that's rotating its way in towards you and in towards that zone. So Guild's gonna have some work to do here to find a crafter to get those banners and get a Moby res off if he can, but he's escaped for now. So NRG still kicking, though maybe not alive in the way they would have wanted to be.
Honestly, I'm surprised he got out with how congested the zone currently is. 10 of the 18 teams are within this next zone and have all found themselves very much somewhere to call home, but they are so close to one another as well. There is not going to be much room for the late arrivals. They're going to really have to force their way in. Yeah, it's not going to be an enjoyable experience, probably.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one because, sorry, John, Guild's going to try and craft in Stadium, but Moist are kind of split at the moment, like taking their time. Like one player is arriving at Stadium and might, if they go at this exactly the same speed, essentially they would arrive at the same time. The other two members of Moist are lagging behind. So if he can get there before, or they meet and he wins that fight, Guild, then all of a sudden it becomes a 2v3 and Moist are on the back foot. So it's very interesting. I'll keep my eye on that and see what happens. Looks like NRG will be able to get the res.
I was about to say the same thing, just in terms of like where Moist is going to eventually rotate in that direction. And if he could pull this off, get some information, and even get that res right there too, they could also gatekeep Moist depending on how slow they end up rotating with the zone closing in there behind them soon.
Just look, there's just no space.
There's
where do you go?
Floor. There's always a floor. There's always a corner. There's always somewhere to
Welcome
put
to
your
E
wall.
District.
Yep.
It's like the Death Star. There's a little hole somewhere that you can creep in.
Single missile through to destroy
blast
the entire thing.
The whole map blows up. Who wins the game? That's the real question. Not Darth Vader.
Falcons, draft point's a good place to rotate through right now because you've got both survey beacon and you've got a ring console there. So you can not only get info, but obviously you're going to get double evo points. So Falcons went that way. You can see Stallions there as well. So both these teams who are approaching late are going to have pretty good armors. Falcons are going to be able to get this evo cash as well, which will guarantee they'll be on purples. If they've managed to find a care pack on the way as well, then there's an opportunity they might be up to at least one red. We'll have to check in with them and see what they're looking like. But I mean, the story of this is how busy zone is. I mean, just look at it. It's going to be a crazy end game, this one.
Tripods have moved to the northwest, excuse me, and I think Falcons are actually going to run into them first.
Uh-oh.
Fun gets spotted out.
Yeah, we were kind of foreshadowing the Moist versus NRG, and it's looking like Moist were ready for it by the looks of things. They get the knock onto Fun, who's just been respawned, and look at that death box. Didn't even get to touch his toes on the ground.
A lot of toes being shown here in some of these games with a lot of stragglers too. Falcons now getting sniped from a distance. We talk about how many people are in that next zone. It's actually crazy to see how little real estate there is over there. I can't even read the POI. That's how actually insane. Moist are going to be taking their time to come in from the outskirts, but they will be moving in from the backside of that zone, eventually coming across TSM. Tripods kind of just stuck down here to play inside of that low ground before making their next move. But I see teams now kind of scattering to gain some space in some of these buildings, and then rather than hold up close like we saw in Storm Point in the last game, similar to what we saw from Furious Position, what we saw from Virtus Pro, some teams actually just hanging out from the back end of that zone so that way they do not get pinched.
Moist in a little bit of scrap here. You can see in the feed as well that Timmy's just gone down to sweet with that longbow. He's hitting some good shots. Moist just trying to hold out Furia at the moment. Trying to look on my overhead as well to see if anyone could maybe hit zone 4 info. The only beacon that looks like it's going to be available inside of the next zone is actually going to be in Humberlad. So it's going to be contested. The complexity are kind of in and around that beacon. LG are also there, so they could potentially bubble and get that. And that might give them a really good indication of where this zone is going to be going. Because if it pulls extreme, either, you know, in any of the directions, getting that information is going to be vital to get ahead of that traffic.
Ooh, I do want to pinpoint that Energy is about to get that mythic bin there too. So that's fantastic news for them since they've had to run around for a bit, having to get these respawns. Complexity in some trouble. Enemy losing out on his shield, calling in the wall to see if they can try to get out of the line of sight of the team that's right above them, trying to harass them. And aside from a lot of these Gibby bubbles though, that coupled up with these cat walls, it is a free-for-all in what you could see here as Kimchi is going to be able to give some suppress fire.
Kimchi, who apparently eats the core of an apple. Still want to question him on that. If Complexity win and we get an interview with him, that's going to be my first question, just to let you guys know. But will Complexity actually survive this? This is a real question. I mean, a lot of teams around that can do some damage right now, and Falcons also feeling that pressure on the northern side. Furia, I think, have just been scared away. Tripods, Leave No Witness, are going to be south of Falcons. But they've got a lot of space to work with and a lot of cover. I think that's one of the good things about this area, actually. A lot of teams have cover to work with right now, but eventually the zone is going to force them together.
This zone is pulling hard south by the looks of things. So 100 Thieves, C9, Lone Sharks are in a fantastic position. It's all the teams that approach from the north now that are going to have a really rough time unless they can evac a little bit later. One of those teams who's down in the south, Complexity, are going to be safe inside this next zone as well. And that's why you've seen teams all of a sudden start to try and force a little bit of space, force their way in towards where this zone is going to be going.
So many teams on that low ground. Virtus Pro looking ahead. C9 on the outskirts here. Lone Sharks are all alone too, by the way, in that southern part of that zone. As Onsets was saying, going all the way down to the south side, we can see sights in the feed lighting up enemy. Complexity in trouble as they're pinched with Oblivion right next to them, and Virtus Pro, like we saw earlier, are trying to take some shots onto them. Now LG try to move in, see if they can try to capitalize, but they can't give up that spot. This is the beauty of the current meta with these bubbles. You can try to get these resets so that way you don't find yourself losing out of that fight. And looking like that was a stick with the Arc Star here too, or if it bounced off that shield.
Complexity only 2 points on the board at the moment, but they are in a good position. Difficulty, I mean, this is a good example of E-District, right? It feels like a playable spot. Some of these POIs feels like there's space for everyone to play, but it's such a janky kind of space to play, even though there's physical space. There's not a lot of cover to play. So you're looking at Complexity right now. They're having to pay so much attention to every single angle that's around them. I mean, their back is open at the moment. Yeah, sure, they could get a wall down behind them, a queue if they needed to keep them alive. But if someone just walks up behind you and they hit the 3-2-1, then you've got to think about resetting and holding that team's push off.
By the way, I did laugh looking at the responses from some of the players about like their favorite smells and stuff, and do they eat apple cores. You've got Kimchi who says he eats the apple core, and then you've got Monsoon who says if you eat an apple core you are a sociopath. So, you know, there's clearly some differences on that squad, as Furia just about find their way into the building and they'll be able to survive as well. But 1 minute and 13 for them to move south. And actually, they're not going to be the only ones. You've got Furia, Virtue, NRG, Tripods, all have to move together from north to south.
Vax does have an evac, so they've got an option, but it's, I mean, evacing with so many teams in front of you is almost a death sentence. I mean, they're kind of surrounded. They've got NRG behind and Virtue close to them. Teams are going to be, as soon as they hear that audio cue of an evac, looking at them from zone. So even though they've managed to get back to their feet, all three players, this is a tough rotate here for Furia to make. Lone Sharks in the best position on the map still. Look at that southern side of the zone. Wow. Lone Sharks have been there for all of this time.
And when I saw them take that spot first, they were isolated completely with nobody to contest them. Now look at where all these other teams have to move through to get into that next zone. Like you mentioned from Furia, Moist still trying to see if they can angle their way over to the side of that zone. But other squads have taken up that evac to try to see if they could find some space in that next zone.
Virtue going to find the corner to play. Castle Wall is going to go down in a few seconds time as soon as that bubble goes down. So it's about swapping one piece of cover for the next. Beautifully placed. Oh, actually beautifully placed. A little bit of a hole on that right hand side. That's about as good as you can get.
It's like shoddy building work in England. Just give that a little tap.
Be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it, mate.
It'll be fine. Don't worry, it's meant to. Air, innit?
At least the Valkyrie did. You are outnumbered. Welcome. At least the Valkyrie worked out somewhat. They were able to find themselves somewhere to call home.
Oh, that was great. They were not only able to get the res, but they were able to just at least heal up thanks to having that dome right on time. But they have to figure out where they want to find themselves because Moist are right next to them. They can get pinched here, leave no witness, looking down on Fury. They commit to the Newcastle wall. But now the Arc Star gets sent right on the other side of that energized wall, so it's not going to really help them out in this case, just force to displace them just for now, but also allowing the team to just waste up on all their nades here.
You say it's a god rotate from Furia. Think about where they were a few moments ago. They just got knocked by one player, went down from Falcons, and now they find themselves inside of one of the best positions. Here's a bit of a bubble fight, and that is why Monsoon loves them. VP eliminated. Kimchi the only player to go down there, but he output some damage in that fight. Monsoon with the gun shield up and putting players down alongside his two teammates. So great job from Complexity, but that zone pull now means they have to move. Look how far they got to go. 50 seconds to do so.
Maybe Monsoon can start to think about his favorite smell, which is lavender. That's a very Monsoon answer, isn't it? Lavender. I can imagine Monsoon like meditating with a lavender aura around him.
The president isn't sage, actually.
Maybe it's sage and lavender. Good to sleep, did you say, Mark? Maybe you should try some lavender for your rest.
I was expecting Mon to say something like braised pork or something like that, but
I mean, I do love the smell of some braised pork.
Oh, here we go. Newcastle all slammed down. Now having to play off the side of the shield. Crook with some of these massive shots, but having to back away. They have that lifeline here too, by the way, but Crook falls incredibly low. Cannot clutch with the massive shots, and Stallions get eliminated. And now this is the perfect time for the third party. Oh,
yeah,
he is
so
out.
he's trying to run. He's trying to run. He ain't going to get far. Unfortunately, once again, it's one of those gibbies on the run that just is easily spotted by the police helicopter. He gets taken down. Furia is still inside of one of these amazing spots, though. And now Falcons are going to join them as well. Falcons have managed to somehow thread the needle through the carnage and find themselves a spot to play.
Yeah, how are Falcons doing this? I mean, from that northern side, it was really tough for them to push through. Now NRG Nocturnal's taking a little bit of damage, but he's been able to output more than he took. But the teammates come in just to clean up things. It'll be Complexity going down in 14th position. NRG will survive.
Patient play paying off here for NRG, and they know that there's a team right across from them here too, while Furious still stay alive. Gaby Bubble helping them out, still playing off the back end of that Newcastle wall, and NRG looking if they could just poke out from that doorway. Bocheck massive RA here, and they're also going to be able to thrive off the loot at their feet thanks to Complexity. Ooh, Hal gets taken out, by the way, by Madness.
Now you're going to see the fight. You see Furia want to send this. Waltz is trying to hold. He gets one. Trying to stick the res here. Got a knockdown shield to play behind as well. As the Newcastle res has to jump off of it though, and Falcons will be eliminated. So Furia, after getting that knock, do send it and manage to pick up the kills. Can they get the reset though? That's the real question here. Vaxilon was on his feet, which means they can drag his teammates back to life.
Yeah,
Now Furia actually surviving.
Yeah, and Moist and Leave No Witness aren't really close enough to kill Furia yet, but it's whether Furia can escape from here. I mean, this is going to be the final circle, so they can start to set up and think about how they approach moving towards the center. Leave No Witness are actually closest to the middle at the moment. Everyone else has to move in a little bit further. TSM have a building. Cloud9 and Virtue are within a building as well right now, so they should be able to push for top 5, but this is where all the commotion's happening.
This is a crazy look. The dome coming out, the Newcastle on the other side. Deed's able to get that knock onto Fun. That huge nade too onto Amu. Jet slides in off the grapple. Massive no bolt necessary. A little lackluster on that shotgun ammo, but he's looking at every corner. He cannot reset Amu here. Oh no.
Nowhere to place that zip line. You can see he was desperate to try and just get out and maybe survive. But unfortunately, that will be Tripod's dead. We're into our top 10 now. As NRG, what a game they're having, by the way. Now into the top 9 as 100 Thieves will go down. Nocturnal will be dragged back to his feet. You can see they've got a little bit of playable space here as the Cat Q goes down to stop this push. But now Guild's going to have to turn his attention to Furia. Liquid Alienware eliminated in the meantime.
The fact that Furia has been able to survive and push this hard and getting the KP that they need after they were in such a bad spot on the northern side of this zone is insane. 8 squads left in this final zone. Exactly, where do they go? Look at the double dome. You got the catwalk coming up, and you got the Newcastle wall slamming down.
There is nowhere to go for Furia, I don't think, but we'll see whether they can somehow escape. But it looks like the ring is going to kill them. They're just trying to get placement points right now. NRG just have fallen as well. Furia do get eliminated. 6 squads remain. Moist taking too much damage. 5 squads remain as Moist go out.
C9 looking to pick up some more KP. Just playing slowly behind this wall. You can see on the other side of things, you've got the team who has been here for so long. Lone Shark still holding it down. TSM now have to make their move in. A little bit of a quiet first 2 games for TSM. After the first game where they played for placement, played for essentially the reset, and now Zap is going to hit some heads with this Mastiff. Got to reset, got to pop those shield cells out.
And they have to have Zap be the first one to take initiative because he was the only one with purple right now, as Verhos with blue, Rebs with blue as well, looking to take these two different angles, playing off the high ground. Massive in hand with the purple bolt. You see the Gibby Dome coming down. You hear the Newcastle on the other side. They're not trying to get involved in all of this.
I'm going to stay quiet because there's 2 play-by-plays. Go.
Lone Shark leave no witness has gone as well. TSM now jumping to try and finish this one off.
Oh, before he gets it here, TSM with the patient play. And me being with Onset and Gaskin, goal as TSM take game number 3 on E District. But you saw what they had to do. That is literally, at this point, when you are in a final zone like that, just staring and watching the fights happen, especially with the masses when they're not pointed at you, is the way to go, especially when you're at a shield disadvantage. The 2 blues, 1 purple, you can't just throw yourself into chaos.
I saw you had a little look towards me there, Mark, because you're wondering.
I was just checking if
And he's
we were going
back,
to be able to...
just like that.
Oh, man.
Okay.
You thought he was gone.
It's like you go like this as well. It's like, hold on, it's this way, isn't it? It's like as soon as you put it on, you just go like this. Just completely shrink. It's very, very daunting.
Just hunch over.
You kind of look like someone else that's not Greek.
Well,
oh my God, you do look like Jayhawk.
you think, wait, you think a mixture of me and Greek is Jayhawk?
Yeah.
Wow, I cannot see that now.
Let's talk about TSM though. Let's talk about that end game because that was very well managed. And I think one thing when you look at TSM's games, you look at some of their performances, sometimes it's their little bit of end game management, which is areas that they had to work on. It's something they've had to learn, of course, with kind of the shared IGL role that we see between the team now. But that was a perfect example of it, right? Just playing patiently. First player in was the one with the most shields. He engages, but backs down, starts to fight off, and then they re-engage, having played for that high ground. So really good endgame management coming in from TSM there. An impressive win for them in the first game on E-District.
Yeah, finishing
nice
off
16
with 4
points
KP
to put themselves
too.
up there. Sorry, Vicky. You go.
Oh, no, you're good. We basically said the same thing, but differently. I was talking about the 4 KP that they got. As you said, giving them that 60 total points after getting that dub. Even C9, looking at the spot that they were able to hold off that low ground here, 8 KP to their name. But spread out, I feel like, pretty evenly in this first page for this game.
I must say as well, expertly navigated when I handed off to Mark and then Mark handed off to Vicky for the endgame call. You know, you can't write that. It was just, I didn't expect that to happen when I said, I'm not a play-by-play. I thought one of you would take it, but the fact both of you took it just demonstrates what incredible human beings you are.
It's the baton pass.
Oh, we'd make a great relay team. Actually, if we were a relay team, who would run the last leg?
The glazing is getting crazy in here. Let's bring it back down a little bit, all right? Let's bring this back down. Let's look at the overall results as well as we see the bottom half of the score from that game number 3. Falcons on top at the moment, but remember, match point today. So it's all about hitting 50 points. And look how close it is. Oh my God, it's like all the way down. A couple of points between each place.
What? Dang, the 3-way tie though? Between Moist, CSM, and C9 right now? Oh, I love this. This is what you could expect. Not only in a lobby like this, but this is how I expect these games to go the distance.
Well, the points are close. No one quite the favorite to get to match point yet, but we'll maybe find out from Tiff what she thinks, because obviously she was waiting in the wings. Tiff, do you feel like there is a favorite you've seen so far here in the Americas finals?
No, but I was lonely. Do you like need me to say that I had a favorite? I will
I
if
don't
you
need you to, but I mean, it was just really, it was just a question just to get you back on the screen.
Oh, sick. Like, it's crazy. Like,
I know. No, I don't need you to.
I just
Don't have to.
You guys. I mean, I'll
Anyway,
give you
welcome
a
back.
favorite. There was just like 7 teams that are north of 20 and no one's getting close yet. But to be fair, one good game and someone's on 50.
Give me a
One
heck of
good
a game though. 20
game.
points needed. But I think
We saw
it kind of sums up what are some of my thoughts on what we're seeing in this meta at the moment. Like, it's so difficult to be consistently winning games. You can consistently put like points on the board. You can consistently get to an end game, but because of how the end game kind of meta is at the moment with the bubble fights, there's a lot of unpredictability. There's a lot of, I would say, a lack of consistency in how you play those, because you use a bubble because you're forced to, because the team shoots you. Then it's like, okay, now we have to worry about everything else. It's so kind of minute, the differences between winning a game and becoming like top 6 and top 7, that it doesn't surprise me to see it so tight at the top.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that has to do with what we've seen with the support legend changes, right? All of the recent just hot fixes and patches and updates, it has caused a lot of chaos. And you even saw it in some of these end games, considering we've got bubbles, we've got mastiffs, and just everyone locking it in. So thank God we've got this graphic that says mid-season hotfix. Support meta is, what does it say, better now? It's better so now. Much better. Yeah. I'm sure the public completely agrees with us. Everyone loves support meta, right, guys?
Absolutely. Some people don't. It's the beauty of the meta, right? It's the beauty of how things develop, and we'll take a look at some of those changes from the hotfix as well. We'll look at Lifeline, because that was something that had a legend that had a huge overhaul, excuse me.
Yeah.
In the latest season. Now the cooldown on the reses is going to be reduced a little bit, because it was pretty crazy how quickly you could get people up just by tapping them. Also, cooldown on Doc is very useful, because when you're combining, like, for example, quick shield cell pops on the support legends that we know now give you 50 HP instead of what they did previously, like, combine that with Doc being available all the time, it's like you pretty much just instantly getting your health back, and it's so difficult to finish a team off. So Lifeline, a little bit of a hotfix came in. Is it enough?
Maybe. I mean, look, we saw her pulled out for the contests. It panned out well for one team and not so much for the other. So great. But she can hover, a little passive where she just plays around the map now. It's like, wee, I'm coming to heal you, and you just throw your Doc across the way. Let's go ahead and jump on over to Newcastle, because we see lots of Newcastle. It is Newcastle's world. We're just living in it. 100% pick rate. We see why.
I think the big thing for Newcastle here is they got rid of the gold knockdown in comp as well, and in rank, because that was like one of the big kind of compelling problems, was like everything on its own. You kind of, if you were to play this legend on its own, it was already strong, but when you added on like gold knock, it's impossible to kill the Newcastle who was resin. Plus you put on the fact that the player they're going to get back onto their feet is going to have health and shields to play with as well. It's like it became too much, quite simply. The cooldown being increased on the mobile shield, obviously very important, and it no longer being invulnerable is a change that needed to happen, quite simply, in my opinion. Like the indestructible shield, there's no counterplay to that. There's no way that you can counterplay it. So I think very important that was adjusted.
Yeah, especially with the perk upgrades. I'll let you go, Colorcaster.
Is that me? Oh, hey. I think the power of Newcastle, though, is still displayed that despite the changes, still 95% pick rate. Actually, 92% pick rate it was in EMEA. Like, does there need to be more changes would be the real question.
Oh.
That's the real question.
What would you do? What would you change?
What would I do? Oh, it's, you know, I'm not a developer. I'm merely a color caster, as you said. So I'm not sure what I would change. What would you change, Mark?
Remove the support class healing.
You don't like the fast heal? What about it? You don't like it?
It's just, no, not in a meta where people are getting rezzed all the time. Like it's so difficult to close a gap from a knock you get and convert it into a kill by the time that person's popped a cell. Like you're always fighting someone with shield. So I think, there you go.
You're not wrong, especially with the Newcastle perk upgrades. You've got the extra HP upon the res. So it's like, yes, we don't have the gold knockdowns anymore, but you still slot that right in there because I think it's valuable and we're seeing a lot of it, which just creates all the chaos.
Add the health perk as well, like getting out with health, all that kind of crazy stuff. It just compels it. Let's take a look at what we missed though, if you're just joining us, or what you would have just missed if you are just joining us, because we've had some action. We've already had 3 games. We've seen all of our maps so far. Vicky, Dan, who wants to take this one?
I'll go ahead, because that's just a color caster. Taking it right from him, C9 coming through, being able to put in some pressure. But this was game number 1 where we got to see Falcons win with 10 KP. They were uncontested from the backside. Look at these Kraber shots coming in from 0. But while all of this mess was happening over to the left side, no one is looking at Falcons whatsoever here from that side of that fence. Everyone is just engaging in their own Gibby bubble and not wanting to really be fully vulnerable from behind. So when Falcons knew it was time for them to move forward, it was just easy cleanup for this first game.
Yeah, I think Falcons, coming towards the end of this, there was a chance that maybe TSM could have potentially contested them a little bit in that final circle, but as soon as they saw there was a weak player, they committed to the fight very quickly, and then in the end, it was just a 3 versus 1 with the last remaining player, so it was an easy cleanup. But then we saw match 2 as we moved over to Storm Point, and that was where we saw Falcons not able to carry on that momentum into the second game, where I thought maybe they would run away with it a little bit here, but it's proven that the Americas has actually been far closer, but maybe we expected that as well. We touched upon it right at the start of the show of how many teams could win here today, and I think that has been proven with just how close all of these squads are on points.
Looking at VP up on the high ground there too. They were able to boot Furia off from that positioning, which actually allowed them to hold the best spot in trying to third party. But always, when we see these teams taking these final fights, from Falcons in the first game, VP now, even in the last game that we just saw, it's about that patient play to wait and then walk in to try to find what was left of a lot of these third, fourth parties. Because of these domes, you can't really poke from afar.
You really can. I just imagine the call coming out from Virtus Pro as they're looking at third party in the final fight. Charge! Running in with their 3 red shields like we have done something spectacular with our patience. And then you just have the next map. It was E-District. It was crazy. A lot of Mozambiques, a lot of chaos on these first initial fights. Y'all went hard on that TriCast too.
I mean, we were all a bit perplexed at the start of the game, it will be said, with 3 squads dropping and throwing fists around, but ultimately that's where the zone was going to end up, so maybe it was all worth it in the end. But then we had to watch who could actually pull it out right at the end of this one. And this is where I just said, right, Vicky, Mark, one of you please call this, because I'm getting cross-eyed just looking at all these bubbles.
Look at this. Look at the Venn diagram. The double bubble. You saw at one point out in the left field, the Valkyrie missile swarm here. TSM, though, on the high ground, were able to take game number 3 on E-District. And now we get to see a nice little comparison between Koifel and Waltzy. Koifel with 8 kills and almost 5,000 damage dealt in what, just 3 games alone? That's actually insane.
And Koifel's damage output is always up there with the best, but those kind of stats, considering that Falcon, I mean, you look at the average survival time, it's something that I wanted to take into account as well, because they're pretty similar. You know, you look at Waltzy, almost just less than a minute more, 60 seconds or so on the map, but to be putting out that much damage for Moist, and Koifel really is performing well at the moment. 8 kills, 3 assists, really is being a little bit of a powerhouse here on the map.
That's a good way to put it.
All right. Well, with that first 3 games done and dusted, Tiff, I think it's time for you to take the seat and cast alongside Mark and Dan, because you got a lot more action coming to you guys soon. Take it away.
I feel like it's almost a punishment to have to cast.
Yeah.
I have to be honest with you.
Sorry.
It's like, oh, congratulations, and you're like, oh,
Sorry, Tiff.
Yeah,
Why are you
sorry
guys?
about that.
Don't apologize to me. We're gonna have some fun, right?
Oh yeah. Well, we'll try.
Oh, yeah.
As long as Dan doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it could get weirder than how the previous game started.
Yeah. Did you like my? There it is.
got weirder
I was like,
'cause
did
it
you like
wasn't
my
lined up.
whisper from the back? I was like, Jayhawk. It's Jayhawk.
You do actually.
Yeah, bring
look
it
a
back.
little
Like
bit
seriously, I want to look
like
at it
Jayhawk.
again. We got to like really decipher through this. You are 100% our Jayhawk. That's crazy.
Hey, I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing, but either way, someone's getting insulted. Anyway, match 4 is going to be on E-District, and I'm
Sick.
excited to see E-District again, because that start was absolutely insane.
It was, but I really want a northern E-District zone. Like, over in EMEA, we had a ton of southern pools, and kicking things off in Americas, we've already done the same thing. So, like, take us to the north. Take us
agree.
somewhere new.
I agree. I want to go to the north side. I want to see something a little bit different here on E-District. However, now that we've said that, more than likely that we'll go back down to the south, even to the same zones that we had a little bit earlier on EMEA. Probably what's going to happen now.
Don't say that. Don't jinx us.
Probably going to happen, isn't it?
No, definitely not. We're getting something new. We're doing something crazy here on E-District, especially with match number 4.
The real question is anyone going to hit match point here? You said
I'm
one
a
good
non-believer.
game.
I'm a non-believer,
Right.
though. I don't think it's happening.
Not on E-District. It was
like
Storm
this.
Point or World's Edge. I'm like, maybe with some of the zones, but E-District, if we see one of those zones that's stacked buildings, so difficult to get like 15 kills on that kind of zone. Like,
I reckon one team's going to make it.
Yeah, you get like
You can do it.
punished for pushing, though.
okay.
I don't know who, but I think one.
Okay,
Maybe if we see a central zone,
maybe. Do you think we can get that?
perhaps.
I mean, the last one was very difficult to do anything because it was a very easy zone to predict and everyone moved straight away. So everyone was just kind of in buildings and there was very isolated fights that were happening. No one could really capitalize on it. Whereas maybe it could be different if we get a little bit of a different area. Now we'll see whether we're going to have the same kind of hot start as we did before, but it looks like Purple Slushy have actually been able to find guns this time.
Yeah, Thuggets and Purple Slushy still close to each other. Oblivion have decided to go a little bit further south this time, as the contest isn't going to be as hot. So they're going to just have the POI to themselves, and Thuggets will get a little bit of loot. Purple Slushy will as well. Looking elsewhere to see if there's any other contest. It looks like there isn't. So everybody should have enough loot and a rotate to make. And I joked, by the way.
Stop.
I joked.
Don't do
I
it.
laughed.
Don't do
I
it.
almost meaned. Didn't quite get there, but watch this. Trev Stacks is going to hit this ring console, and look where we're going, everybody. You watched Amir earlier, you know exactly where we're going.
Oh
yeah!
Why? Why? It's fine. Okay, look, hopefully our teams did do a little bit of watching because commit to it. LG over in Draft Point, killer rotation. Honestly, I love that we didn't see Purple Slushy and Thuggets duke it out on a contest and Oblivion not getting an easy third party, because now we can actually see them survive for that rotate that's going to benefit them so nicely.
LG have ring console as well. They'll know exactly what's going to be happening. I mean, you speak, Mark, about, you know, difficult game to get a lot of kills or a difficult map to do so, but I guess if anyone's going to do it, it's probably one of the northern teams as they continue to move through, especially if we don't see as fast rotates, because there are certain teams that might not have been able to get ring console. I don't know if Liquid Alienware got ring console, so they're kind of hovering at the moment. NRG would have got a ring console, so they might end up fighting Liquid Alienware. Both of them get slowed down, and then, you know, people might arrive afterwards, because both Moist, Falcons, and Stallions actually all have ring consoles to work with.
I'm going to go for them. LG got a really good opportunity here. And one thing that I do like that what they did is they hit ring console immediately, right? But then they also realized that they had to get enough Evo to play this spot early. So they immediately hit a balloon, I think it was, or an evac tower, wherever it was, to go and get that Evo cache down on the southern side of the zone. So LG can now work their way back up north a little bit, having got that Evo, which is going to get them up to blues off the back of the fact that they obviously hit the ring console. So LG played that one very smart, and I think that now that they've got the prio position, they're probably going to try and play a couple of buildings early on to try and force teams off if they try and arrive a little bit early, but they should have the pick of the litter when it comes to where they want to play.
Keyword should. Now, if you think back when we saw it in the EMEA region, that was where NIP played from. They took the roof early on, and they eventually coexisted with two different teams. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of the same thing. My question is, what are going to be the teams that will be the first ones to try to make that journey over towards that building?
Surprisingly, a few teams that I thought were going to fight here in the early game have just been able to avoid one another and just go on their merry way. And I think there's a lot of respect in this lobby. People know that any fight you take could be against one of the best teams in the world. So you don't really do it unless you are in a confident position or you have some sort of height advantage or shield advantage, whereas in this early game, not many people did have a shield advantage. So everyone kind of just staying away from one another right now. Instead, it's a lot of long-range fights, and now there's people arriving from the sky.
More bubbles. Here it is. Here's that chow. Give it to us. Or run away.
Some bullets seem to hurt more than others, right? And that one that hit Sweet then really seemed to hurt.
I like how Funk just looks at that. He sees the guy just rotating with the mobile shield. He's like, good luck.
Not worth his bullets. Not worth his ammo.
No.
So see you later, friend. I do like how well and how quickly people have adjusted to the mobile shield as well. One of the players who really started to use the mobile shield successfully early on was Monsoon. I remember watching him playing the solos with Newcastle because he was convinced it was going to be one of the best characters to use during the solos event, but I think it all kind of paid off, all that practice, because utilizing the shield and being able to use it properly is a very difficult skill, and there's a very big, like, there is a high ceiling for it. And yeah, I think a lot of teams are really starting to master it now.
VP have managed to get up to 2 purples and essentially a red with Slayer on the catalyst as well, that extra HP, shield HP I should say, that you get from playing the controller legend. So VP in a really good spot here. Remember, they won game number 2, so don't count them out. They're in a really good kind of priority position. They've got great shields to play with. Sykes, by the way, shout out to you on LG. He's managed to get up to purple as well. Everyone outputting damage.
This is gonna be one of those really interesting endgames where everyone just gets into a position. It's very akin to Skyhook endgames on World's Edge, where like we're gonna go the majority of this entire game and no one is gonna full send. Even if you get a knock on someone, they're gonna keep resetting and we're just in it for an eternity. But Gaskin, you thought 15 kills?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think anyone's gonna get 15 kills. You don't necessarily need 15 kills. You need a win, which would be 12. So let's use TSM as an example here, right? A win would get them to 38 with no kills. So then they would need 12 kills, which,
Oh, that's how
yeah,
math
okay.
works. It's close
It
enough.
is a lot, but
Yeah, it is.
I think, so, you know, TSM aren't first. There's, you know, Falcons would need 8 kills. But this is what Mark was alluding to, that depending on where the zone goes, you can really struggle to find those amount of kills because everyone does hunker down. And I think that's why he was saying, you know, if you get more of a central zone, it's a bit more open, people fighting a little bit earlier. But no, everyone is heavily committed to moving early. They found somewhere to play, and it is going to be difficult to have a high kill game for sure.
One of these games as well, if you find yourself having to play an edge on a zone like this and approach late, like you have no other option, I feel like, to just go on the adventure of like collecting Evo, like doing everything you can, hitting every console, every
Little side
beacon if you
quest.
can as well. Exactly, you literally side quest until you get up to perps, look for care packages, whatever it is, so you can try and get to reds as well, because there's no way that you're gonna be able to, even if you have to evac in, if you don't have those shields to take the damage from all the teams that are already kind of stacked up inside of those buildings, then you're not going to be able to land and hit your Gibby bubble, hit your castle wall, and find a place to play. So you look at Liquid right now. You know, they're heading over to Street Market. They've got a ring console there. They've got man scan there as well. You can hit to find out where everyone's going to be. But most importantly, they find out where the Evo is going to be. And look at where that zone's pulling, by the way.
I'm scared for LG now. Like, it looked like it was going to be a poised position, but when we witnessed this circle early on, it shifted more towards the left. So now it puts LG in a position where like 10 teams are going to full send to the side of the circle.
There's a lot of like dead space as well between teams right now, where the zone is starting to shift towards just a area that's not really that playable. And maybe a team who's on the edge might be able to take advantage of that and arrive late and somehow survive whilst everyone's attention is elsewhere. It's certainly going to make for a very exciting next couple of circles after this one shifts in.
Let's move that way.
We literally just poked a bear.
Still the best skin in the game, by the way. Without a doubt. The polar
bear?
bear Gibby.
Oh my! Welcome to being a Gibraltar.
Yeah.
What did you get for poking a bear? You just don't do it.
Those shots were nasty from TSM and Zap.
Cool.
Can they push it and get the conversion of the kill, though? That's the question. Zap's going to be on kind of chipped away at his shields as well. It looks like TSM are going to have to let the reset come in, and all of a sudden there's a retaliation coming in from Keon with that scout as he knocks reps.
Yeah, that's the one legend you don't really want to go down. And suddenly now Fury are trying to full on send this, and TSM are in trouble. But Fury are also going to get griefed.
Oh,
How did Keon avoid that?
I don't know. And then you bring the mobile shield on over to try to hide yourself from that arc star. But we know how much damage Koi is putting up, and if Moist is over here too, they want to get involved.
This bubble goes down, then it could be a problem here for Furia. TSM have managed to get out at least as a 2 from this, thanks to the help that came in from Moist. I mentioned they're going to be in trouble. Rez is going to come in here on madness. They're going to have to retaliate by running away themselves. Keon goes down, and you see the Moist now. They've got multiple knocks. They know that anyone who gets back to their feet isn't going to have a lot of health. So they want to push this. They want these KP.
Yeah, but Vax on the Newcastle, man, to be able to maneuver the mobile shield while pulling back on the res to get your teammates reset. We talk about Vaxlon being one of the best Newcastles in the game, and to be fair, that just small interaction from what we witnessed is why.
Newcastle is like the equivalent of like when you were a kid and you had a sports injury and there was always the guy with like the sponge and the cold water bucket.
Could fix anything.
Can fix anything.
Nope,
Yep.
You pulled a hammy?
Yep.
Don't worry, cold
And
water.
a sponge, that'll sort it out.
It did always work though. Head
Never
injury, it's fine.
experienced.
Cold water and a sponge.
Is that a
broken
break?
leg? Don't worry about it.
Walk it off, back it up.
Walk it off. Tiff, you've never had cold water and a sponge?
No
After a sports injury?
Like, I understand that I got stuck in the Birmingham airport and I just live there now, but no one has came up to me with a cold water and a sponge.
It's more of a,
But it
more
would-
of a-
If someone comes up to you in Birmingham Airport with a cold water and a sponge, run.
run. Yeah. That person is stuck in the past in the wrong location.
No,
It's like a sports thing in the UK. It was just this weird phenomenon.
okay. There's a lot of weird
You got
phenomena.
injured, there'd just be a guy who'd run on with a bucket of cold water and a sponge.
It wasn't a first aid kit. It was literally just water and a sponge. But
Okay.
somehow worked
everything.
every time.
Yeah.
I'll take a Newcastle instead. I'll take a Newcastle.
More reliable.
Yeah, for real. All right. Zero
Wow,
out here.
by the way, zone-wise, I was talking about a lot of dead space it was moving towards. Oyster have been able to find themselves pretty much center zone because it has continued to drift east. And they are now the only team, I think. No, maybe there's another team in there. There's only 2 teams within this next zone.
Yeah, Virtue's up in there.
PSM got back to a 3, by the way, as well on the east side of zone.
Sick. What are the Falcons going to do about it?
They got the mythic bin, so Falcons all reds. They will want to fight. But Bocek in the hands of Zero as well. He was hitting some nice Kraber shots earlier. Can he get the opening damage here? Oh, he's got to, if they get a shield check here, they are pushing.
All right, let's see
They
if
are
they
pushing
can.
without a shield check.
They don't need a shield check. They're S tier hunters,
They can
bro.
smell the blue shields.
I wonder what it smells like.
Lavender.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Or someone else said that their favorite smell is wet rain. And now, I don't know when rain isn't wet.
Wait.
But anyway, here come Falcons.
Okay, let him push in. Let him get poked and prodded from that triple take. Force him on. Wait!
Oh my God, there's someone right behind me.
Waltzy! No!
Oh, there's no way they lose this. Okay, it's okay. If they would have lost that, I would have demanded a 0 listening because there would have been some Australian words being thrown.
I would have demanded a refund. I don't know what for, but something. I would have wanted a refund to something I've purchased in the last week.
Yes, go Karen.
Just call me a Karen. Sometimes you have to get a refund, Tiff, you know?
Yeah, me
You
too.
are a Karen.
I'm a Karen!
Yeah.
Wait, what is the equivalent of a Karen but a man? Steve.
Colin.
Colin. Clive.
Randall?
Let's say Falcons kind of got away with murder there. I mean, it's not Waltz's fault, right? You don't expect there to be someone playing like that in that corner, but they did take the bait, and luckily it was the red shields that essentially bailed them out of that situation. They get the KP though, they get the spot 2. The Falcons now should have a rotating from the north. NRG struggling. By the way, 18 squads still alive in this game. 17.
Plenty of kills to be had. We'll say that.
Not wrong. Plenty of bubbles to throw down as well. And Guild looks a little confused about where he wants to approach, or maybe not approach at all. So we go back into the trade and we wipe around and stuff the Mastiff in their face. Do it again.
Just blew Timmy's head off. That was like ugly to watch.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Jaguares now. He's having to go himself. NRG eliminated. Jaguares will go down, but there's the Newcastle. Virtus Pro trying to move in on some damage that's going down here, and all of this is happening on the eastern side of western side of this zone on the bridge. 100 Thieves are still alive, by the way. 2 of them managed to get away. VP trying to clean up some damage, but it's all on Lou now.
Oh.
We're no longer on
Literally
Lou.
jumped to his death.
Yeah.
I want to go back to Timmy's head getting absolutely decimated by the Mastiff.
That hurt to watch.
That was brutal.
Yeah. That one's on the slow. Put that one on the slow-mo guys channel. That would have been
Also,
crazy.
Google suggests a male version of a Karen is either Kevin or Terry. Now, my dad's name is Kevin, so...
Big Kev. Shout out Big Kev.
Shout out Big Kev.
What about
Terry?
Jerry?
Short for
Let's,
Terrence?
can we just not do a Terry? Can we just do a Jerry?
Just Jerry.
That's what I'm gonna use it for. All right, Falcons need how math works is 16 points. 16. There's plenty of people
It's
left in the
doable.
lobby.
But in moist position right now, bang center of zone, where that next zone is going to be finishing, plus Kraber in the hands of MT.
You know what
This
happened
is
that one
a
time?
big opportunity.
That little 720.
Ooh. Everywhere MT looks, he starts to zoom in, and then a bubble comes down, or a dark veil comes down. He's just like, can someone just give me a clear shot, please?
Well,
Oh, when that bubble disappears, someone's getting a bullet right through the backside.
Someone through.
Collat.
Leaving a witness gone. LG gone, by the way. 119. Any more? For any more?
I'm disappointed. I thought that was gonna be more. What? Did that connect? We'll never know.
Come back.
Fine. Put me on cloud 9.
100 Thieves gone. 12 squads now remain. C9 on their move forward. Second place in the overalls, by the way. 30 points at the moment for C9.
I don't hate it. It's pretty
Possible.
solid.
Maybe.
Imagine their contest that on that Storm Point game went differently. They'd be higher in the points.
Oh, MT's just waiting again.
Bubble, bubble.
Toil in trouble.
That wall's not good enough. That wall is leaving them exposed.
Hold up.
Oh! Tiny gets one to make MT feel a little bit better about shooting a wall, but you know, it happens. Coifel now putting out more damage. Now on this low ground, you can see that the pods are not looking too strong.
That's fine. Still more two more bullets. We still have angles. We're still in. I'm just not sure which side it's actually going to commit to. Are we going to stay here on the Moist Esports side of things, or are we going to pull on to where TSM is? Because where Falcons are in the north, we've committed to being able to rotate either way.
I mean, kind of just going to go central now. All the teams on the edge are all going to have to move at the same time. Obviously, you can see it's just shifting onto that eastern side. The TSM are going to be the furthest east team, and maybe Falcons will be one of their worries. They're on the northern tip at the moment, but then you've got all these squads on the western side. There's, what, 5 squads all here together, just hunkered down in a similar position. This is what Onset was talking about. Difficult to find consistent amount of kills.
C9 forced to move forward. You can see the Gibby ults are going down. This is Falcons. They've made a commitment to the eastern side of the zone. This is going to be in for longer for them on this side, so it's a smart decision to make. Just kind of play your percentages, right? Complexity in this bubble fight. Enemy looking for targets. Not going to be able to connect too much, though. Kimchi and Monsoon left on their own. Mon throws that bubble down. Furia will be eliminated, as will Thuggets. They'll be able to get enemy back up. Points here for Complexity, 4KP as well for Monsoon. Now he's going to have to exchange a res himself.
Oh, and he immediately hops on it.
Moist are just doing so much damage from up above. They've got a great vantage point in the moment. In one of the better positions on this western side. There is going to be a lot of teams below them, but that's fine because they can kind of just wait for them to poke out. But everyone's going to then have to walk around this side of the building that you can see. And on the other side of it is only Falcons and TSM right now. Falcons and TSM definitely the 2 teams with the advantage.
Moist have an evac, so they can play essentially either side if they need to in the hands of MT. You can see the evac's going to go down, which is going to give them a chance to make a rotation. They can put it down on height as well, which is the most. I was going to check if they could actually put it down on height, because if they can, it means that nobody else can really use it unless they want to commit up to that high ground, and that's a risk in itself. So they've got options, whereas everyone else doesn't really, unless they have an evac themselves. But with so many teams down on that low ground, everyone's just going to get a shot going for it.
Oh, this west side. This is atrocious. You got gods among men that might be able to try and walk through that. But when that circle starts closing, there's no way we're not going to be able to walk towards the other side. It is evac or bust.
Yeah, this is going to be an evac for sure. They're starting to set up for it, it would seem. But can they actually find anywhere to call home on the other side? Because you do have TSM and Falcons on the other side that are just going to be there waiting for those people to come through the choke. Evac goes down, and it is going to be a Hail Mary.
Yanya just waiting for them to come up the zip. If anyone does, they've got to rotate on over to the other side. Falcons and TSM still inching closer, but the west side is just sheer chaos. TSM with a wall and a dark veil to try and withstand as long as possible.
It was Liquid who just wrapped around from that south side as well. So TSM now find themselves sandwiched a little bit here, and Falcons want to try and take advantage of that. You can see TSM have had to use all their utility. You see the cat wall has been down, and now you can see they want to try and push on this. Verholz gets all of his shields and his health ripped away. He's about 20 HP. Falcons want to push onto this one. Virtuum eliminated in the meantime. Gods among men. Complexity, all of this on the other side of this wall.
Falcons being very careful though, because Moist were also in a position they could potentially have jumped on them had they committed to the fight against TSM. House trying to do as much damage as possible, but doing it carefully. Knows if he exposes himself for too long, he could go down and it would leave them in a very tough spot.
Oh, Falcons, Waltzy just biding his time through the bubble. The moment that bubble drops, they are sitting ducks down below. Aim it on up, but they're starting to get pressured from elsewhere.
And Moist are in that corner just below them, and they managed to get a reset. It was MT who went down initially after they hit that evac, but now they're in the corner. C9 eliminated 2 into our top 5 now, as Liquid now look like they are probably in the best position here, because they are the team with their backs to zone and everybody else in front of them.
Yeah, Falcons need to find a way to actually find safety. They're going to be able to use the opposition castle wall here just for a little bit of cover, but they have taken a lot of damage. And now here comes that push that you were talking about as Falcons eliminated.
3 bubbles. Piercing spikes. There's just sheer chaos going in with the shotties in the middle, and Liquid Alienware trying to stave off and survive if possible. Reps though grabbing some knocks, and TSM, they win again.
How have TSM won that?
We'll run it back, don't worry.
I mean, TSM are the team who are in the middle of all of that. And somehow Zap stayed alive and managed to get that final kill. That is crazy work from TSM to get out of that situation. They were between everyone. And yeah, they got a castle wall to play behind, but everybody has an angle on them. I need to watch that one back because I was surprised as anyone to see TSM's name jump up in that final moment there as the champions. I thought that was Liquid's game, but TSM somehow go back to back.
I don't know if Liquid moved too soon. Again, we'd have to watch it back, but certainly I think Liquid pushed up and took advantage of seeing Falcons a little bit exposed, but by doing that, maybe expose themselves. It was a very minute decision you had to make as well, because it was only mere seconds that would have made the difference, but perhaps had they waited those extra couple of seconds, the focus could have been elsewhere and maybe TSM would have taken more damage. But 17 points for TSM, and they will find themselves with a victory there. And you know, that's two teams who were on that western side. They were able to kind of shift their way over and find somewhere to call home, and Moist did the same thing as well.
You jump on to the other side of the match results. I'm just kind of like taking some time to soak it all in, because a lot of teams drop in zeros in terms of kills and 0 total points. But despite Furia going through what seemed like hell towards that end game, despite falling in 11th, they still grabbed 3 KP, but it was really tough for them.
As we take a look at our top 3 teams, by the way, there's one team that kind of jumps out as like, did everything right at the start of the game, but the zone pull really hurt them, and that's LG, right? LG, we thought, hey, they've got great prior to zone. They played it perfectly. They got a pretty good zone read, we felt like, but that shift over to the east side really did hurt them with everybody stacked up. They were never going to be able to leave without taking damage, and it just means another game where they don't get points on the board. So LG unfortunate with the zone pull, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You've got to be able to adapt. And TSM, speaking of adaptability, I mean, they're 7 points off of match point now. Falcons just in behind them, 9 points off. Liquid 10 points off. They're the teams who have kind of separated themselves a little bit at the top of the leaderboards. But yes, I still don't know how they won that game. I genuinely not sure how Zap came out of that alive.
Welcome to the meta that we're in, because I swear you have to literally look from 15 different perspectives, slow it down, manage those cooldowns. I don't even know how there, because like you're in that end game and you're basically like, Jesus, take the wheel, like something happened, or Mastiff take the wheel, whatever it is. Bubble take the wheel.
Just someone take the wheel.
Not
At that
me.
point,
Responsibility.
you really
Not me.
need to hope for the best.
We all do. We all need to hope for the best. And for the teams that are looking to hit 50 points next game, well, we'll see if anyone can get closer to it. We're going to cut to a quick break before we get to more BLGS regional finals for Americas underway.
Sem, 2 dubs in their pocket, and this upper half of the overall standings is getting a little tight, but no team at match point just yet, Tiv.
We're getting close, though. Look, we were talking about it. We were like, one good game could potentially see that happen. Okay, well, we got a couple people that broke double-digit points, so we're inching closer to that threshold, but we're not there yet. TSM, though, off the back of 2 wins, have the closest potential to break 50 this game if they can get 7 points. But, you know, Onset was asking for a lot of things. I want to look at the match rewind, Vicky, because we got to break some things down for that E-District game, because that was one of the wildest ones that we've seen all day.
Yeah, I came in a little late here too for my break, just looking at the ends game and hearing Onset asking how TSM was possibly able to win this. You had mentioned something with Revs showing up on the feed, looking like he was able to get into a corner here, but it was so chaotic in this final zone. I mean, just like we've seen, right, with this meta, it's a bubble party like you would see from SpongeBob out here, except somebody had to blow the bubble, who had to call it in first, and then Liquid playing off this high ground. But look at TSM's positioning. Look at the slam off that Newcastle wall. That is what disrupted the piece here. But it's the fact that Verhulst survived for as long as he could right here. As you can see what this Newcastle wall exactly did in the middle of that fight. That is why it is so important to make sure you have utility like that for the very end of these games.
So is it just Verhulst dancing on top of the Newcastle wall around everyone who is just not looking at him? Does he come in with a nice kick from Catalyst to end it? As I love that production just slowed that down because it really tried to make sense in the haziness of the chaos. But back to the map rotation here. TSM with a back-to-back, baby, on E District. They just know what they're doing over there, which is crazy. Lucky or unlucky for them, we're going to Storm Point, where Virtus Pro was able to win in Northpad.
We can see how this is going to play out for them, too. I do want to touch up about the last part of that fight there, too, where with that Newcastle wall, it's like nobody could really touch Verhulst with the circle closing in behind everybody, and everyone's forced to move up, and then getting stunned by that Newcastle wall. It's just... it's very jarring. Moving on to Storm Point and seeing what we already saw from Virtus Pro, though, I think a heavy influence was that northern pad end zone on the outskirts of those rocks, which really helped Virtus Pro make that rotate. I believe it was from down beast, and they found their way to North Pad. They were up on the top of North Pad with their triple take and were able to clear out Furia from the spot that they wanted to be in originally. Actually, sorry, Virtus actually lands over by North Pad, so they actually had POI advantage when Furia had been the ones to rotate from down beast over to those rocks by North Pad.
Yeah, it was just a brilliantly played Storm Point game out of them for sure. Nawako with 10 kills out of it. Hopefully they can run it back and like keep themselves moving towards that 50 because we're gonna need it. Because basically what happened in the other regions, the moment someone kind of slippery sloped themselves north of 50 points, we had almost half the lobby in EMEA on match point by the end of it. So we just need someone to close it out. And production was just reminding us, you know, we've seen TSM in a match point format go back to back to back, pull a little hat trick on us for the wins. Granted, we need to see them on match point, but they can eclipse 50 here. They totally can.
They absolutely can. Them, and they're not the only ones, right? With like a 2-point difference, Falcons are right behind them, and then a point behind Falcons. Liquid Alienware are also sitting at 40 points. It's just crazy. This could be the game where we could honestly see 3 teams at match point, but it also depends on if we're going to see any thug out punch outs at the very beginning of these games like we have already seen before with the third party on punching out all the teams that decided to land on each other. That could potentially be possible for the teams that are very close to match point.
You know, I hope so. Like, keep things interesting, right? I know we originally had some contests, right? Cenote Caves was one of them, 100T versus Complexity. And, well, Complexity, unfortunately, were one of the first teams out on that match. So would love to see them run this back, maybe assert some dominance. But we did have some Horizon Lifeline combos coming in from the opposing teams. 100T locked that one in. Rambo on the Lifeline.
You know, I have to say that the way that Monsoon, I mean, I'm not surprised because it's Monsoon, but the way that he runs that Sentinel, he is using it as a shotgun when he just runs it down onto people. Looking at the chat, I think Zach was like, you know, you're giving me like Rust vibes. Like, are you good? You're about to get the Sentinel like nerfed. And Mon's like, I'm just running it down, man. He's just doing what he does best.
Down mid. All right.
Literally. Well, Design, though, has to back away. Literally escaping with 1 HP. Complexity having that slight advantage.
Ooh. Little Horizon
really
there for
smart.
enemy. I like that they're changing things up, right? We already knew Rambo and Design were going to bring in the Horizon Lifeline combo, but Timmy's got the charged up Senti. And that feels almost brutal to try and use that against Monsoon.
Oh, huge. They got the double knock onto Complexity. Monsoon was the last one alive. A Design giving him a little taste of his own medicine with that Sentinel shot. Complexity get eliminated. But I do want to touch up what you were talking about, Tiff. I agree. Utilizing the Horizon when you know you're going for a 50-50 in Cenote is the best way when you know you can just get on top of that high ground. But it was kind of matched on the other side from Complexity too. And there is no third party, so they could recuperate nice here.
And you got to think, do we see that same thing occur in Checkpoint? We knew that originally happened, but it looks to be like Purple Slushy is up there in Checkpoint all alone, which is kind of nice for them, right? Considering where that circle is pulling towards Moist Esports, looking for that quick rotate out of Cito thanks to that. But you know who's going to be over there. Falcons are one of the quickest looting teams over at the mill, so that is going to be a heavy hitting early on fight.
Oh, Moist taking on the fight to Falcons actually immediately after taking that evac tower so that way they could get a scan on that survey beacon over by Mill. Falcons were able to get away and are playing by the choke closer to Spider Caves, but looking at this zone here too, look at teams like Gods Among Men already making their rotate over to Cito, 100 Thieves that are going to get information off of that beacon over to the south side after they leave Cenote. But sometimes we see this zone either pull towards that choke closer to those houses that you currently see Falcons in, or it could pull south side by the hilltop. But because I feel like this is more encapsulating that northern part, I feel like it could probably pull north more than anything.
We could see a betrayal though. We could see that.
That's true. We have seen it already.
Like, do you know how many times we've been betrayed by a zone like this? I would play for third ring. Like, I would play for that scan 100%. And just
Especially
fight my way
the positioning, right? Like, especially if you were able to find that spot there early on as Purple Slushy finding this fight early on here too. Walty is going to be able to pop that Phoenix kit here. Oh, I was going to say Purple Slushy, but we got some mixed up names actually on the bottom. That is not Walty, I'm pretty sure. That isn't Zero. This actually may be Falcons that we're looking at as Purple Slushy is to their north, very close by these houses.
Energy ammo here. Especially for everyone that's been running triple takes today. Like every single player. Triple takes, 4 days. Oh look, another triple take.
Hey, there you go. Got the little layout right here too. It's Falcons that are on that south side. Purple are over to their north though. Just have to watch out through that choke where you usually see teams go through the bunker. But Falcons have their priority over the team that they have right behind them before they find themselves getting pinched. They're going to be able to try to see if these spiders can help them out.
Yeah, at least like get yourself a little bit closer to purple if you can. I mean, granted we're like 1,000 off, but it's fine. Get that smart loot, make yourself feel better. Plus you're taking up like a large presence here in this choke point, so people are gonna maybe to tier from rotating in so crazily, because you know Moist, they're already over there. They got that information from the mill, and a lot of people are gonna be looking for that as well. Furia, likely. Tripods though, a heck of a game in that first Storm Point map trying to get towards the north. So it was a big journey for them. Hopefully they don't have too much issues as they come in from the eastern side of things.
Too much here. They got that blue Evo on that rotate. Tripod's already making their next move though, entering into Cascade where I believe there's another Evo Harvester in the distance. Yeah, you can already see the ping there too. Other squads though in the vicinity with Thuggits playing up the low ground of Cascade and Leave No Witness already leaving the survey beacon that's in that lone house up the hill by Wall. So nice clear pathing here for Tripods while they're trying to prioritize their Evo shields.
Let's take a gander here. Beautiful little free cam shot, just laying the land. You got the tripods up top and Cascades near the waterfall. Taking some little pokes, just being like, just so you know guys, we know you're over there. Come out and fight us. Come out, Thuggits. Thuggits are defending that ring console with their life though.
Saying that out loud, I can't, I'm not over it. I absolutely love that name. So sending a message. Tripod's also doing something similar though. Just trying to get their information. Jet looking to see if he could probably try to snipe that Evo Harvester while the rest of his teammates are still by that survey beacon. Falcons haven't left from the southern building here too. Talked about showing presence by that spider cave. They heard a potential standoff that was by the choke exiting into checkpoints from the vault tunnel. Moist in a little bit of trouble here as Cenote. Looks like the action has not slowed down here with VP actually rotating in this direction.
That's actually crazy work out of VP. By this time last game on Storm Point, they were so far deep into the north, thought they would be past the wall. But we saw what Timothy was able to do with the Senti on that complexity contest, and he's just like, all right, VP, you want some? Come get some.
The time here for them absolutely could take this fight in this zone, sending out that black hole. See if Design can try to get an angle, but having to be careful off the height. He's literally in their line of sight with the triple take. Sitting on the edge of my seat, he survives, pops a syringe, but now keeps him out of the fight for now. It doesn't look like he's got big meds to really work with here.
All right, Timothy, hit that zip. Let's go. VP coming on in. Dude, I never called Timothy. His name in game is Timothy, and now I just want to say Timothy all day.
I love that. A long time ago, I like in the heat of the moment, I was like, Timothy is Himothy, and after that, now I haven't stopped being able to see the Timothy, and now he's rocking it in game. Gotta put some respect on Timmy's name. Oh, okay, well, guess you gotta put some respect on this huddle corner too. LG got some other plans up their sleeve.
So mischievous.
Oh no. Is this a point of view of like what Onset had to deal with for the BLGS?
The live look at what Onset went through during his BLGS grind. No Fred Durst's dad here, but wait, what just happened? VP dead. Very dead.
Remember that L-Star, by the way? Look at that.
Yeah, I did.
Look at that. Melted them.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
It was looking pretty dire, right? Like the last we saw, Timothy and all them, they were flesh. They had to focus on those syringes, and the next thing you know, they hit the zip on out, and VP's like, all right, fine, we'll rotate. And they just double back and dumpster straight onto them. Now they can walk out of ring, hit a south side rotation where their biggest threat is going to be none other than our Lord and Savior, Evan Verhulst.
Big E, man. That was such a clutch in that last game. Now 100 Thieves are going to be rolling out of there. Like their decision-making to actually just circle keep that team, VP, who kind of had no other choice but to either contest them or to wrap around. Maybe they didn't have a lot of meds to work with there too, and they wanted to try to push on that advantage. Looking at a nice overhead, though, on what's happening over by Checkpoint, because this zone, by the way, is pulling more so slightly to that south side. Still, the choke that Falcons was sitting in before is still safe, but if this circle does continuously pull over to the south, then that's going to be a very difficult rotate once you're forced out of Spider Cave.
Maybe I like the fact that Falcons didn't commit so far to the north, because they can always just double back out of spiders. It's not gonna be easy. It'll suck. But for the teams that are like still deep into Checkpoint, you've got to contend with all 5 teams ahead of you. Oh, they know you're there. You know, Gibby's massive, so let's be real. We are bigger than the rocks ahead of us.
And the shiny beacon that is his arm shield too, like, you could try to hide. It also makes noise, so.
It's fine, we repeat that. We shell that.
There are so many teams that have to come out of Checkpoint, by the way, that don't have information on where that next zone is pulling, and that is going to be a bloodbath. There's like 6 teams or so now that will probably be coming out of that north side unless Virtue ends up rotating over by the bridge side into Mill from the water, exiting out of Down Beast. If they don't, then they'll be the 7th team that has to come out of Checkpoint.
Yikes. I think LG just got the mythic bin, so at least like their patience paid off with something cool. Oh. I don't want to say like lackluster day for NRG, but 100% lackluster so far. You could totally turn it around. We hit this long rotation out of Down Beast, which is perfectly fine because they don't have to contend with all the people that are like falling from Checkpoint, but they just have to deal with Virtue that's been holding the Checkpoint, gatekeeping everyone in Checkpoint. But like, we should be okay. There's just not a lot of cover here.
Exactly. Meanwhile, when you're up on Pride Rock here like TSM, you're in the line of sight of a lot of teams, but you can play off the lip of the rock, even with the ring being right behind him. Nice Thermite burning a lot here from inside the Lifeline ult. We talked about some of the changes that came onto Newcastle and Lifeline earlier on, but Zach was able to get that knock onto Design. That's a terrible spot to be in by those bins, because there's another team on their other side and another team by Mill who are also looking at them. I believe it's Furia on Mill looking at 100 Thieves, and then it was Gods Among Men that were also taking shots at them.
Oh. Already throwing down the bubble, we have to. But then we have to manage that cooldown effectively, and there's just too much open space. So you think about the options that we're going to have to burn to move forward, because, all right, well, we'll just all huddle up on this little rock. I'm fine. One Arc Star going rogue. Oh. That's a heck of an arm on homie ahead of him.
It's perfect, just enough. They could have gone in for the third party, but Tripods in some trouble. They got the trade. Leave no witness now, looking to get this res. Juan's coming in clutch. Meanwhile, on your feed, Sweet was able to get a knock onto Trev Stacks and leave no witness after getting that res. Look at that amazing passive, Tiff. Getting that residual healing done too. Once you get that res, it's just so helpful.
God, I'm just telling you, support meta. Hit the Zip to get us up to high ground here at checkpoint, and maybe we're going for a late evac play. We'll have to wait and see, but for the Havoc here, thanks to that mythic bin from LG, gets it falling elsewhere, but that frag grenade is actually killer for them. But we have all the space in the world here playing around this graph cannon, an epic setup. We should be able to take Oblivion.
They can here. Look at the Havoc too.
That's what I'm saying. A little 2x4 action.
Man, even though it's been so long since I've heard the single fire from the Havoc like ring in my lobby, hearing it again, sometimes I always have to do it like a double take, like, oh yeah, that's happening. And when they try to get cheeky with it, it's like extra rage inducing, but Nano gets to lead it, having to back away and use up a lot of utility just for this rotate, but they're kind of forced to at this point. But there's another team waiting for them on the top of the rocks. It's not just one team shooting at them from the right side, but another squad right above.
This is actually so huge for TSM elsewhere because Gods Among Men have decided to third-party Oblivion after undergoing that pressure from LG. So you can already see Nano falls thanks to Sweet there, finding those angles. The Dark Veil expanded, and we are just full on into the open. I'm not really sure how long Oblivion's going to be able to withstand this. Probably not much longer.
We're talking about the Havoc. Sykes having a little too much fun out here, but lacking on loot, unless he is able to, on this rotate, maybe get something going, but didn't look like he's got a lot of light ammo to work with there. C9 still full blues, also trying to take this fight underneath this building that we saw Falcons in earlier.
Tripods have fallen, and C9, I mean, look, we can clear up a couple. We can find some kills, but the reality of us surviving the rotate from checkpoint are slim to none. So you have to go down fighting and take as many people with you as possible.
Oh, nice shots here with the triple take.
Do it to
Naughty
him.
just
We don't get the
racking
knock,
up
though.
even more. Yeah, exactly. At least you're 243 away from purple. 180, just two more. Yeah, there we go. And he was able to get the knock too. The 2-for-1 deal.
That's a nice 2-for-1 special. Give me a more. All right. So we want to just immediately full send, throw the piercing spikes in, and the punishment is real. See, I'm just saying, Naughty, how do you think you were going to get out of there with nothing but a scratch?
When the BOGO deals comes with its own set of terms, then you can't really capitalize out here. Wall coming up from the cat on the other side just to block out and isolate this fight if they can. I know Stallions was playing on the edge, looking at this team fight. TSM, though, still trying to harass. I believe it was 100 Thieves that were on top of that rock. They're still all huddled up on top of there, too. But TSM can't really fully send it because Gods Among Men were still behind them.
See, we knew this was going to happen. Let's go for the bubble fight at Cloud9. And you got Naughty just diving right in there with the PK. You get a shot, you get a shot. And finally, they fall. Sauce picks up a couple more KP for them, and we can start rotating towards that choke point. This is that rotation I was talking about that was going to be an absolute detriment towards their end game. And Purple Slushy seems like they're not going to get on out of there. We are moving straight forward to the home of Liquid Alienware and Falcons.
Oh, and that was when Falcons had moved when all these teams were fighting to their north. So they had time to move in here because a lot of the action over by Mill and to their north allowed them the time to come exactly into that position that they found themselves in by that building, by Liquid Alienware. LG are actually looking at the fight happening in that same building. Meanwhile, the bombardments are in every corner of this zone. You got a bombardment inside one of the isolated houses, by the survey beacon, and on top of this rock.
Now, this has to be really quick and careful because Gods Among Men are still on the outside. They have not rotated in. 100T went elsewhere, left this rock to TSM. And honestly, I don't blame them. If you see Evan Verholst and Co just running straight forward towards you, you give them a little bit of respect, especially after that E-District map. But the Falcons holding that home, keeping this team ahead of them on that fence line. I'm holding space for the Falcons to make a comeback and hit that 50. I say make a comeback, but they're like in second place.
They're right there, and they've been putting in so much damage, just haven't been able to get that KP just yet. And right when they feel like they can try to go for a trade, Zero's one shot, he lands the Kraber shot. He manages to get saved, but he won't be able to get this res. They fully collapse on him. It was a good attempt, but they were at least able to get that extra KP. That may not have been enough right there, honestly, because what, they were like a 42 or so, I believe. Yeah, so even though they put down that damage, it did not have that KP that they needed, playing a little bit slower. But now, Liquid Alienware on the come up. They have the Kraber in hand. They have some KP. And this is one of the teams that's also right behind TSM, I believe, with 45 points.
I really don't think they did enough. And TSM only needed 7 points coming into this, and now we're into the top 10. And you're right, a little freshy Kraber in the hands of Kurev, only missing 2 bullets. So we got 10 shots, and they are lined up and ready to see that team rotate off of that. I'm just really curious what TSM's gonna do. Like, my thing is, if you've got a Newcastle wall, you can kind of effectively jump forward, but it's pure open space. Only a shrivel of the mill is going to be in, and all three of these teams are already here, and it's going to be Furia just barreling forward.
These massive shots, sometimes grasping at my heart. Now Furia preventing the reset, getting even more KP out here. Not also lighting up the feed, by the way, with the triple take. Was able to harass that team. 8 squads left, and Keon stuck in the corner, gonna be able to pop this shield back. You talk about just an inch of mill in that zone, and Furia looking to see if they can stay in this.
Oh no. Oh wait, we're good. I was like, please tell me they moved it far enough. But TSM, they're in. They walk right in because there was just so much chaos in the mill. We've got a rock. It's fine because LG, they got a fence. We're fine for now. Ish.
Beautiful. For now, and they had to, and they had to burn up the bubble here too. It's nice when Furia was moving up. You could see on their mini map, once that circle stops pulsating, that you know you're already in that next zone. But now forced to move up, TSM taking some free shots. Furia in a lot of trouble.
Wait a second, this is so good for TSM. If Furia ends LG, which they just did, TSM is gonna be able to third this with no issue.
Oh, they get even more KP. I wonder if that's enough. I know they're very close to it. I believe this sets them up for like 48 points or so. I think that was it though. I think with that extra KP, they've officially gotten 52 points. TSM is officially at match point.
Okay, TSM. We love that energy out of you, especially after that last win on E-District, the back-to-back already. Maybe they hit the back-to-back-to-back. We asked for a hat trick, but Kirev, 4 bullets and a Kraber can really change some things up towards the end game in the top 5. And when you connect.
Rogue tried it again. Liquid harassing this team that's stuck in this corner. Possible 3P for TSM is actually crazy. The catwall is coming up, preventing Team Liquid from capitalizing off of the kills that they need, and they can't give up the space yet, too, because there's a team underneath them.
Oh, Kirev does drop sights from LG, so they're just keeping that pressure. But this moist TSM battle right here, it could be isolated because of the Dark Veil. But with the mobile shield up, we haven't been able to full send onto it. I haven't seen a Newcastle wall go down yet from TSM, which means it's still in their back pocket. And with Moist, after that Dark Veil going down, just kind of trying to play along that fence line, TSM just need to walk on up if they can. At the right time, but it has to be a good time.
Ooh, these nades! Those nades grief TSM! Okay, again, they still were able to get to match point. They put down that wall. Zainu with a huge nade, though, from Moist. Now they're splitting their attention to this fight right in front of them.
Oh my god, Moist and TSM still alive. Gods among men, they're in it to win it too. You see Dig just down there, the Dark Veil on the other side of things, but it's gonna be Liquid Alienware. If you're pulling out a Sheila in the end game, Yazzle, this is insane work out of you, especially with that boost coming in from the walls.
Oh, TSM get eliminated, Moist staying alive.
Oh my god.
MT gets put up here, but they are feeling so much pressure from the other side. Here comes Funk. LG needed a pop off, and Liquid Alienware with Nizul taking out the Sheila, looking to play. They're looking to be the second team to make match point.
They could do it. If they win here, they have enough KP. I see at least 3 assists, so we are putting in the work to breach that match point alongside TSM to go into win condition. But that bubble, it'll be a nuisance. But Jaguares is so patient and waltzes right in for the final kill. Liquid Alienware do it here on Storm Point.
Liquid with the patience paying off. Huge shots too from Kuriv, by the way. Like we saw in that feed with that Kraber, moving in Nizul with the Sheila when nobody's looking at them because they're so fixated in these bubble fights. Big game here for Liquid Alienware. 2 teams now sitting at match point.
Yo, Vicky, I'm not gonna lie, that's my nightmare. You're just trying to live your best life, play a game, and you just got Niazzle over there just Sheilaing it out, and oh my god. I feel for everyone in that lobby that had to go against that.
Paralysis demon every time. Like for some reason, it's the Sheila. Like I will respect somebody so fast if I see that Sheila looking at me. Like I don't con that, especially if I know I've taken even a lick of damage before that comes out.
No, and I told you earlier, I'm the one that will literally throw my body at the Sheila, so someone else. I am the sacrificial, I'm like the sacrificial lamb that is just like, I'm gonna run straight for the Sheila. Someone else just hit him from the side, okay? Just, this is me dancing in front of it. Nah, Not anymore after witnessing that. Not anymore.
No, but it was a really good game, though, for our teams that were able to call out that zone. It was very tricky for the squads that had to come out of mill. Holding on to that house, I mean, Falcons did call it. They rotated really fast after they were by that building closer to Spider Cave, but it was just very difficult for them to find space when there was two other teams, also just one team on top of them inside that building, another team neighboring the other side of the wall on the outskirts of the same building they were holding down, and then another team holding the fence line in front of them. They were so close, but they did not achieve that 50 points that they needed to meet match point.
That is just so tough, right? Especially if you've got teams eclipsing that. But to be fair, in the earlier region in EMEA, the first teams that we saw break 50 didn't always close it out. Like, we went the distance. We had 9 games. So we could see an absolute marathon of a series here for the Americas, or maybe it closes out in our next game. I'm not sure, but here are your match results. Liquid Alienware put 19 points on the board. LG, the team that you were talking about, just kind of holding up on that fence line. They still walk away with 7 kills. And the fact they even got the fence line is crazy, because it was not looking so good for them over there by the cannon.
I was also going to say, wasn't LG put into a really difficult position where they were like 13th or so right before that? So they desperately needed that nice game where they were able to get that KP. 7 KP to their name, Moist with 8 KP. Pretty nicely evened out on this first page for this match.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, 16-14. Big game from Gods Among Men. So shout out to Dig and everyone that over on that side of things. You jump on over to the second half of the page, and it's tough. A lot of these teams were the ones that got kind of all stuck in that checkpoint rotation. Purple, Slushy, Tripods, even Thuggets. Like, that was difficult. Cloud9, I thought, would actually walk away with more KP out of that initial rotation, but the fact that they survived to 11th says something, because they put the last couple bullets into Purple Slushy while they were rotating on out. But wow, the series scoreboard. Look at the 2 teams that hit it. We thought so, Vicky. We thought so.
Yeah, we were expecting a team to hit it at least in that game, and now we may even welcome 2 more teams going into the next game. I mean, it's still very even across the board. Even C9 with 38 points. One big explosive game could also set them up for that 50-point threshold.
Sheesh. That's true. 5. Sheesh. Moist Esports only needs 5. 6 for Falcons. Oh, look, you said it. Cloud9, they can do it. That's only 12 points. Shuby can put up a 10 by himself. I have faith.
Play out of your mind, honestly. I will like to highlight that the damage output that we are seeing from Moist is incredibly scary. Like, both Koiful and MT on the same team, like, putting in like over 8k damage thus far has just been enjoyable to watch, because I'm seeing heads being knocked in the feed and then them trying to capitalize off of it. That's why they're so close to that 50-point threshold, but it's that damage output that's really impressive.
That's true. But we need to convert it. We need to convert some kills, right? So they can hit 50 at this point. I want more teams on match point. Like, I want to go into an end game and see like 5 to 7, but we're going to get there. It's only a matter of time. But our first 2 teams eclipsing 50, which means more chaos action. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it to something super sick. It's going to be that Champs promo, because Sapporo, Japan is looking super crazy for the end of January.
Clutches that out.
He beats them both. He's just better.
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Now, Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
The CEO with the hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
総額200万ドルの賞金をめぐって世界中から集まった強豪40チームが対決します。果たしてチャンピオンになるのはどのチームでしょうか。BLGS へよう。
All that I got.
Well, some of the best things in life are worth waiting for. And of course, the ALGS Championship is certainly going to be one of those. It is going to be an incredible event and it is getting closer. We're starting to count down the days now. It feels like January 29th to February 2nd in Sapporo, Japan. I cannot wait. I've got to be honest with you. I cannot wait. This is going to be a special event, not just for the ALGS. I think for esports in general, everyone's eyes are going to be on it. I can't wait, Dan. Like, genuinely, this is going to be an experience of a lifetime.
It's getting closer and closer, isn't it? And I know it's going to be a little bit chilly out in Sapporo, but there's going to be plenty of heat in that arena to make sure everyone stays warm. I think it's going to be an event that everyone will remember for the rest of their lives, whether you are a player, spectator, part of the staff, or even just watching from home. I really think it's going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, can't believe how quick the tickets went. That was the craziest thing to me. This is the Sapporo Dome. This is a huge place, a big old venue, and ALGS fans have certainly turned up. It's to the point where more tickets had to be released. They had to find a way to get more people in. So it's going to be extremely loud. It's going to be a full house. And honestly, man, I think it's going to be very, very special. And the BLGS is a perfect way to kind of warm up for it, right? Because we get to see a little bit of E-District, which of course is going to be played at Champs. We get to see the form of some of these teams. And of course, we get to see a hyper-competitive finals lobby with $100,000 on the line. That's what we're seeing right now. And I almost thought for a second we were going to see history start to repeat itself with TSM going back to back to back, but it wasn't to be. It's Team Liquid who take the win in that game, but both them and TSM now on match point.
Yeah, both on match point, and I think that, you know, TSM with the way they've been playing so far, maybe going to this as favorites. Just their positioning seems incredible right now. They're going into all of these final circles with a chance to win, and if they can do the same on World's Edge, by the way, I think maybe one of the best places that we could be for their opportunity to try and win this is a map that they're very familiar with, and they get 2 stabs at it. It's going to be World's Edge back-to-back here in matches 6 and 7. So I think we might see someone take it here. I know I was joking at the start of the broadcast where I was like, yeah, 14 games or whatever, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it in 6 or 7.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one, right? Because it's not just the 2 teams that have got to match point that have the chance, of course, to win the tournament now. Everyone else behind them is so close to that threshold as well. So it's not just a case of, for some of those chasing teams, like win the game and you're on match point. It's like, have a good game and you're probably going to hit match point. Get a couple of KP and into that top 5, you're probably going to hit match point. So we really are in an interesting game in the series now when it comes to match point, because it's not just about winning it, which is the opportunity, of course, is available for 2 teams. But if you don't win it, it's going to be a number of teams you would expect to be joining them with the opportunity should we go another game.
And it is great to see TSM up there. I know that, you know, they've been through many an up and down, but the fan base have stood by their side for quite some time. I know a lot of fans, or some fans left with HAL, but TSM still have their fans behind them. And to see them at the top still succeeding despite the changes, I think is always a good thing for Apex, because it's such a big organization as well. And I mean, for Verholst and Reps, 2 of the nicest people I've ever met. So to see them still succeeding is great.
What you got against Zap? Has he just been really nasty?
Nothing. I've just not. I don't know Zap as well personally.
Imagine you just like found out that all of a sudden like Zap's just been really horrible to Dan for some reason, and he just holds a grudge. Don't know why that would be. You're a lovely.
You know, earlier when I said most players are lovely, well, it's all starting to add up now.
Leak the drama. Let's start it ahead of... oh, yeah, I forgot we were allowed to just make things up these days. Anyway, this is the endgame that we saw from the previous game on Storm Point. It was those Sky Nades that almost kind of threw TSM into a little bit of a blender. Had to make a play off the back of it. The bubble fight didn't go their way, even though you saw a huge amount of damage coming in. But in the end here, you saw one player alive from from LG, who managed to get into that top 3. So a good game from LG, but it's Liquid Alienware who just had to bide their time to pick up these final pieces.
It really is incredible to watch just how different the game has to be played now that shotguns are so prevalent as well. I mean, I remember a time when it was all SMGs and a lot of controller players were absolutely on top of the world, but now with shotguns just being in the meta, it does allow a lot of these M&K players to suddenly be at the very top of their game.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. Now let's go to World's Edge then, where so many tournaments have finished previously, where so much money has been given away and so many champions have been crowned, and that's where we're going to find ourselves for match 6, and like you say, Dan, match 7 as well, should we get there. So the opportunity is here. Everyone has got the most experience, of course, on World's Edge when it comes to the competitive landscape. We'll have to see if we're going to see history repeat itself in another finish here in a match point on World's Edge.
Will it be here, done on match 6? Now remember, in match 1,
yes.
TSM did lose a player right at the very beginning because Gods Among Men decided to drop at Trials, and also Virtue are dropping at Skyhook East, so TSM were contested slightly. They were in between people, and I think TSM now, knowing that, recognizing that, looks like they will not be dropping anyone over towards Trials or too far east.
Yeah, TSM have decided to just play Sky West, essentially. They're going to give up Trials, like you say. Gods Among Men are going to have that. It's a smart decision from TSM. No egos to be seen here, and why would you? Especially when you have done the hard work, essentially, to get to match point. It's about winning a game. A contest at this point is a waste of their time. And it's just too many variables. Even if you win it, like, what do you gain off of it? Your rotate gets slowed down, all of those good things. The only thing you are kind of giving up is a little bit of loot. So TSM have shown they can work without that. They've been in some end zone with blue shields and managed to find a way to win it. Purple Slushy, they're going to have Dome to themselves at the moment, and it looks like Complexity are going to have to back off, as I think that one of the players were maybe having a quick look there at the kind of the eggshell mini Dome just next to it, maybe thinking they could steal away some of that loot. But Purple Slushy are going to take Dome. They're also going to have Ring Console. They're also going to have a man scan to play with as well. So all of these things are going to help with their Evo. One team who's been a little bit quiet recently is Lone Sharks, as we kind of drift our way through Stacks and Big Mord. They have both of those POIs to themselves.
Yeah, considering the success that Lone Sharks have had recently and Scrims and whatnot, maybe I was expecting a little bit more from them, but, you know, it's only match 6. There is definitely a possibility that they can still come back into this. We have seen, or we did see in EMEA, we went all the way to match 9. Zone-wise, by the way, we might be watching this eastern side at the moment, but it's going to be over towards the west where we're starting to head. Down towards Thermal Station and Staging is where the zone's going to be. Furia and 100 Thieves currently in the surrounding areas, but I'm just trying to look for ring consoles for both of those teams, and I'm wondering if 100 Thieves actually have one. It might be hidden under the survey beacon, but Furia have certainly started moving, so maybe they did have one at Staging that, yeah, I think it's under one of the names. So Furia maybe could be setting up for prime position here.
Yeah, 100 Thieves might have it as well. Furia already moving to the double houses. Always remind me of, like, you know, we talk about those like horrible new build estates in the UK. These two buildings remind me of it, and I don't know why. Like the two exact same buildings right next to each other.
Just copy and paste.
Yeah, we'll call it this the Bovis buildings. Or, you know exactly what I'm saying if you live in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
But Furia making their way here. Already managed to get up to blue as well, so they'll be pretty set for the long game. You can see that they've kind of given up a little bit of their loot rotation to leave as quickly as possible. But 100 Thieves, I was looking down to see if they had a ring console. I think they might have one, if I'm not mistaken. Over towards the no, it's not. It's the survey beacon, so they're not going to have the ring console information. One thing to kind of note here is this could be one of those zones where we look at it initially and everyone's thinking this goes south side. Furia make good rotation, but it could be. We have World's Edge is the one map I would say where funky pulls happen, and this could pull back towards the staging side, back towards that Dorito building. So we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and there might be teams that are just forced to play that side as well that arrive a little bit later. I mean, Thuggets are going to be the next team that go along the same path as Furia, but we're on board with Falcons at the moment, who have to dip out from taking the balloon, mainly because they took a little bit too much damage. Gonna have to rethink how they want to approach this one, or they say, all right, we've got enough information that we wanted, and we might just have a little peek at that team that was shooting us.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk it in instead. Great shots, by the way, coming in onto Zero. Is it first on? Oh, now they're giving it up. Look at the team behind them. He's going to take their evac. And this could really scupper Falcons rotate. This could be very frustrating for them to play against.
As for TSM, remember, they don't have Trials.
Got an upgrade.
I think they looted the remainder of Trials after Gods Among Men had moved, and TSM are now going to be shadowing Gods Among Men along that western side, down through Lava Fissure. You can hit the ring console there on your way as well if you need it. There's also a survey beacon down in Mirage Etoile, so plenty of Evo shield possibilities and information to be gained along the western side, and it should be relatively clear for TSM depending on how quickly they do move.
How do you feel about Evo abilities as a phrase?
As we learned, we can kind of say and make up whatever we want.
Evo ability,
maybe,
like, give me your gut reaction to it, yes or no?
I love it.
Okay, cool. We'll
gut reaction.
That's fine.
Yeah, I like it.
Team Liquid, the winners of our previous game. A little bit further for them to go as they move their way towards the choke towards Harvester, or they might actually wrap through Landslide. Should that take their fancy? Looks like that is going to be the choice for them. Oblivion taking one of the Bovis homes away, and they're going to be arriving at the same time as another team as well. It's going to be 100 Thieves who are in the vicinity too. Oblivion lose 2. Nano left on his own.
What can you do on your own with an Eva 8?
A lot.
Be an Eva 8, a book that will never be written. Oblivion go down. 100 Thieves will survive. Remember, 100 Thieves did drop down here. And they'll now be able to hold their ground. Can Rambo and the rest of the boys actually do anything from this position? Because you mentioned it, you know, we were trying to see, was there a ring console? I don't think they had one. Now elsewhere, Purple Slushy taking a little fight here.
Because VP are on the other side of this. Excuse me. No, it's not. It's going to be Purple Slushy being eliminated at the hands of the Lone Sharks. So the Lone Sharks starting to find a little bit of momentum here. Big fight that they win early on. Should be able to reset pretty comfortably here over at launch site. Nobody near them. Closest team to them at the moment is over in Lava Siphon. So they're going to be absolutely chilling.
Yeah, there's a few teams that are going to be chilling for quite a while and just have to be patient and allow the game to come to them. But there's going to be a lot of squads that need to try and actually force their way into this zone and do something to disrupt those who have been able to take up residence already. Virtus Pro potentially could be one of those. At the moment, they're just on the very edge where they can take fights and they can maybe pick up some KP along the way. It's Liquid Alienware they're kind of forcing away right now, but TSM are in the distance in the horizon.
We should park there.
A little bit of time for VP just to kind of settle on the edge of zone here. Nobody really close to them is going to cause them a problem. Al's just been brought back in here for Stallions as well. Moist, the team who are so close to crossing the threshold of match point. Not quite there yet.
There's a few teams that are kind of changing their rotation a little bit because they're hearing the shots that are being fired and looking to try and maybe take advantage of that. Moist are just scaring away Virtue. They're going to continue on their rotation. They're not going to be worried about it anymore. They don't want to overcommit to that fight, and they'll probably move through Harvester. But arriving from east to west is going to be pretty horrible for this zone, especially when you see where it's going to be pulling, because we are going to continue to pull further west and up towards those buildings where Furia went very early on. And the kind of pills that are just north of them as well. Those are going to be the primary areas right now. So anyone who committed to thermal are going to struggle a little bit.
Well, look at the train station just outside of thermal. You can see a couple of teams making their way in. One of them is going to be Thuggets. Trevstack's going to have to be brought back to his feet as Cape is going to fire some shots off for the triple take at distance to try and level up that Evo. A long way to go, though, for them to get up to purple, especially for the man on your screen.
Heads up, check out that way.
We'll be safe, though, inside this next zone. Furia manages to get a knock as well. Keon's going to send a nade towards Kimchi, and Kimchi's going to collect it, I would say begrudgingly. Looks like he should be in a position to get res, though.
Nope. No rest for him. Grenade will take him out, actually. He spoke too soon.
Sorry, Kimchi.
That is entirely your fault.
Please don't beat me up.
He is strong. Loves apple cores as well. Do you really want to dive into that? Because
I don't.
Eating an apple core,
I don't.
Is questionable. But also, it's quite a Chad move.
It's just so many better things to eat. I was gonna say put in your mouth, but then I should open myself up to all sorts of things. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave that.
That's a question we can ask Kimchi later.
TSM. A win, and a top 5, I think it was in the previous game as well, with a couple of KP to go alongside it. One of the teams who is on match point. If you're just joining us, of course, firstly, welcome. Secondly, 2 teams who are on match point, Liquid Alienware and TSM. They can win it right here, right now on World's Edge if they do manage to close this out. Moist Esports are looking to fight TSM, though, on the northern side of that zone, as you can see on our map overhead.
It's a big fight. What happens here? Oh, there's a lot of damage that's been taken on the TSM side, and you can actually see Moisture actually taking a fight with Zap. Zap's fallen. So TSM are just going to be a 2 here. Now they're going to have to see if they can find out whether they can get back up to a full 3.
Can they even escape? That's the question. It looks like they are going to slide down towards the graveyard, but Koi is already having a look to see if he can hunt them down. His eyes are far better than mine, because I cannot see through that zone, especially with the resolution I have in my monitor. I also can't hit shots like that. Holster's gone, by the way. TSM fans, you might have to wait a little bit longer.
Just close your eyes and pray, hope for the best. Might not be the game for TSM, which does open the door for a lot of other teams to start to play catch up and get closer to match point as well. You mentioned it, there's a few teams that are just so close. Yeah, the zone shift is what we predicted as well. It is going to be going right to where Furia moved to, so a good move from them and a good prediction. And now Furia are really going to be set up for this end game, but it's all well putting yourself in that spot, but can you actually execute it is the real question.
VP taking a little bit of damage here just to the southern side of Mirage. Quite a lot of damage actually. That Skynade is not only going to chip away the shields, but it's also going to push them back a little bit further. C9 on that Dorito building. I was kind of mentioning might be somewhere this game can end. In the kill feed though, Zero has been knocked. As Moist get involved as well, and all of a sudden you're starting to see VP struggle. 2 players are down as Moist make their rotation from the northern side of this zone, or from the side of the map I should say, in towards this zone, and they're going to have to fight their way in.
Oh, Luke. Oh, Slither. Taken down by Zonu. Team Liquid are also going to be moving up in the zip, trying to get a little bit of high ground, and actually they zip past anyone that was going to be at the top of staging.
Such a good rotation.
I don't hate this spot as well. Like, you've got to now try and move through the southeast side of this, and maybe you can pick off one of those teams as you get towards the buildings, and you might actually be able to play near the buildings as well. It's all well and good being inside the 2 buildings that you were speaking of, but there is plenty of playable space around said buildings where you are not going to be shot by those who are inside.
Yes, it's interesting, right? Take me back to previous seasons. Where Team Liquid are playing right now isn't playable. Too many angles that you can be shot from, but knowing that you've got Newcastle and Gibraltar, you can just get walls down. You can make this work for you. You can wall off your back as Waltzy will also fall in. Falcons now down to 1. Hal is going to be the last alive. Hasn't fallen quite as yet, but it's Lone Sharks, 39 points at the moment. This is doable for them. 5th place, excuse me, in the overalls. Old Hell going to be dropped off here to Noct from Noct as well. Give him the opportunity to get his ult back, but Liquid just using the natural geometry, the undulations, you're welcome, of the ground around you to make sure that they're not visible.
Liquid Alienware suddenly the team to watch here.
This is the play. This is a big play, huge play.
I'm holding my breath for them. This is what I was talking about. Playable space. You can go underneath. You can go around the side, and they've gone in the building. This is going to be a siege attempt.
I mean, they have made the first floor work. If they can somehow win this fight or force the other team out, which I think is what they've done, then they could be in a game-winning position. TSM down to 2. Huge fight taking place for them at the moment. Zap is trying to win this against the Gibby and wins it. C9, they forgot about Zap. You can't do that.
Well, TSM from the death, we thought maybe they were down, maybe they were out. Like a phoenix from the ashes, back in the game, back as a full 3, and they take down Cloud9. And whilst I thought all the attention was going to be on Team Liquid Alienware, TSM still have something to say in this game. They're going to take a similar path that Team Liquid Alienware just did. And maybe a very similar rotation, but perhaps not straight into the building when there's 2 teams there. So we check in with the Lone Sharks just on this south side.
Well, the Thuggers have just been eliminated. And that's good news for TSM because they were the team who were pretty much holding the choke that they're going to be forced to rotate through. So TSM might have a window of opportunity here as NRG will also be eliminated in 13th position. 12 squads now remain as TSM have made that rotation. They are forcing their way towards this zone. They're not safe though.
They've got a little bit of time. They don't have to worry just yet. But that zone is going to be closing in shortly. You can see the enemies in their sights that are going to potentially be stopping them from making this rotation. Oh, Rep's taking a lot of damage. But he's just able to stay on his feet. Well, no, I lied. He's not on his feet, but the bubble does go down for the res.
The bubble goes down, but that means they're not going to have the bubble available now for this rotate. They're going to have to be forced to use the catwall to just find their way anywhere near the zone here. I think TSM are going to be desperate to see if there's a third-party opportunity that presents itself. If there is, then TSM will be happy to take it, but utility has been expended. Think about Liquid Alienware. The other team are on match point right now. Where they are, what utility they have. They have the natural cover of the building, and Varhol spinning around in circles, trying to buy time for that Q to come down, but it's not indestructible anymore. TSM are starting to fall apart, and they have fallen to the ground. TSM will have to wait and see what Liquid can do.
Well, Liquid Alienware have been able to take control of this entire building as well. They are very much in a position where they could win the regional finals of Americas here in BLGS. Now, Moist Esports starting to full send it as well. Good damage done initially. The res going to be pulled, but actually, it's a fake out. And it's a back and forth with these reses. What can you do with a triple take?
I don't think it's going to matter because Complexity have jumped straight down on this. Moist are gone. 100 Thieves are gone as well. As Complexity on the far southern side of this, western side of this zone, excuse me. Use that zip line to get involved in this fight. LG now looking to have a little bit of a Complexity party as well.
LG Complexity, gods among men. They're the teams on this west side. What? A lot of damage. Now it's just down to Sweet, but I'm not sure even he can survive this. LG eliminated. Complexity have done so well to be able to fight tooth and nail to stay alive, but now Kimchi, the last remaining player, does have a purple shield, though. Should be able to get Monsoon back on his feet, which he does. And actually, the full reset is probably going to come through because Gods Among Men are not sending this. Yes, Leave No Witness are doing damage from a distance, but no one is able to jump on it. So Complexity get the chance to reset, but now the ring's about to come in. They all have to move. Furia, Liquid Alienware, Leave No Witness, and Lone Sharks are all within the zone, but Stallions, Gods Among Men, and Complexity will have to move.
Well, Leave No Witness, a lot of the damage done to LG was by their Gibraltar ultimate. And the fact that they are in a position that's in zone means that they didn't want to give it up. They didn't want to give it away to another team who maybe saw them move up and try and force the fight onto Complexity, but now they don't have a choice. They're going to have to fight Complexity here. The two bubbles go down, but the gap between the two teams is so awkward for these Massives to really have an impact.
Complexity lose one. Leave No Witness are just using this bubble perfectly to play their side and forcing Complexity to even back off, but Complexity get eliminated. 6 squads now remain. They have lost one of Leave No Witness as Team Liquid and Alienware are actually poking out. They are not just sitting in. They are not just waiting. They are trying to show presence here. They are trying to do as much damage as possible to try and win this game, and not just win the game, but win the entire BLGS regional finals here in Americas.
Well, if Liquid can deal with Leave No Witness, then they will control one side of this zone. They will have the western side all to themselves. That's why they're focusing so hard on them. As you can see on our map overhead, they can deal with Leave No Witness. Then they have the entirety, almost 50% of this final zone to themselves. Everybody else is stacked up. Lone Sharks will have to move in through the lava, so their rotate's going to be pretty tough. But this is the focus now for Liquid. If they can deal with the team in front of them, then there's a real opportunity for them to win this whole thing.
Honestly, it was the zip across. It was that big play. It was a risky one, and they certainly could have been punished for it. That may be enough to give them the chance here to win this entire thing.
I mean, Lone Sharks
got the high ground, and they also have a lot of shields to work with as well.
Lone Sharks are mountain goating up the side of that rock formation to try and have a presence in this end game as well. So don't count them out. You have to wonder if anyone realizes this is Liquid Alienware as well. If they do, expect some bullets to be going their way.
And only one other team, I believe, has crossed the match point threshold so far. I think Moist have been able to move over. They'll be on match point if we get to a match 7. So they'll be alongside TSM and Liquid Alienware. Still waiting to see if maybe the likes of Lone Sharks could get there. They're currently on 44 points, I believe. So they would certainly be close. A win would take them there as well. But Liquid Alienware, where do they go from here?
Well, last time they were in this position, they made the right choice. But this decision has even more pressure on it. $100,000 in this lobby available. $40,000 if you get first, and they are going to try and clear this west side. It is going to be a bubble fight here. They're going to have to move forward. They're going to be able to reset, but they have to take this fight.
Have to take the fight. It could be isolated because of the wall, though. And all of Liquid Alienware, they're about to send it together.
The counter slam from Kurev. But can they take advantage of it? The Gibio is coming in. They're taking damage. They had to use the bubble to get here. Jaguar is left on 1 HP. They will be out. Liquid cannot make it happen.
We will see a match 7. But who else can cross that match point threshold? Who else can join the likes of Liquid Alienware, TSM, and Moist? Lone Sharks, the next team to focus on here. And you mentioned the Mountain Goats are beginning to climb, but they have been spotted out. The Stallions have seen them, but the Stallions are also under pressure themselves.
Stallions are only a 2 as well, and Stallions are going to try and send it maybe to find a couple more KP. Not going to happen, but that's certainly going to upset Lone Sharks for sure. Gods Among Men, they're gone. Stallions eliminated. Leave No Witness, who had essentially how this competition was going to finish in their hands, now find themselves with a chance of winning this.
And the Lone Sharks, I think, have done it. I think they crossed 50 by being able to survive that push from Stallions. Now they get eliminated, but it will not matter. Leave No Witness with a chance to win this game, and they should take it and will take it as match number 6 goes in favor of Leave No Witness. They don't quite get up to that 50-point threshold, but the Lone Sharks, the Mountain Goats, will.
A massive performance once again from the team from South America. The Americas, it's called that for a reason. And a big win puts them on the cusp of match point as well. That was a very intense game. Liquid, they knew what they had to do, right? You saw it a couple of times. They knew what they had to do. The fact that they had to use that bubble, I think, just hurt them a little bit. They had to. They had no other choice with the damage that was coming in. The counter slam onto the Newcastle wall, that was their play. Unfortunately, they just don't win it. A few shots coming in from the buildings right next to them as well for the position they were fighting in just meant that they weren't able to close it out. And as crazy as it looks, you look at Liquid down there, in 6th place overall with only 4 points, but that was the one performance that really mattered for if this tournament was going to be ended and they were going to get the win.
Certainly the opportunity was there for Team Liquid, but again, there was just so much happening, so many teams alive. I think they were maybe hoping that a few more teams had gone down, so it was an easier route to navigate. But in this meta, it's a lot more teams are surviving into that late game. TSM also gave it a good stab at trying to find victory in that one. They got back up to a full 3, but sadly they were just caught out in no man's land with their pants down a little bit, and everyone took full advantage. NRG 5 points. They were able to put 4 kills on the board, but they're going to be a little ways away from getting onto the match point threshold. It's going to be 4 teams going into match 7 on match point.
Okay, these are your 4 teams: Liquid, Alienware, TSM, Moist, and Lone Sharks. You would say from form in scrims and in the build up to this in the qualifiers that they're the 4 teams that if you probably had to put money on it, you would have been picking as the 4 teams to make it up there. The consistency of their performances in this meta has been notable, and now they have a chance to close things out. Leave No Witness with that win, jump up 7 places into 5th as well, just 3 points away. Furia 3 points away as well. Falcons close, but not close enough for their liking at the moment. They would love to be one of those teams who are on match point, but not quite there yet.
No, there's definitely a few teams that are going to be closing in, but will it be one in match 7? That is the real question, Onse.
Yeah, man, it's time for me to once again send myself on a break. This is the new thing for me, by the way. I quite like it.
We're not going to see it.
I've done enough here.
You have such power, you can send yourself on a break.
I'm taking a break, everyone. See you in a bit. Good luck.
Am I going to be left on my own again? Or
No.
Thank goodness.
We're here to save you,
Thanks,
don't
Tiff.
worry.
We wouldn't do that to you. We really wouldn't leave you left hanging. Like, I know we're not as cool as Onset, but it's fine. We're back.
I think you're cooler. He's gone now. I don't have to lie.
We're also not alone. We've got a special guest. Get in here, Jumba. I've had so much fun meeting Jumba at past lands, and it's really cool that we get to bring you on for a halftime and just kind of pick your brain as a special guest for the Americas BLGS Regional Finals. Hey,
how's it going?
There we go, homie.
There he is.
I'm good. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Yeah, like you were saying, you know what? I miss all you guys. Haven't seen you all in a while, and it's good to get to chat again.
Yeah, it definitely is. You locked in for Japan. I know you've been creating a lot of content. You've been doing some competing. You going to Sapporo?
I mean, maybe yes, maybe no. Like we'll have to see.
That's vague. I love it. That's what the BLGS is all about. But that's sick. All right. So I'm glad that we've got you here. Let's go ahead and pick your brain, because I know we got to talk to Jayhawk earlier on the EMEA region and kind of get his thoughts when it came to the support meta. I'm just curious, based off what you've seen for the Americas, how you're feeling about what we've seen. A lot of bubbles, a lot of Newcastles, chaos.
I mean, I've been loving this meta, and then on top of it, like because of the fact that teams can stay alive more, we have E-District in the mix with a lot of the buildings. We're seeing these wild end zones with like 10 plus teams going into round 6. I think it's some of the most exciting Apex we've seen. I also think this is the most competitive we've seen the Americas region, right? We saw what that leaderboard looked like after 3-4 games. There was like a 10-point gap between, I think, the top 11 teams. So it just shows that like everyone's competing at their best right now. And I think that is a little bit to contribute to that double reset meta that we got right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I love that you highlighted a lot of those end games, because specifically with E-District, we were seeing some pretty chaotic ones. Even Evan kind of just going crazy on one in particular. So I would love to actually go ahead and roll some footage from matches 4 through 6. And you kind of walk us through what you saw in those end games.
For sure. Yeah, so match 4, going to match 4, coming off a TSM win. As we had said, you know, we had 10 teams who are all about 11 points away from that match point threshold. So they're still open to trying to play aggressive, pick up some of those kills to get to that match point, since they're about 20 points away. But, you know, when you see teams like Falcons with red armor, TSM in this final circle, and then even like Liquid, who's putting up a lot of KP but surviving so long with these bubbles here, you're thinking, okay, is this going to be the game? But then we have Evan go absolutely crazy, just, you know, find ways to get that KP, stay alive the longest, and close it out here and go for a back-to-back win. So it was pretty exciting there for, you know, the TSM boys.
Dude, that was such a huge wall at the very end here. But for match number 6, we also saw very similar chaos. Not as crazy as a clutch, but a moment here, Jumba, where Falcons were so close to hitting match point, but unfortunately weren't able to find that space. We did see a clutch from Zero with the Kraber, but then they got thirded.
Yeah, it's a mill zone, and Falcons drop mill. So you think, is this going to be them? They're 9 points away. Can they get it? But there's just so much congestion in this zone. A lot of teams coming on that edge, and they do a lot of damage. Can't clean up the fight. Instead, can we talk about Funk, who they had to hit a blind evac in here, and we're getting absolutely bullied by Kurev with the Kraber. But he finds a way to stay alive, to pick up KP, and finish off this team in third here, where he gets himself second. And T-Lock played this one perfect. They had a perfect spot in zone. They had a perfect walk-in, really good fights. They won it, and that put them on match point. And then
I see it flipped actually right here, but this is supposed to be match number 6. Now last one was match 5.
Yeah. Now we're in match 6. TSM unfortunately went down to a solo really early on. They have this fight here after they get a reset, and you think, can they do it? But coming from Sky West all the way to a thermal zone, it's looking tough. T-Law had such a good spot. I thought the game was going to end. The teams that are in those buildings 100% of the time win this zone, but instead it's Leave No Witness who kill them, take their position, and they win the game. So we were one fight away from seeing this game end right here, this tournament end right here today.
And obviously then we had the stats come in as well from the two teams in first and second. Liquid Alienware and TSM both were on match point, but neither of them able to convert, but they are both playing at the top of their game. Maybe they can get it done here in match 7. Jumbo, I got a couple of questions for you, sir. First one, you competed in the BLGS, right? Like Onset did. How was competing in it, first of all?
Yeah, so I played in all 4 tournaments. The goal was to really get the experience of what it's like to be a pro. And I gotta say, I've always had a lot of respect for these pro players. You know, I've always understood the time, the effort, or at least I thought I understood, until I was scrimming 4 times a week until 2 a.m. in the morning, and then competing in these. It just gave me such more of a respect for how much time, how much effort these guys put, and then how good they are. I had to go toe-to-toe 3 rounds against Falcons, and it was concerning. It was scary. I will say, you know, that lobby, I did come first and second with Falcons. We had a combined 123 kills. So I say, you know, we did good. We held up. Don't ask me how many of those kills were Falcons, but, you know, it was a great experience all around. And like I said, just gained a huge respect for those pro players and what they put into the game and how good they are.
Secondly, you asked me to be on the podcast today. Did you forget this was happening? Did you forget we were both here?
Well, I got the invite to come here a little bit later. I got this like literally 2
okay,
nights
that's
ago.
what
So
happened.
when I asked you, I didn't know, but I did forget about this today. Yes,
It was me. I was like, he must be free. He's asking me to do the podcast, so let's get him on, everyone. And you know, here you are. It's great to have you. I appreciate you. But playing in BLGS, did you get further than Onset? That's what I want to know. He got to the second round. Did you get further in any of the days?
It may have taken me 4 weekends, but I did get to third round eventually by the last weekend. So yes, I did. Onset, I don't know. 1v1 me, man. Sounds like you suck.
Just washed. Whoa. Okay. Shots fired. All right. Jump. I like
every
it.
Every time when he can't defend himself.
Yeah, every time. It's totally fine. I'm going to ignore that and throw you back one more question, because you got some hot takes, but I want you to go ahead and promote some of the content that you've been working on. I know you're like huge into that. You've done some killer work. You've been putting out some good stuff. I know you've been competing. We talked about that, but go ahead and shout yourself out. Where can people find you and what have you been doing lately?
On absolutely everything, it's Jumba GW. Right now, I'll give you guys the next video coming up. It's kind of a history deep dive into the evolution of the meta of guns. I know that might sound really specific, but I think it's pretty cool how other things in the game influence the guns that are used by the pro players. After that, I'm working on a story of a team who's had a really successful year this year. They won a LAN and then came really close to winning another LAN. So I'll let people guess that one. But you guys asked me if I was going to Japan again. I'll say maybe yes, maybe no, but the most exciting stuff I have coming up will be during the Japan LAN. So, I guess kind of stay tuned to see kind of what's cooking up around there.
All right. I mean, it sounds pretty sick, homie. Thank you so much for joining us. And maybe we'll figure out in a month and a half if you'll be over there in Sapporo cooking up some more content for us. But we're going to go ahead and let you go. We got some more commentating to do, some more matches to be had to see if someone's going to walk away with $40,000 and who that's going to be. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Bye. All right, guys. Shall we do it again? Can I join you guys for a TriCast, or is that okay? I wanted to get Gaskin's person.
I'm joining you guys for the TriCast. That's how it works. Remember, this is your arena, and I am merely here. Oh, no, you don't have to do the creepy voices again. It scared me last time, and it's scaring me again.
Is that better?
Oh my.
No. Neither.
Okay.
I like normal Tiff voice, please.
I got you. This is it.
Otherwise, I have nightmares.
I'll give you nightmares.
Yeah, see, terrifying. Oh, I'm terrified. I'm already. You two just have fun for a little bit whilst I get myself together.
No,
you're gonna make
stay.
me deal with the sleep paralysis demon. I already have to deal with Rampart.
Are you calling me a sleep paralysis demon?
Only the voices that I hear in my head that somehow sound like the voices you make.
Perfect. All right, I'll shut up now. Anyways, your match. 6 winner on the screen. Leave no witness over there in Geyser. That's their POI. They're going to have a ring console. They're going to have a survey beacon. And, well, the last time we were on World's Edge, it was a Falcons. It was a Falcons dub. It was a long time ago.
It does feel like
what?
Though, right? I mean, like...
Oh, wait. I'm just thinking of match number 1.
Wait, you good?
Did we go to... Were we on World's Edge after that?
Well, Falcons won game 1 on World's
Edge.
Yeah. We just had match 6. I was also on World's Edge.
Oh,
right,
dude, I forgot.
You're making me feel like I'm crazy. Did I just cast World's Edge or not? I don't know.
Yo, you did. Don't worry. It's just me.
Okay.
We get another South Zone, though? Hey. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Like, when the stakes are usually higher, and we always end up back on World's Edge. Although this time, we got 4 total teams on match point. These Southern Zones on World's Edge, it just feels like right at home when it comes to the stakes.
I think so, because God forbid, Vicky, do you know how many casts you and I have done on World's Edge where we have just called North Zones all day?
That is so true. And do you remember a time where the zones were not only allergic to lava, but then 2 seasons prior to that, it was always thermal station zones?
That's what we just had. Oh my God.
Yes.
I was here. Yep. I watched it. Don't ask me where my brain went, because clearly not in my head. Oh.
Listen,
Falcons did get a ring console though, by the way. At Lava Siphon, that's why they've moved so fast, and they find themselves in a little RV truck and they can call home for maybe the rest of the game.
Also, why we see them with those blue Evo shields, we're able to get that on their rotate here, and already finding themselves bunkered down, at least here, to overlook not only the slight high ground, but we've seen zones literally pull on top of that truck.
Do it.
But remember, Falcon's not on match point.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yep.
Imagine.
They've been so close for the last 3 games or so, still sitting only at 44 points. But this could be a game where we could welcome even 3 more teams to the Match Point Club. That is to say, though, if it doesn't end here, don't worry, though. Onset's not on the mic. We should have some more time, surely.
Surely. I don't know. Gaskin and I, we saw the chaotic moment when it happened in EMEA. We were just sitting there like, what the heck just happened? Because some of these bubble fights, you really do have to slow them down to kind of dictate what actually just happened. But if we're going to keep on going the distance and making it a true series, then I'm pulling for complexity. We need 23 points.
Man, that's the name of the game there too, right? Just these constant resets. Jumbo was talking about it. That's why he loves watching this here too. But these players now looking to fully engage. Mozam in hand. You don't need two here if you're Bullet, especially rocking the full blue Evos. They knew that they had the shield advantage. They take out two. One left from Complexity as Monsoon runs for the hills.
This is a big fight to win as well, because it's right on the southeast where the zone is, of course, pulling south, and you can control the majority of this side down towards launch site. I mean, Lone Sharks thought about joining this fight, but I think they were just a little bit too late and realized it would be very questionable to join that late in the engagement. Complexity will get away and maybe survive. Maybe we'll be able to get back up to a full 3 a little bit later.
It's fine, Monsoon. Please just craft and get away and live your best life. Frolic in the distance. Frolic in the fields. There's no fields.
Oh,
There's no buildings. They're not gonna let him do this, right? Like, surely.
Wait until they find out he's trying to get their banners. Yes. The MVP play. Absolutely love seeing these type of clutches. If he could pull this off, it would be absolutely huge. And that other team shooting at him from that console station actually could save him. Looking at that team that's looking at them right now. And Monsoon cannot get an angle. He has to hide behind the Moby.
That's a perfect fit. Oh, no. Do you have bubble? Do you have bubble? Bullet's pushing
used
this?
it earlier.
Bullet, go away. We need the cooldown to come off. Bullet's bubbling forward. Oh, there it is. Too late, though. The Chow came in. Wait. Don't throw this, Bullet.
Wait, there's spaghetti all over the floor. All right. A little messy there, but they were able to find Monsoon. Good attempt. Unfortunately, he had used that bubble to get the banner, so that's why he didn't have it in that moment.
I was waiting for the
they committed so hard to that fight that Lone Sharks were able to swoop on in and almost catch them off guard. Remember, Lone Sharks on match point, one of our teams that we have to focus on throughout this game as well. They were my team to watch right at the start of today, and I did say they'd win it in 14, so they've got some time to win.
Do you think we're realistically going to hit 14?
No, I do not.
I mean, this is a hell of a set of games. I've just got to say that. Like, these games have been phenomenal.
I say no, but at the same time, what Jumbo was talking about, how closely contested Americas is right now. Only 4 teams on match point in match 7. It doesn't sound impossible that we can get into the 10s and above, so we'll have to see.
Imagine how hype that would be, though, especially if Lone Sharks were able to win this. Like, watching what we saw from EMEA, from Danish winning that 40K in first place, unsigned, by the way. And if we see Lone Sharks also take that dub, another unsigned team, further highlighting the talent that we have within the competitive Apex scene. You love to see it. As TSM, I was thinking, looking at how south the zone is, and TSM usually landing over by the west side of Skyhook, now they have a bit of a trek to go through when it comes to getting into that next zone. But at least they will be able to have some resources that they can take advantage of, so that way they can boost up those Evo shields.
Okay, TSM, get that ring console. Now we can see where it pops, and well, Leave No Witness have found themselves in a good spot. So with Liquid Alienware, but it's that low ground that's going to be difficult to play around, especially if you've got to deal with Virtus Pro that's in the main building over there at Lava, and a couple of teams still trying to make their late play from that western side of things.
Yeah, both Liquid Alienware and Lone Sharks in good spots as our match point teams, whereas TSM, of course, have to move all the way from the north, and Moist Esports, our 4th squad, moving from Geyser at the moment. But for them to get in from that east side, I mean, Virtus Pro probably will have something to say about it.
They're looking for an opening for sure. Ooh.
Let's see here with the way that VP also trying to rotate on the outskirts, maybe trying to see if they could go to that Evil Harvester, but Moist taking the evac tower right on top of them. This circle is going to be volatile for the teams that are going to be caught out in the open, right below that platform that we usually see by Geyser. See Liquid Alienware and Leave No Witness actually hanging out there over to that north side of that console we were talking about. Lone Shark still holding on to that south side too, because if anything, the team that comes out of launch site on this rotate, where that hilltop right next to where Falcons found real estate inside that truck, could be the best place to hold as long as your backs are clear.
Yo, hear me out. I like this. If they can clear out this side of the map, it's important, right? But if you're Virtus, you want to just keep on focusing on that rotation. But Moist is like, dude, we're on match point. We can't afford to go out on this rotate. And if we're the last team on this eastern side of things, then who do we go through? Purple Slushy is doing a lot of holding of space down in the south side of launch site. So if we go all the way through that actual area, Could be difficult, but split hold might not be that too effective against Moist.
Yeah, Moist did really well to stop Virtus.pro from pushing up and take advantage of them being slightly out of position and in the open. Again, another benefit of this meta, having the bubble to be able to throw down just to save you in those environments. Like, there was a time where if you were caught out in the open like that, you may have just had to hope and pray of like a dark veil to save you or something, but the bubble just gives you that instant ability to stop any of that fire from a distance.
The constant resetting, the constant bubble parties that we get to see. Furia is trying to see if they can get information on the team that is on top of them on that platform. Perhaps, unless they may have space to try to rotate there instead. If it is free for them to hang out or maybe get right behind a team that has already given up that space to move up by the tricks that we saw Falcon sitting in. Again, a lot of calm before the storm here for the teams that are going to be able to coexist in launch night, which is what we usually see before these circles end up collapsing or where these teams are forced to rotate. There's a mythic bin though right there.
Purple Slushy could get it. It's all in their vicinity, and I think one is finally starting to rotate on over to unlock it.
Do TSM take this fight? It's Virtue that are going to be above them. Of course, you're so reluctant to take some of these fights when you are on match point because you just think placement. We want to get into the zone. We want to give ourselves the best chance to win, but sometimes you have to take these fights. Looks like TSM are either going to take the fight or just trying to force Virtue away.
Yeah, they're running. That is actually crazy. But I mean, if you think about that fight breaking out, like you said, then it's getting immediately third party, and teams need to focus on that rotation into the next circle. And Timothy, 100 Thieves is dead.
Yo, he was trying to dance out of there. All I heard and saw was a bunch of different bullet trajectories with the triple take just ringing in Timmy's ears. Very unfortunate with 100 Thieves falling down, and this is that platform that I was talking about. This circle is pulling away from a lot of teams that were banking on hanging out closer to tree on that west side of zone.
Ooh, I just saw Liquid Alienware dead center. Dead center.
Yeah, of course, Falcons, they moved early, didn't they? And they were in that RV, but they're going to have to move further east. Also, Lone Sharks giving up that building in launch site has allowed Leave No Witness to take one of the prime positions, so they will probably have to fight Leave No Witness if they want to be able to win this game. So at the moment, we're just checking in with Gods Among Men, who are also on that western side over by Tree. Oblivion ahead of them, Tripods, Falcons, like, I mean, Gods Among Men, they're going to have to turn into Gods Among Men if they want to survive this.
It is going to be tough. I mean, LG's still trying to rotate in from this side of things as well, and you've got Cloud9 on the low ground, plus Falcons. Shoob down, fight against Tripods. Can we make this happen? I mean, look, Arc Stars to arc off that entirety of the stairway. The fact that Naughty has to throw down the Dark Veil here is wild, but we do get Shubi back up on his feet with a full reset.
Should be okay here. I do like the fact he was able to block off that sight line from the stairwell, but there's another team on the other side of C9. We knew that there were some teams that were trying to coexist in this area. At least they are in that next zone, so it's not like they would need that wall to come up from the catalyst exiting out of that building, but C9 have just found themselves a bunker down here.
Okay.
And a lot of these teams won't even know that the zone is shifting east right now. It's only those with ring console information, so like they'll still be thinking they could be in Prime's position. That's why the likes of Falcons, etc. haven't moved. So they'll be fighting tooth and nail to hold on to that spot, but it won't be for another 5 seconds that they realize, oh, damn.
Yeah, but this is okay. Diggs on Valk. We've got the ult available to us. We have to deal with Oblivion, though, and no, stay alive. If we lose you here, it's unfortunate. The bubble, the Newcastle res coming on through, but when you've got Tripods, you have Falcons all hitting the run straight towards you. That is horrifying.
Oh, I like this play. The catwalk to the left, just in case there's teams that could try to approach from there. The Grand Slam right on top of the Newcastle ult, as well as using that bubble over to their right side to block the other direction from any straying teams. Nice space here. Tripods, though, swoop in, and they take control, forcing Falcons back.
That actually saves Gods Amongst Men. Like, we get the full reset. We get to chill while Tripods takes down Falcons. Zero, last alive, forced to throw the bubble, throw the bombardment, and just back away and run it out. We need 4 points here. And with 16 squads remaining, there's really not much we can do. We have to wait for a ton of teams to fall, just at least get 4 placement points.
Oh, what do we do here? Can't get those banners. You do hear fighting in the distance. They try to fully send it out to Zero. There's nowhere to run. Even in a distance, he was gonna get griefed by that triple take.
I love how both of you were like, what do we do? You really put yourself in the shoes of Falcons there. You were both like the coach of Falcons. I loved it. Sadly, it didn't help.
What do I do? Make the call. BRIGL.
So this is the fight I was talking about earlier. If Lone Sharks want to win this game, they have to kill Leave No Witness. They've been able to clear out the rest of the southern side, but now Leave No Witness is next in their targets.
Ooh, he's got that gold longbow though. Leave No Witness just trying to keep gatekeeping Lone Sharks. Lone Sharks having to make that play. Nice nade. Coming in from the skies. Nice little 54. Just trying to force him out of cover so that way he can take some shots with this longbow. Leave No Witness knows that they definitely have them right here on the edge. Are they going to take an evac tower maybe, or are they going to try to bait them out, making them think they took it?
Ooh, Gods Among Men have just arrived, by the way. You mentioned the Valkyrie. They were able to escape, and that's them right in front of Lone Sharks. Gods Among Men. Now, Lone Sharks going to have to back away, but maybe Lone Sharks can, just by with those shots, encourage Gods Among Men to push in on Leave No Witness.
Oh, Lone Sharks better have my money when I come to collect pay up. They're here, sliding in with the massive, beautiful shots from Drop. And now they're going to be able to push back Leave No Witness, but like you mentioned, with Gods Among Men being also right there, it's going to be difficult to try to fully commit. Leave No Witness now try to run away.
Yeah, Leave No Witness have left nothing. They have, in fact, just left completely. And Gods Among Men instead are going to be the next.
Goodbye, King. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. We just have to leave. But if Lone Sharks and Gods Among Men, that is such a powerful fight for them. I know I read that article with Dig, and yes, you got the triple takes coming across map. Yeah, that sucks. He was talking about how him and Artsy have played together for a substantial long time and have kind of been grinding throughout their journey, just missing out on qualifying for Pro League by 1 point. But like BLGS has really brought them to the forefront. And to be like one of 2 challenger circuit teams to qualify into this was just a real boon for them.
Man, I love hearing a lot of these comeback stories and the opportunity that we've gotten to hear from Jumba on how competing in the BLGS has gone for a lot of these players that had the opportunity to compete. It's always really nice because it's a completely different experience than ranked. Like, I always have to explain this to everybody who's always been interested in competing in a tournament, and it's just very different. You won't have like 10 teams by like Circle 3, you know? Like, everyone is literally trying to stay alive, trying to respect space out here, played very differently when it comes to trying to pressure out teams. You can't let a lot of these teams harass you. As Lone Sharks, looking down on Liquid too, by the way. You could also see those pings right in front of them. 2 domes have already been used up, and now they know that this could be the green light for them to wrap up behind them because they have the utility.
Well, TSM, Liquid Alienware, Lone Sharks, and Moist all still alive as we get towards one of these latter circles now. Lone Sharks are just going to be able to force their way in. Liquid Alienware are going to be dead center in that RV that we saw earlier, and Moist are going to be approaching from the east. TSM have found themselves on the north, so like every match point team has found themselves on each edge of this circle right now, and then of course Liquid Anywhere in the middle.
Ooh, this is actually nice the way we're holding it down. You get the mobile shield with the perfect time so Noct can focus on that healing. Cloud9 though goes down to Virtus Pro, and we're just waiting for that bubble to fall, and Yanya lets it eat. Yeah, you bring the mobile shield up, but dang, they've done enough. Yanya on 5. Doesn't have to do it in style, but we can just take half the lobby with us. No, 5 is not half the lobbies, but it feels like it right now.
When everybody's resetting the way that they have been, it basically feels like that TSM still alive inside this building, sharing this with like 3 other teams. No, not even. Oh my goodness, there's 4 or 5 different teams. You have Virtue, Furia, TSM, Gods Among Men, NRG, all here inside this building. Eventually will have to funnel themselves outside by that fence line where Moist are also looking at them.
This is going to be so tough for anyone to try and win this game. It's going to be bubbles galore. Final circle, 10 squads left. Moist are being absolutely peppered right now. Zainu's actually gone down. They weren't able to get the res, so Moist down to a 2. And maybe they can get the banner. Maybe they have a Moby, potentially. Yeah, it looks like they do. You can see the Moby's gone down with the bubble shield over on that right-hand side.
Oh, but dropped on that truck line. Still looking at it, but that bubble is going to withstand. Should be able to call him back in. And Zainu on the way for LG. They're dropping down towards this wall. And we have to walk it in. You know who they're right behind? Stallions and Liquid Alienware.
Oh, Furious staying alive, though, may have set them up for a match point as they get more KP. Gods Among Men get taken out. Lone Sharks now move up. Still, all 4 of our teams at the moment that were at match point are still all alive. And as I said that, I just definitely cursed Moist. They get eliminated. TSM now have moved in, taken up their spot.
Yeah, it was Lone Sharks pushed up onto Moist there. Like, they absolutely decimated them as soon as they got back up to a full 3. Virtue now eliminated as well. 7 squads. Remember, Liquid Alienware, TSM, and Lone Sharks. And TSM, by the way, dead center of this zone somehow. But do they have a bubble to work with that is about to disappear?
And that's with a really hard rotate, by the way. Let's not forget. Liquid now move in with the massive shots.
Look at TSM.
No. Bye, LG. Bye, LG.
3 out of 6, 50% in the lobby on match point.
Oh, Vicky.
Is it time? Is it actually time?
Let's not get too hyped yet. Let's not get too hyped yet.
You're right. All right. It's not time. It's not any time.
Kurev with a Kraber in the end game. There are all the bubbles and, well, dropped had to move. I think I saw drop fall, but TSM still alive and well between the fence and the Newcastle wall with a mobile shield at their back. We've seen Burholes get crazy. We've seen them clutch something towards the end game here, Vicky. And now, with that circle starting to encroach, can they hold on?
I was wondering, utilizing that cat wall from inside the bubble, was it on purpose here? Now, as TSM poke, but do not overextend. They know that patience is the key here for these zones. Sasa La Vista for that team who just took the zipline, by the way, and it's a grand slam on the Newcastle. All the bubbles have been used up, and they're falling from the skies.
From the skies they do, and Neozil just dancing around this fence, trying to pop on up if he can. We're into the final 3. It's Stallions, Furia, they fall. It's happening, Vicky.
It's it. The last 2 teams, Liquid Alienware, are your winners within the Americas region. The nice patient play at the end of the day. They got so much KP there too. Nice patient play to walk up with those massive shots. I believe these 2 at the very end, we saw like wipe like what, 2 teams or so? He got like 6 kills just waiting for that ending.
Unbelievable, really, that Liquid Alienware, who moved so early to be able to find themselves in the middle in that RV as well, and then to survive in the way they did. I thought TSM were going to have it with the position they found themselves in, but Liquid Alienware are just a different beast when it comes to those close combat fights with the shotguns. They just don't seem to miss.
It's also like the energy, you know, Liquid Alienware knows what's up. They knew what was going on. They knew I had to cast game number 7. They couldn't let me down. This is a team that has always got my back.
I'm glad they had your back. And to be fair, when you kind of think about where they position themselves in the RV, if Kurev isn't on Catalyst, that's a completely different story, right? Because we're able to reinforce the doors and just kind of withstand. If it's broken, we just kind of replace that back on up. You throw the piercing spikes out. We even had the Newcastle wall inside along with the mobile shield. It was kind of an impenetrable fortress and they were just able to hold on to.
Sheesh. Oh my goodness, Lone Sharks 2 were just so close. Look at this, 10 KP for Liquid, 10 KP for Lone Sharks. Furia, this game allowed them to hit match point. Unfortunately, there is no other games because Liquid had to put the conclusion to this entire region. Lovely showcase here, but looking all the way down, Virtue getting that 3 KP, but it was a bloodbath for the squads that had to come out from that lava siphon building.
That was crazy. Lone Sharks, though, on 19. Furia grabbed 15. Still a solid try. And I know TSM kind of with their backs against that wall, quite literally, did everything they could to try and hold down towards the end of the game. Only to go out third.
Huh. You know, thinking back about that game too, didn't Team Liquid land by like overlook? So they also were able to get into a really good spot very early game. Dan had actually made note of it, where they were already north of launch site from like the very first circle. So they had found themselves pretty settled in there and were still able to boost up those evil shields from afar.
God, it must feel so good as well for them. Obviously, the changes of the roster and how it was going to go. You know, with Yanya leaving, were they still going to find success? Well, boy, did they. The champions of the Americas region in the BLGS. The perfect way to set yourselves up going into champs. Lone Sharks, they came close, 69 points, nice. But they are able to find themselves in second place. TSM, they'll take a nice and healthy third.
It's still not bad. A bit of a fall from grace when you look towards where Falcons were after they started off in first place after match number 1, ending in 7th. Furia and Moist rounding out that top 5, and an impressive victory in an earlier match from Leave No Witness really shot themselves up the leaderboard. Sure, they didn't eclipse that 50 and get a chance to battle it out on match point finals, but since this was the Americas, and when you throw in the Brazilian team to compete alongside of it, to get 6th place overall on the day for the BLGS Americas Regional Final, that's stellar.
Yeah, it's really great to be able to see how a lot of these teams were able to try to keep up. It was also very tight for a lot of our squads since the very beginning, I feel like. As we take a look at the rewind of the winning moment, we need to highlight how Team Liquid was able to walk in. Because let's also not forget, I believe it was Lone Sharks that were also right next to them here too. So the timing on finally trying to rotate right behind them was great, because they had to prioritize LG first, which is fine because you see the bombardment, and then slowly walk up on the other side by Lone Sharks too.
Yeah, I love this end circle, and I'm glad we get to look at it once more, because you would have thought TSM in the position they were, there was a fantastic opportunity of them being able to just kind of like fight with their backs to each wall, but actually, because so many teams surrounded them at exactly the same moment, it was so difficult for them to try and navigate it, and in the end they just got overwhelmed by the amount of bodies. And when you get to this point, right, where there are so many players, you just have to be on your toes and you have to be hitting your shots. But what helped Team Liquid is they were the last team to kind of join this fight. As a full 3, they have the wall to play, they can literally shoot through the gaps, and then they're able to jump over and take that winning moment and call themselves champions. And I'm sure they erupted in the Discord.
That is so impressive. Like, as I'm looking through it, I'm like pushing my headphones in, trying to like hear the audio cues and such. But like, did you see Verholz try to reenact what he did on E District? But a lot of it was because of the electrified Newcastle while he was stunned up trying to get out of the ring. He's on 1 actual HP of white health and with a full shield, just trying to play around his teammates' knockdowns. And then you've got the final bosses of Team Liquid just popping over the fence and just gets eviscerated.
Team Liquid's like, oh, you thought you'd survive, boy.
Not this time, buddy.
No, I think that all day Team Liquid Anywhere have been so impressive. I mean, going back to the previous game in match 6 when they had a chance to win, where they took the brave zip line to get into the house buildings as well. I thought maybe it was going to be converted there, but they've been able to convert it in 7. It's not going to be the 14 games that I maybe thought. But, you know, America's, even though it's so close, all it takes is one team to have that pop-off moment, and Team Liquid are able to steal it away from everyone else.
A team like Team Liquid too are one of those, oh wow, how did that happen so quick? I mean, I wasn't ready for that. Like, you see that? It's like it's calling out to me. Yeah.
There it is.
Thinking,
there it is.
There
wow, impressive. Live editing. Vicky.
Wait.
This is your next job, producer.
Having way too much fun. They cannot let us do this. Like, actually, I mean, I'll be down if you guys let us do this again, but I had way too much fun. I was going to say, though, wrapping up my thought, that Team Liquid is definitely one of those squads where when it comes to planning out staying in that end zone, we saw them twice almost win that previous game on World's Edge. We heard it from Jumba. Usually teams that hold those buildings end up coming out on top depending on their positioning and the other teams. But in a meta like this, it's very difficult. They were forced to use their bubble early on. In this case, finding themselves still in the end game in another World's Edge game and then finally clutching it out.
I can't believe it's over. Like, it's crazy, right? Like, this is what we had. Like, Wig and Greek just absolutely slayed this entire format with all the qualifiers, all the scrims, all of the watch parties leading up to this. And for us to just kind of be done now is sad.
Yeah, imagine how those guys feel. You know, it's been an absolute grind. And we've just come on in and we're just like, hey, we'll just do the last one. But they've been doing it every week in, week out, countless hours. Wig was up till God knows what time last night doing APAC as well. So, you know, they probably won't even hear this or see this, but hats off to them. They're 2 incredible human beings and amazing at what they do. And it's nice to be a part of it. Honestly, I didn't think we would be part of the BLGS, so it's really cool. So yeah, thanks for having us involved.
Thanks, homies. You guys are legends. And honestly, didn't they just win Best Battle Royale Streamer as well? At an award show recently? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The work they put in for competitive Apex to really highlight and showcase all regions, and then it manifests all of that into an award. and a full-on tournament series where each region has a 100K regional finals prize pool. That's huge.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to see that. They've been working so hard for this. Now we finally get to put a pin into it, but it also must feel almost bittersweet that it's finally over. But now looking back at what we've been able to see and all the action, we have to give credit. I want to hear from one person specifically. Let's bring in Kiriv to take a look and really talk to him about his outcome and his thoughts over this.
Hi, Kiriv. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. Congratulations on your America's BLGS Regional Finals win.
Hey, thank you so much. Now, like, the session for the boys has been great. Like, the confidence off the roof. And yeah, it's crazy. You know, like, we're coming here to this region and we're on one of these tournaments on this region is like the hardest one. And like, I'm feeling really good about it, about the team and about everything right now.
I love that, because I was going to say, you're from Argentina, you're kind of the newest member of Team Liquid Alienware, so to get your first big win under the belt for the BLGS Regional Finals, kind of what do you have to look forward to over the next couple of months? Like, now you have this win, you just want to go forward and keep that momentum moving?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for us, BLGS is just the first step. Of course, our main objective is like to make history in Latin America and be the first team that wins basically an official tournament from Apex Legends, you know. For now, like, this is the best team I've been on. Apart from the players, of course, that my teammates are one of the best on the world playing right now. I wanted to thank Team Liquid Alienware. Like, if it wasn't for them, I would literally not be able to travel and do all these things that we're doing now, you know, apart from filming content, practicing, having all the best stuff ready for us. It's like just a dream come true, basically, you know.
Yeah, your journey has actually been very interesting to see. We saw you on eCholos. You really made a name for yourself. Now being slotted in with Team Liquid Alienware, you say that this is the best team that you've been able to work with. You guys have been able to find these achievements already. I mean, this is good momentum pushing this into champs. I haven't been able to talk to you very long, actually. So now being able to hear your thoughts and how positive you are, it's very nice and refreshing to hear, especially since, like you said, repping a region that you really want to put on the board, put some respect on that name. And it's really nice to see, too, for the players that want to be able to achieve the same goal as you. As we'll be looking at your winning moment, I do want to pinpoint the last two games that you guys already hit match point. You guys started playing slower. You guys were playing for the end zone. I mean, who contributes to a lot of those calls on making sure to play as patiently as possible, especially in a meta like this where there's constant resets?
I mean, from the first time I came into the team, like, I was IGLing, but I felt like it was like everything was moving like way too fast, and I shouldn't have made a lot of the changes that we did. So we tried Nizzle then as an IGL, and Nizzle really didn't feel really confident, but so he made the call so Cowards can try an IGL, you know? I mean, I wasn't that confident at first, but we played like 2 scrims, and it shows really like how experienced players are. Like, Jaguars was every single time getting us into God spot, and Nizzle and I just were focusing on the kills, you know, like getting that damage in and things like that. One thing is like really good about the calls that Jaguars makes is like we don't stress things out, you know. We just play, let everything play. We try and play our game. We don't play others' game, you know. In the end game, we just try and focus on winning a 3v3. We're getting the best spot possible in zone and just trying to win every single time.
And obviously, you spoke about competing in the Americas. Competing at champs is going to be different. It's competing with the entire world. Do you feel like when you get on the international stage, things change with how you play, or are you still in the same mindset of you'll play your own game and the wins will come to you?
I think it's actually going to be the same or even easier, because when I came here, when I was playing in MAA, I feel like there was not too much brain going on, you know, like as in NA, and everyone in this region just shoots nukes. So I feel like apart from everyone, like, there's going to be the best players in the world. I feel like the best players in the world are already in NA, you know? So that's why I feel like we're going to actually do very good in Japan too.
I think so too. I'm just basing it off what you guys did here in a tournament where your so-called best teams in the world in NA were in this tournament, and you're sitting here at the top taking home $40,000 from BLGS. So I'm just going to give you the floor one more time for any final thoughts and anyone in particular you want to thank.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone, like my family, my friends, everyone that put trust in this, like moving from regions to play in another part of the world, living with people you don't know is like one of the hardest choices to make. But everyone was just so confident in what I was doing that I couldn't not do it, you know? I couldn't not take the chance. And I feel like it was a risk, but everything is paying off on the end. Like, Team Liquid is just treating us really well. My manager, the staff that we have is like crazy. They're helping us with everything. And I just wanted to say that I love SA, you know? This is for you guys.
Thank you so much. No, seriously, I love seeing all your risks and your hard work pay off. Once again, congratulations to you, Kirev, here with Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah,
I'm going to send
it.
you on your way, but thank you. Thank you for sharing your joy, your positivity, and I can't wait to see what's next.
See ya. Well, it was nice to meet you. See you guys. Bye-bye.
You as well. All right, so now that we've said goodbye to Kirev and we'll just also have constant smiles on our face, let's go ahead and get Onset back in here so we can start breaking down some final thoughts, because the Americas BLGS Regional Finals is done. And welcome back to Mark and Wig. Can you make that face real quick? I was just curious. I tried to recreate it earlier, but I didn't know if you could try.
There's a strong paywall in front of that. One thing I will say, just to highlight here, is that in recent times, we have had an APAC North team win LAN. We've had a North American team win LAN, and we've had an EMEA team win LAN. And even though this is the Americas, this is a South American team who has just turned up, Latin America who has turned up and won a $100,000 lobby. So heading into Japan, I keep talking about how this is going to be like one of the biggest, most exciting, amazing tournaments we've ever had. You can also remember that Dark Zero, you know, 2 Australian players, they managed to come out and win LAN as well. So it is truly the Apex Legends Global Series, and I keep saying this, and now we are seeing these regions come through with more practice, with more time, with more, you know, established results, and it is the most unpredictable tournament ever. I think if you go into this tournament and you think there's a guaranteed favorite, you are quite simply wrong, or you are the biggest fanboy or girl of the team that you support. I think it is going to be insane, and it sets us up so perfectly for the best event ever.
I think what's crazy, like, how many times have we said, like, Team Liquid, one of the most consistent teams, like, they're always making finals lobbies, they're always making top 5, but they weren't really the team on the tip of our tongues for winning things as much. But now this new look, suddenly they do that, and going into Japan, they do become one of the favorites. Naturally, I know that the meta probably does change before Japan, which maybe is a shame for them, but at the same time, with the practice they've put in, with how impressive they have been, I wouldn't count them out to find success in the next meta too.
Yeah, really keeping that consistency. The thing is that when it comes to a squad like Team Liquid, like you mentioned, they always make it to the end, but they never were really able to clutch it out. This is a really good example to showcase the cohesiveness of your squad and how your comms are looking. Even acknowledging what Kirev said in the interview, saying something like, I realized there was too many changes happening too fast. I wasn't fit to do the IGL role because I felt like everything was moving too fast. So even switching it over to someone who may not even feel as confident, Nizul, taking that on and kind of sharing that load for the squad, that's a quick adjustment that these teams need to be quick and being aware of. Having to put pride aside for a lot of players too sometimes individually, and recognizing what you have to do differently. Now before the big stage where you're playing against the best in the world, that's a different level of competition to expect. And it's a great way to expect the best going into champs here.
All right, well, now I'm hyped up, guys, because Sapporo, Japan is what is next. For the majority of people that have already gotten their tickets that absolutely flew off the shelves, they sold out so incredibly fast. I just want to say you guys absolutely slayed it. I had a ton of fun commentating with you guys, but championships are near. America's regional finals alongside you guys. Thank you so much for your hard work. Your commentating skills are so amazing. Vicky got a final call. Everything is right in the world. So I'm going to send you guys on a well-needed break for the next month and a half, because that's all from us, guys. Until Sapporo, Japan, we're signing off.
I'll miss you.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.